getting cold, you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Eco. Go. FAO. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see what we done GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
SEO, hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thank you, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10. Okay, you sound good.
so long it's not true. Wanted a woman, never bargained for you. Lots of people talking, few of them know. Soul of a woman was created below. You hurt and abused, telling all of your lies. Run round, sweet baby, Lord, how they hypnotize. Sweet little baby, I don't know where you've been. Gonna love you, baby. Here I come again. Every day I work so hard, bringing home my heart and pain. Try to love you, baby, but you push me away. Don't know where you're going, only know just where you've been. Sweet little baby, I want you again.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today, you're probably wondering, like, what the heck? Beetlejuice hits on nostalgia but misses on best movie of the year. This is going to be my opinion only. If I had to sit there and choose best movie of the year right now, I would probably choose Deadpool as of right now. Just keep in mind as I'm talking about my review of Beetlejuice that this is just my opinion, and it's not anybody else's. It's just my opinion. I was never really like a major fan of the first Beetlejuice, right? And I think I even mentioned to you guys before that I don't think I'd ever even seen it all the way through before Melissa and I sat down on the couch and I was kind of scrolling through my phone on Twitter and we rewatched the Beetlejuice just the other day, and I was kind of paying half what of attention to it throughout the thing, and we went and saw it last night, and the nostalgia is there. All the characters. In fact, I think Melissa's probably gonna probably agree the most on Catherine. I think it's Catherine O'Hayes. Hold on a second here. I'm trying to remember what the name was. I think I closed out my page on this. But anyways, all the actors did really well. They played their parts. Beetlejuice is Beetlejuice. I mean, he didn't change a single bit. Perfectly replayed as a role. Winona Ryder did a wonderful job on her part. Ortega, she did a good job on hers. Everybody did great jobs on their parts. The movie flow for me, I guess, was a little slow at sometimes, and I just didn't feel like it's going to be movie of the year. But it's definitely hitting on nostalgia. So we'll see how it does in the movies, I guess, after this weekend. But I pulled up the data for, again, since Tech sent me this link to the numbers.com. I pulled up Wednesday's data, and I'm still not seeing, even though Beetlejuice was kind of technically open for some people to watch on Wednesday, the data's still not in yet. For Wednesday, and we don't have any Thursday data obviously out yet either. So I don't have anything to look at in regards to how well the movie's doing yet. I just want to mention, though, that Deadpool and Wolverine on Wednesday grossed $887,000 domestically. Reagan, $883,000 domestically. So I'm gonna go back to Reagan and say, like, man, I'm telling you, like, when I said it was a 9 out of 10, I know that for me it hit harder because I was, living in DC when the whole Reagan thing happened. But that was I really liked Reagan. It was a great movie, and Beetlejuice just didn't punch my numbers. I'm not saying that it's not going to for other people though. It may be something for you more than it was for me. So I would highly recommend seeing it, and don't judge it based off of what I have to say. Go check it out. But let's see here. I'm looking to see if anybody's writing anything in here. I don't know if anybody else has seen it or not yet. I'd be curious to see anybody who has seen it to let me know what your thoughts are, because I would love to hear it. DP Darkpool was 20 out of 10. Yeah, Apex says Reagan was 9 out of 10, but Darkpool was 20 out of 10. Exactly. I'm still leaning towards Darkpool being the movie of the year so far. I mean, we still have some great releases that are coming out towards the end of the year, but I don't think that Beetlejuice beats Deadpool. But Donkey Kong says, I think Beetlejuice is going to appeal to a younger audience. I don't know. I have a feeling like the original Beetlejuice, when we went back and looked at it, I don't know if you guys remember or not, but the original Beetlejuice became, I think, more popular over time, and it actually wasn't it was like number 10 on the top of the year for the year that it came out in 88, the original Beetlejuice. And I'm kind of thinking that maybe this movie might end up having the same kind of effect. Is that maybe over time people are going to like this more down the road. But yeah, Casey, you need a break away from the market. Look, I mean, it's just my opinion, and everybody sees movies differently than others. So it's that's why critics aren't necessarily always held in high regard, because oftentimes critics just don't. Actually, I'm kind of curious. I want to see what the critics have been giving Beetlejuice. Let me check it out here because it was funny because Reagan, the critics were giving it like 0, and fans were coming out and giving it like this huge score on Reagan. I'm kind of curious what Rotten Tomatoes is on Beetlejuice. I'm just gonna see here real quick. I am curious about this. I did not look this up before, so I just want to see. Yeah, see that the critics gave it a 77 fresh tomato, so for a review, and then here, let me pull these up side by side. Give me 1 second here. So this is the. Let me show you what I mean by this. So you got Rotten Tomatoes giving Beetlejuice a 77% with the audience score of 87%, and then you've got this the Reagan movie, and this is just an example that I'm trying to kind of convey is in regards to sometimes it can hit for some people and other people it just doesn't hit at all. So you've got Reagan with a 21% splat. I mean that's a terrible rating by the people who reviewed it. But the audience gave it a 98%. So you can see Reagan's beating out Beetlejuice so far on the current ratings. So it's, I'm telling you guys, Reagan was a great movie. I thought it was really super good. But yeah, you can see there's something going on here, right? Like it doesn't quite make a whole lot of sense. Of course, if I were to pull up Deadpool, and we were to put these all side by side, I think you'll see what I mean in regards to not best movie of the year, but it was good. It was a good movie. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling up Deadpool Wolverine here just to see, because I have a feeling it's going to be high on both the two numbers. No, I guess not. Not as much. So Deadpool Wolverine got a 79 on the critics, and then a 95% by the audience. So kind of weird, right? Like you can see maybe perhaps by looking at the combination of the two different scores there, you can maybe see perhaps what I mean about the movies, right? Like it either hits or it doesn't hit for you. There's just no way about it. There's no two ways about it. You either like it or you don't like it. I would say overwhelmingly, though, that the combined score of Beetlejuice is far more similar to Deadpool than it is Reagan for sure. And only the difference on this is only 2 points on the critics. But anyways, the only way you'll know whether or not you like it or not is if you go and see it. Don't take my opinion. Actually, I'm going to pull those back up. We'll save those for later. All right. Did I say Darkpool? Sorry. Deadpool? Darkpool. We've been saying Darkpool too long. Deadpool. Let's see here. Myro says my 19-year-old can't wait to see Beetlejuice. When we were leaving the movie theater, so we saw kind of an early showing yesterday of Beetlejuice, and when we were leaving, there was a much bigger crowd showing up for the later showing after hours, and they're the fans that were dressed for that. It was really fun to see. It reminded me a lot of what people were doing for Deadpool. Where you had like just tons of people like dressing up in costumes and stuff like that, and it was kind of fun to see some of the different people wearing some of the clothing that they were wearing going in. You know what? The more I think about this movie, Beetlejuice, the more I feel like if I went back and watched it again, I would probably like it better the second time. And I don't know why that would be the case necessarily, but it's kind of funny because if you think about what happened with Beetlejuice the first time around in 1988, it's kind of the same thing. It did way better in the future than it did at the time when it was released. Yeah. So it'll be kind of interesting. Again, the actors did a wonderful job at their parts. I don't know why I can't find the... Oh, I know what it is that I had pulled up. This is the... Where did it go? Oh, yeah. Winona Ryder, Catherine O'Hara, William Dafoe. Man, do I ruin it for you guys? Do I tell you the random actor that was in there that was... for me, it was unexpected. Maybe I just don't ruin it. I'm just not going to ruin it for you. I feel like there was an actor that was in it that you don't expect to be in there is in there right in the very beginning. So yeah, doesn't take long for you to see him. Melissa says no. Okay, I won't ruin it. It was kind of cool though. It definitely gave eclectic vibes when you see him in the movie. You're like, hey, I know who that is. It's kind of cool. You'll see it when you see it. All right, numbers time. Let me take you guys over the other page. And my engine's a little quiet there, sorry. I will take you over to the other page, and we'll take a look and see what we got going on here for numbers. We definitely know how Melissa feels about it. Yeah, she liked it more than I did, for sure. Let's see here. Moving on to the numbers. Let me spray off my glasses here, put these glasses on real fast, and we will take a look at these numbers. Should have been doing that while I was talking about the movie. I can talk about price predictions as I'm cleaning off my glasses. Nana is going into the week here, the end of the week with the point lead. Nobody hit yesterday, I don't believe. 473 was not, I don't think was on the list of price predictions. Let me just make sure. Nana had the lowest price prediction with a 477 price prediction, but did not get any extra bonus points because she didn't have a unique prediction for the day. So no extra bonus points awarded. Everybody's going to be getting a point for the day. She is leading the week with her exact price prediction from yesterday. And so unless somebody's going to have to either get a bonus point from having a unique price prediction and getting the price correct, or getting it right on the dot in order to tie and have it come down to a tiebreaker to beat Nana for the week. So it is still possible. It's hers to lose, but also we have a chance to win. And let's see here. Glasses are good because I got a new microfiber cloth, and oh my gosh, they look so clear now. All right. So what do we have for price predictions yesterday? Oh, what's the spread? That's probably the more important part. Winning on spreads right now. So if it does come down to a tiebreaker, I'm in the lead right now with 38 cents. Nana's 40 cents. Then we have Apex at 55 cents and Tech at 87 cents. So if it does come down to a tiebreaker, it'll be a really close running. Some of these price predictions are pretty darn close. They're close. They're very close. Let's see. Let's moving on to short exempt volume. How much volume did we have yesterday? Boy, was it a low traded volume day yesterday. We broke over 5 million shares towards the end of the day, right at the end of the day. We had more volume than we had yesterday. Yesterday was only 5.1 million. Today we had 5.3. So you would expect to probably see more short exempt volume creation than there was yesterday. But let's check it and see. That's GME's numbers. Hold on a second. Less though, 85,000. Let's see here. 85,000 shares. Yesterday's price was up 0.064%. And then utilization, last reported at 38.51%, is showing up now as 39.09. So a little bit of an increase on utilization. In total, yesterday we were watching, as we were watching IBKR reporting the amount of shares that were being borrowed. 450,000 shares is what was being reported. It seemed like they were turning most of that yesterday. Moving on to Max Payne. Yesterday we started out the week at 5. It's been 5 the entire week, and I don't expect it to change today to anything other than 5. It is 450. I did not expect to see that. Max Payne is 450 for the day today. So closing at 5 would be unexpected, right? Based on those numbers. GME's target Max Payne was $22. They closed yesterday at $22.39. So that one's probably more likely to stay the same than I guess AMC's is, because we closed at 473, which was actually lower than the target range that options were expecting. Max Payne went up to 22.50 on GME for the day today, and it's at 22.39, so it's pretty close. AMC went down 50 cents, GME went up 50. Those were unexpected numbers for me. Volume through exchanges on AMC. Normal day for us would be about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX. We had 48.83% going through off exchange and EDGX at 10.5 for a combined total of 59.33%, or about 4.67% less volume going through those exchanges than normal. You can see that the New York Stock Exchange had an elevated amount of volume going through there, meaning we probably wouldn't have been as green as we were had more shares gone through those exchanges. So somebody's helping to push price up. CHX volume is 2,213 shares. I say somebody meaning institutionally. GME CHX volume for the day yesterday was at 3,532 shares. Borrow fees for let's start with borrow fees for GME real quick here. Since 2045 yesterday, in total, there's been a borrowing of about 300,000 shares. Fees are at 0.43 and rebate at 4.9. On AMC, since 2045 yesterday, there has been approximately 400,000 shares borrowed. Yesterday we had 450,000 shares borrowed, and I think the day before might have been about 450,000 shares. So we're very close on target with what we've seen over the last 2 days. Fees are currently at 1.8%, rebate at 3.53. Institutional ownership this morning on AMC. Yesterday it was reported at 121.175 million. This morning it's being reported at 121.175, so no change. GME's was 103.404, currently at 103.404, so no change. Let me take you guys over the other screen here, move a couple screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Uh-oh. My computer is having a conniption fit here. Give me a second. I think I moved the screen too fast. It's like, no. There we go. Okay, those. All right, we'll get to options. Highest amount of call volume and open interest on AMC. As of yesterday, highest amount of call volume was at a $5 strike with 19.4 thousand contracts. It is still $5 and it's now 20,000 contracts, so that did increase. The highest amount of puts was at 4.5 yesterday with 10.3 thousand contracts. It's now 10.5. Why would open interest move? Why would the max pain move down to 450 if you had such a small increase of open interest at 450? And my thought process behind this is going to be that more than likely there was probably a large portion of calls that were closed out above 5 and probably repositioned, either closed or pushed out to a later expiration date. So that would be my best guess. There's got to be a big rebalancing of positions on the top side of $5. Scroll down through next week's and the week after's data so we can just kind of see what that looks like. Okay. GME's CHX or GME's volume and open interest. Highest amount of call volume closest to their strike price. This is a tough one because I mean there's really like a huge amount of positions that are open that are very, very, very similar, going down all the way up to $24, where the largest amount is with 6.7 thousand contracts at 24, but there's 14,000 contracts at 25, which is only 2 strike prices away. So I'm not sure which one to read off here, but I'm going to go with the $24 because it's kind of the closest. And then on the put side of things, the highest amount of open interest is at $22.50. So we're looking at like 23.25 as being kind of like the middle ground for this battlefield here. But do note that $22.50 is max pain for the day-to-day on GME, and they're at $22.39. Utilization on AMC, 39.09%. We just talked about that a minute ago. Let me close out some of these. Oh, I got to refresh the page. Let's look at some of these numbers day over day on Ortex and see what they look like. Utilization slightly rising from 38.51% to 39.09%. Usually that means there's going to be some more loan shares. In this particular case, though, there was more returned yesterday than was borrowed. The on-loan amount dropped from 55.96 million shares to 55.19 million shares. So we're looking at 70. Is it 75? 750,000 shares returned yesterday? Yeah. 750,000 shares returned. We know that about 450,000 shares were borrowed through IBKR yesterday, so usually about a third of that's going to be in closed short interest, and they're projecting, or Treasuries are projecting that the amount of short interest was 47.65 million shares yesterday. Today, 47.54. So we're looking at 0.11 or 110,000 shares in short interest closed out. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float very slightly from 14.19 to 14.16. And the on-loan average age per day is dropping on this, on these return shares, from 45.36 days to 44.07. Security lending volume slightly increasing from 7.06 million shares to 7.99. On GME, utilization dropping from 29.37 to 28.21. On loan amount dropped from 33.29 million shares to 31.69. The estimated short share interest of the free float as a result dropped from 9.54 to 9.44. The on loan average age per day starting to rise from 33.29 days to 31.69, which tells me that most of the return shares yesterday were newer positions. Security lending volume day over day dropped significantly from 7.51 million shares to 2.52. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $4.26. No options data to read off. SSR for GME triggers at 2015, and again, no options data on Stonko Tracker. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this page. Neither are on there. MMRA yesterday was 234.3. And this morning we're waking up to what I would consider to be a big overnight drop to 232.44. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields, 0.025. We ended the day yesterday at 0.021. Started out the day with a even bond yield, so we're heading up a little bit here. 0.025. We started out this week on Tuesday at 0.02, so this is actually a larger value, more of an inversion than where we started the week so far for today. Overnight trends on the Nikkei was down pretty significantly, I would say. Maybe something similar to what we saw earlier in the week, or maybe over the last couple days, perhaps. So we're looking like another down day in the market. It is starting to recover a little bit before market open today. The VIX is falling currently, which would be good for the market for pre-market open. But there'll likely be some recovery needed on pre-market open, just as overnight trading would have caused probably prices to fall a little. So I'm seeing some positive movement happening currently, but down overnight overall. Who knows if that positive movement will last? Yeah, up. The VIX is up overnight 4.52%, which is pretty hefty. So VIX is looking at futures suggesting 1960 for value. Yesterday we closed at 1990. So you can see that that's not very. It's not much lower than where it's saying the futures should be at. I mean, we're not much higher where we closed yesterday than where the futures are suggesting we should be at. So those futures are going to show up in pre-market downwards movement in stock prices.
The Nikkei fell 2.19% last night. Pretty big move. Hang Seng is down 0.2, and the Nifty 50 was down 1.3%. Looking at the markets, they were down anywhere. They're down anywhere from 0.36 to 1.06 right now, depending on what it is that you're looking at. So we are definitely seeing some red futures in the market this morning. Of the Mag 7 this morning, we have all 7 red. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Let's see what we have this morning to see if we have any. 2.5% in the pre-market would be pretty significant. I don't see anything as of right now. Gold. Gold is down 0.01 and is currently trending down. Looks like we're going to have like another. It's looking like we're going to have another big sell-off across the board. Silver is down 0.12, and I'm going to go with consolidating right now, but it looks like it wants to try to move into a downtrend. Ethereum Classic is down 0.22. Currently in a trend upwards, but overnight it looks like it might have been trending down pretty decently. Nope. Overnight it was trending up. This is where we start. It was mainly yesterday that we saw that downwards trend. The US dollar is currently down 0.06 but trending up. Oil is trading in the pre-market up. It was 2 point something just a second ago, and now it's 1.47, but definitely trending up on oil. SPY is down 0.52. It gapped down at pre-market open and has been consolidating ever since. Pokey stick of volume just hitting. Tesla is down 1.06, gap down, and has been trending up since pre-market open. Amazon is down 1.27, also trending down at pre-market open, and then found a bottom at around 174 and 174.39 and started trending back up. Cinemark has not yet traded. Doge is down 1.88 and is looks like it's consolidating right now. Bitcoin is down 1.01. Since about 3 o'clock in the morning, it started trending back up after taking a pretty big dump right around like 3. Well, I don't know if it's. I mean, it went from 56.3K a coin to 55.2K a coin, so it lost about 1,000 a coin between 312 and 338 this morning, and has been trending up ever since then. Has not quite recovered back to where it was, but you can see that the overall trend here, if I were to draw like a trend channel through just this section right here, you can see that we're almost back on pace to where it was trading before. GME's pre-market is opened up down and then started trending back up like a lot of different securities that we've seen so far. HYMC is up 0.48. I'm going to call it consolidating. NCMI has not yet traded. Pre-market hood is up 1.53. I'm going to say trending up on hood. AMC is down 0.32, and we just started a kind of a move down a little bit here. It's really not that big of a move. We're 1 penny lower than where we closed at. Inflow versus outflow yesterday. We had a total of $500,000 more inflow than outflow. Volume, 12,000 shares so far this morning, including the pokey stick of volume. So yeah, low volume traded day to day. On a 4-hour time interval, we have currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.75, which is below average, well, slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.59, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.95, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.05, which is average. Taking a look at a 1 hour. A 1 hour Ichimoto. Lagging line is on price line. Is this a 1 hour? Yeah, this is 1 hour. Let's get rid of DP here for just a second. Okay, lagging line is right on price line, but it's not going to take much of a boost up to get lagging line above price line. Do note that by the time we close the end of the day today, we want to try to see something higher than 483 to get this lagging line above price line for the future. So we need to see a 10-cent increase today for a close at a minimum, just to be able to see some positive momentum going into Monday next week. As we're trading right now below the cloud, and we want to see a breakthrough the top side of this red cloud. Do note we have some thinning portion of red cloud back here. We're kind of in the thickest portion of the cloud right now, which is going to be the hardest part to get through. Lagging line is on price line. Conversions below base. I'm going to say 485 is the target value that we want to have by the end of the day today. If we can hit 485, there should be some additional buying pressure that kicks in at 485. On a 4-hour time interval, lagging line is below price line, conversions below base, and price. In order to get to a point to where this becomes a buy signal for today, the lagging line's got to get over price line. So we're looking at a bare minimum $5. But the problem is that $5 puts us right smack dab in the cloud. So we're probably really need to see no, it's still $5 because the top of the cloud's $4.98. So $5. Our 1 hour and 4 hour clouds are starting to become a little bit closer aligned as to where the buying pressure is going to kick in at. And 485 is what the 1 hour is suggesting, and 510 is where the 4 hour is. So we're looking at like a 25-cent spread. The best place to break through this cloud on a 4 hour is going to either be today, Monday, or Tuesday. And that's going to be at $5. And I bet you Max Payne's still $5 for next week. Let me see. Yep, $5 for next week. Some of this data is going to I'm thinking some of this data is going to wreak havoc on price predictions for the day today. I don't think we're going to have a tight spread on price predictions. Just a hunch. All right, let me take you guys back over to the main page. Let me head over to the back of the big tramp. And let's see what you guys are saying. Nana says, so we get a sale today. It's possible. It's very, very possible because, Max Payne is now 450. That doesn't necessarily mean that we have to close at 450, but we are seeing. I'm seeing signs, anyways, of a red market today. So whether or not that continues throughout the day on that red market, if we see a turnaround at some point and see it starting to move back up, one way or the other, there should be some volatility, especially if there's going to be another sale of positions across the board. Apex says, I'm going to need to fire up the DeLorean today and get back to the future so I can validate my price prediction with some chicken bones and a cup of old dice. Nailing on the head today, guys. Cheers to you, Apex, and good luck. Johnson B Streets, good morning. But Donkey Kong says 25 minutes away from job numbers, and boy, they're The revision yesterday on job numbers did not look good on estimates. Kevin says thoughts on Berkshire selling 6.2 billion Bank of America and another 760 million yesterday. Trouble with the banks. Yeah, Warren Buffett's been exiting his position on Bank of America. So Bank of America, I had a list of different banks that I felt were going to be some of the most problematic banks for potential failures in the future. And Bank of America is on my top of my list. So I don't know, and I've been saying that for a long time too. It's not something I've been saying for recent. I've been saying this since 2021 that Bank of America was on my shit list. So number one would be Bank of America. I think number two, when I had kind of mentioned things in the past, what was number two? I'm trying to remember. Let me look again here. I think number two for me would possibly be Citigroup or maybe Wells Fargo. By the way, guys, I have Northern Trust on my list of banks on here. I don't know if you guys realize that or not, but it is on here. Yeah, I want to say Bank of America, and I'm not sure. I think I used to say number two would be Wells Fargo, but I might be moving Citigroup up to number two. But then Wells Fargo, 3 is going to be Citigroup, Wells Fargo. I'm not sure what I would put after that. But my thoughts is that Bank of America has been, ever since 2008, I mean, probably even before 2008, has been screwing over the American public in general. And I really want to see them, take some heat. TD has to be up there. Yeah, maybe. No, I mean, it's not on my list at all, but it probably could be. JP Morgan. So JP Morgan, I don't think so. Goldman Sachs, I would probably put on a top 10 list maybe. But JP Morgan, not. I know that they've got some shady business going on, but JP Morgan's going to be around for a long time, I think. Charles Schwab, maybe. Yeah, TD means Charles Schwab. Yeah, I know. Maybe. It depends, right? Like yeah. It's a top 10. I feel like there's some smaller banks that maybe aren't getting as much recognition that would probably make my top 5 list more. Well, for me, Inwa, it's always been Bank of America number 1. Number 2's pretty much been Wells Fargo, I think, for a long time. But I'm willing to move Wells Fargo up to number 2. I'm willing to move Citigroup up to spot 2 now. Seven. Richard, 7. Oh, that's what I was supposed to put in for the title today. Let me put in the reminder. I'll put it in the message in here in the box. Hold on a second here. I knew there was something I was supposed to put in the title today, Richard, and I was trying to remember what it was, and I completely forgot. So thank you. Okay, so you can call me Dick. It's too low. It's a low blow. I'm not gonna. I'll call you Rich. It's too easy. I don't like it. So I'm gonna pin that to the top there. So okay, so tomorrow on the poker tournament, since we're gonna have another one here, make sure that you guys are not late to that. It's gonna be at 7 p.m. Tomorrow night, Central Standard Time. So for those of you on the East Coast, that's gonna be 6 o'clock your time. For those of you who are on the West Coast, that's gonna be. I'm sorry, did I say that backwards? No, I said that. I said that backwards. It's going to be 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and it's going to be 5 o'clock West Coast. Oh, son of a gun. I put in 7-7, didn't I? Hold on a second here. Let me fix it. It's too early in the morning. Unpinned message. Copy message. Hold on, I'll fix it. I was trying to go for the 777, but it didn't work out. Thanks a lot. That's what I'm going to blame it on. So, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Some of the crazy things that I've been seeing is that I know a lot of banks have been closing down branches all over the place, and even here where I live, close by, they're building a bank, but the building structure itself is taking forever for them to build. And I'm starting to wonder if the bank that was going to open there, even if they even have the funds, or if they just halted building construction on the building site because they may not be able to afford it now. Because it is. I feel like it's been in the works of building for like a year now. And most of the things that we have going up around here where I live don't take that long to build. And I kept wondering, like, why are they building more banks all over the place when banks aren't doing well? And I feel like a lot of the stuff was probably slated before the downturn on the banks, and so they started planning out a lot of new opening of branches, and now they're getting caught. Yukon says, Casey, I do commercial glass for a living, and I'm seeing multiple bank projects being delayed. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm seeing it here. I mean, like I said, this bank's been under construction build for, hold on a second. Hey, hon, how long has that bank been under construction over here, right over by Costco? Next to CVS. It's been a while. I don't think she's sure, but it seems like it's been at least a year. I'm not in Dallas. I'm in Austin. Closer to Austin. Actually in Pflugerville, but closer to Austin. Nobody's ever heard of Pflugerville. The Texas Chainsaw filming location, which is near you, celebrates its 50th anniversary next month. I think I've looked that up before. I don't live as close to that as one might think. Joe says that's where the Grinch is from. Well, thank you. Oh, UPS delivery guy says my dislike for the Chiefs is through the roof today. Man, you must have. We must have done good then. Hold on a second here. Let me go check out my team. I don't even pay attention. Let's see here. Oh yeah, they were playing. They were playing the Ravens. I remember yesterday everybody was going, "Go Ravens!" And then the Chiefs win 7 points to 7 points, 20-27. It looks like the Ravens tried to make a comeback in the fourth quarter, but not to no avail. You got beat in the third. That's where it was at. Yeah, third quarter. Oh man, there's gonna be war. We said no division. Portnoy lost 300,000 betting on the Ravens. I've never really liked that guy very much, so I that I shouldn't. I'm not gonna say that that makes me happy, but I'm not sad either. I know a lot of you guys seem to like that guy a lot. I just don't. I don't hold very high regards for him, so and it's okay. We can still be friends. My favorite clip, because you just don't see this happening very often. Hold on a second, I gotta pull this up. This is my favorite little clip ever.
That were highlighted.
This is the best. I love this. This is so good. This is good stuff right here. This is comedy gold.
Had come down significantly from their highs, although they were well above their lows. Now, there was a general feeling, though, that it was.
Where is it? It's probably towards the end here. Hold on.
Whatever, and they have more than 5 cents in it, then I'll apologize.
All right, well, I think you're going to owe a lot of people an apology. Not that they sold when you sold, because they're saying that you were paper hands and they're diamond hands, but you didn't live up to what you were saying. That you helped create a movement, and at the first sign of danger, you were the one who blinked. And that's why they lost respect for you.
They closed trading, Charles. I didn't know they could do that. Do your research and see the sequence of events. I didn't start it. I joined it.
If you watch my show, I actually have chronicled this better than anyone else, and why it was wrong for Robinhood.
How is that
why it was wrong for Robinhood to close trading? Because not everyone sold AMC at $5.
Well, then
some people held on to it.
They wouldn't be complaining, would they?
Well, they might be complaining. Rich people complain all the time. You're rich and you complain a lot.
You made millions of dollars because you held, and then you go make fun on Twitter of somebody who sold. That's not how it works. They're partying on their yachts.
Would you step up? Would you step up for these people, Dave, and try to help them now get these?
You're making no sense. You're being a moron.
I'm trying to. No, I'm not being. You're being a little bitch. Listen, would you step up to these people and go to Gary Gensler, and say, help change the rules?
I like that. Would you
ask Gary Gensler?
When you see and I don't even think Charles. I don't even know if Charles Payne got in trouble for that, but he literally he called him a little bitch right there. That was probably the best. I was like, dang, that's a little hostile. That's some angry Charles Payne right there. I thought it was funny. I just don't really have a whole lot of love for the guy. It is what it is. You're a little bitch. Oh man, I thought that was great. Germcore says 8 minutes to NFP. Yeah, we got. I'll stick around for that portion of it because those job numbers are going to be, I don't know, those non-farm payroll numbers. That's going to be something else. I mean, the revision was down, right? They already revised the numbers down like 20. What was it? What did I say yesterday? Like 25,000 or something like that overnight. Hourly wages year over year, they're estimating to be up by 0.1. Let's see here. U.S. unemployment rate 4.3. They're expecting a drop to 4.2. And the U.S. non-farm payroll was previously 114,000, and they're expecting an increase to 161. If I remember correctly, let me refresh this because I feel like they revised that 161 down like 25K, so it was like, I can't remember. It was just slightly higher than whatever the previous values were. 114. It was like 120 or 125 or something like that, I think. Apex says, clip that Charles Payne, your pitch for the back of the big tramp, please. We could do that now that I just played it. I wonder if I always wonder when I see stuff like that. I wonder if Charles was like sitting there cold sweating at some point. Like right after he said it, he probably realized like, ooh, that might have been too far. I wonder if he cold sweated that at all and had that moment where of clarity where he was like, wow, I probably shouldn't have just said that. But I mean, he walked away. I mean, he was right in my opinion on what he was saying. It's just you don't typically hear somebody in the media who has a guest on their show and then calls them a little bitch. So it's not very typical. Oh yeah, Donkey Kong says, Casey, you skipped the part where he didn't know who Gary Gensler was. Well, okay, so I actually give Portnoy a little bit of credit on that one. I mean, when that interview went down, Gary Gensler, that interview was like early on Gensler taking his position as the head of the SEC. So while we all look at it in retrospect now and go like, how could you not possibly know who Gary Gensler is? I mean, he was in the spot for like a month maybe before that interview. 2 months? I don't know. Not very long. It couldn't have been more than a month. So Gary Gensler, I don't even think had like I don't think he'd even done any testifying before Congress at that point even. So to not know who Gary Gensler was, I think for me, I'll give him a pass on that one. I don't like it when people get unfairly criticized for. So I mean, I didn't know who Gary Gensler was at the time. I wouldn't have known. I mean, maybe you did, and that's cool. But I wouldn't have known who he was either, probably at that point. I'd been like, who? Oh, the new head of the SEC that just stepped up. Okay, well, I just don't know who he is. But that's just I'm kind of one of those people that's not. I don't really care about names too much, so. You know what's closer to me, Yunhua, besides the Chainsaw Massacre? What was that movie with Dolly Parton, hun? The Little Whorehouse or something? What was it called? The Best Little Whorehouse. What of what?
In Texas.
Oh, in Texas. The Best Little Whorehouse in Texas is actually really close to me. It's not. It's a movie. It's not like a It's a movie with Dolly Parton, and if you haven't seen it, I actually haven't even seen the movie, but when we were taking one of our kids to go play soccer, it's literally like right next to the soccer field right there. You can look over and see it, and it's close by. Apex says, sure, Casey. Yunhua, you're welcome. And I don't... Let me see. Hold on a second here. I don't think that Chainsaw Massacre place is close by, though. Let me see where it is. If it's the same house as the... There's no way it's the same house. Hold on a second here. Yeah, Granger... See, I looked this up before. I remember this now. Granger, Texas is not really that close to me. I know if Yunhua, if you're from Texas, you know, maybe for you that seems close. But for me, if you have to drive more than an hour to get someplace, that's too far. It's a long ways. Granger, Texas. I'm not even sure where this is. Let's see, maps. See, the thing about Texas is that, like, okay, yeah, I see where it's at. That's not that far. It's the thing about Texas is that there might be stuff that is quote unquote close by, but it's in the middle of nowhere and there's nothing else to do when you get there, right? So the chances of me going over to a spot where like Granger, I'm not even sure if I'm saying it right. The chances of me going there would just happen to be if I'm passing through, because there's just nothing out that way. I don't have any reason to drive that direction or into that part of the neck of the woods. So it is relatively close, but I just don't go there. Let's see if I can do directions. Allow. Yeah, this is saying that it's going to take me like non-toll roads without traffic is like a 37-minute drive. In order for me to just go see it, it would take me an hour round trip. I almost didn't do that for popcorn the other day, a popcorn bucket the other day. So I don't know. The chances of me going out to like a middle of nowhere spot is kind of rare. All right. Well, we must have had some kind of numbers roll in here because the market's starting to move a little bit with some of these numbers. Let's see how the SPY is reacting to it. Kind of mixed on the SPY right now. It's not really sure which way it wants to go. But those numbers definitely released. Let's see what we got here. See if I got any stuff. U.S. non-farm payroll. Let's see. The U.S. non-farm roll, non-farm roll. The U.S. non-farm payroll numbers for August 2024 were released today. The data shows that the U.S. economy added 114,000 jobs in August. This is a slight increase from the previous month, indicating a steady but modest growth in employment. So what were I think the estimate, or the previous month I thought was 114 as well. Yeah, the previous month shows 114. So, oh wait, that is for August. Hold on a second here. Those are not the updated numbers. I'm still not seeing the numbers yet. Don't want that one. I'm not seeing the data yet. Amazing Blue 2, good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
Good, how you doing?
Good. I see on Twitter, U.S. non-farm payroll actual 142K versus 114 previous.
Yeah, I literally was
Estimate 160.
just pulling that up just now.
Okay.
Yep, 142. Changed a little at
Yeah,
4.2. Yeah.
Versus 4.3.
Yep.
Twitter seems to find it quicker than anybody else. X,
Yeah.
whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I always feel like I'm like the last person to find out the information on this stuff. you know, you can find it everywhere else, but then you try to go to the actual website for the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, and you don't get. And what do you get? It's like it always is the last report, right? I'm always going like, how in the world does find it everywhere else, but where it's supposed to be at? But yeah,
There's a couple accounts that I follow, trading accounts that'll post that stuff relatively quick.
Yep.
You know, the whales and guys like that.
Yep. And I'm following them too, but I just don't tend to. I mean, that's I guess my thought process is that the first place that I should be able to find it should be the direct source, and it never is.
Yeah, you'd think,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. And it's just because the only reason I don't go with their numbers is because I just don't want to be that person one day where I report it and their numbers are wrong. And because I want to get it from the actual source itself, and then and so yeah, whatever.
True. There's usually 2 or 3 guys right in my feed, like in a row. They're all bing, bing, bing. So usually you can see if their numbers are the same, then you're pretty. It's usually pretty accurate.
Well, it's kind of like unusual whales, right? Is that one of the ones that you? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one of the ones. So unusual whales.
There's another one I follow, Minted. And...
So unusual whales had a post that I was actually going to read out this morning. That was a Bloomberg post that they just talked about the SEC, and I think I brought it up in the back of the Big Tramp after the market had closed yesterday. And then I went back and I researched it. This is the quote. I'm going to read the quote to you. It says, "The SEC seems to think that there's something inherently deceptive about activist short sellers covering their shorts quickly after publishing their reports," per Bloomberg. That was 23 hours ago that he posted that. It was yesterday. He posted that out yesterday at 7:57 a.m. Right? I was gonna talk about it, but then I decided to go read the Bloomberg article. That Bloomberg article was not yesterday. That was like in July of this year, and I'm sitting there going like, or June or something like that. And I'm going like it just bothers me that they try to make it seem like that happened today when in actuality it was, because I'm sitting there reading this quote from Bloomberg, thinking, oh well, the SEC just released the CAT system, so of course, if a bunch of activist short sellers are closing out their positions, that's what they must be talking about what's happening this week. Right, but that's not what's happening. They're literally. This quote was from I think the left. What was his name? Andrew Left. Andrew was it Andrew?
Andrew Left.
Yeah, Andrew Left.
That's the thing with me is if it's an opinion piece or an article, I try to cross-reference it.
Yeah.
But the other problem with trying to cross-reference things is, for the most part, you have so many people copying and pasting what everybody else says.
Yep.
So it makes it extremely difficult to find the actual source. On stuff like that. For numbers, for me, it's a little bit different, but source-wise, I try to cross-reference from at least a couple different people that have their own information as opposed to just copying and pasting people.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. Estimates were 161. What did we say, 164? 142. Sorry, 142. So it definitely came in lower than the estimates. 142 was the actual value. They were estimating 161, so it came in a lot lower. I think the revision down, I think that I had mentioned yesterday was like it was like 25K or something like that. which would have probably put this. It would have put this 142 a lot closer, or maybe the 142 a little bit better than what they were expecting on that revision. But I know there was a revision done, and I think that was off the 161. So that last minute revision that they did for estimates likely is the reason why this is looking positive right now, because the revision down was more than this amount. All right. Thanks for jumping in and throwing that out there. I appreciate that.
No problem. I'm gonna try to get into the poker tomorrow night, so you guys have a chance to kick my ass.
Well, you are what do they call it? The returning champion.
Luckily, it was a coin flip for a last hand, so I'm not confidently coming in telling everybody I'm a poker king. but I lasted towards the end and got lucky.
Yeah.
How poker usually goes.
Well, it is, as the saying says, a chip in a chair.
Yes, sir.
So
now I got a couple extra chips to play around with while I'm playing. So.
There you go.
I appreciate it. Your lucky chips.
Anytime.
I will have a good day, and I'll probably see you guys tomorrow.
Sounds good. Take care.
You as well.
Jay Medro says, Casey, Reagan was a 9 out of 10, no question. That's what I'm saying, man. That movie did not get fair reviews, in my opinion. I think it got fair reviews by people who've actually gone and seen it, but that movie did not get fair reviews from the critics at all. That movie was way better than the critics' ratings. And I don't think you have to be. I think you can go watch that movie and not be a. It doesn't matter what side of the fence you live. If you're liberal, if you're conservative, it does not matter. I think you can go watch that movie, and it's not going to try and shove something. I don't think it's going to try and shove something down your throat that's going to make you feel uncomfortable or anything like that. It's literally just talking about the life of a guy who became president. So. And it's a good story. And it makes you feel good about the past. It makes you want to kind of almost go back and be like, can we do that again? Somehow? Can we get there? Nate Ross says, U.S. added fewer jobs than expected in August while unemployment. Yeah, you say that, but I think that's only because of. I don't think I think if that's not including the revision that they just did. There you go, Jay. I like that. I like that comment a lot. Being an American, I felt the same way leaving that movie. That's what it's about, right? The end quote was my favorite. The last quote from Ronald Reagan. Oh my gosh, man! I wanted so badly to copy that down and just memorize that. I was like, that's what a statement. If you've seen it, you've seen it, you know. But I can't. I want to ruin it. You gotta go listen. Let's do this, guys. I need to put up my message up on the screen here, and then head out. Amazing Bluetooth. See you tomorrow, perhaps. Let me put my message up on the screen. Alrighty, let's get these. I'm still looking at the SPY right now, guys. I was like, where am I? This is, sorry about that. Let me put it back on AMC here. I just kind of wanted to see what was going to be happening at price there. AMC doesn't. AMC barely takes a look. I mean, we're just doing our own thing over here. It's not. We're not moving based off the rest of the market. We don't ride with the rest of the market. We do our own thing. All right, let me put some music on for you guys, and I'll see you back for price predictions for the day in about 30 minutes.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the grit and grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all in stride. Oh, ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
All right, guys, I'm back, and I'm trying to figure out what I think price is going to close at for the day today. And in order to beat out Nana, I'm going to have to either have a unique price prediction within 10 cents, or 10 cents away from anybody else, and get that right, or nail it straight on the dot. I'm a little confused as to which direction we're going to be heading for the day-to-day. I see a continued stair-stepping action kind of moving over the last 2 weeks worth of trading time here, where I feel like it's kind of creating a trend channel, perhaps on where we may be kind of moving towards, and we're kind of at the end of that channel. Every single time we've kind of met the requirements of potentially maybe breaking out upwards, we fall down quite a bit. And you can see that the time between failures is about 2 days of stability followed by a fall down. So you got 2 days of stability and then perhaps a fall down today. That closing price would be around 461, 462, if that's going to be the case. Now we know max pain is 450 for the bucks for the day today, because it changed from yesterday, and I would imagine that's probably from $5 calls that would have been closing. If price doesn't start moving up today and more calls continue to close at 5 or higher, that's going to be a bearish signal and could cause price to come tumbling down on AMC. And I don't think it would just be AMC. I think it's going to be across the board. A good chance that we see a lot of different stocks moving down today. I think there's another sell-off in the making. And part of the reason I say that is because of this last night on the Nikkei. And you can see it dropped quite a bit. And it is recovering some. But you can see here that there was definitely an overnight drawdown on the overall markets. The VIX is dropping quite a bit in the pre-market this morning, but the futures, let's see here. What are the futures? Futures are suggesting 1835, so more of a drawdown on the VIX, because the VIX right now is at 1929, so about a 1 point spread difference. Man. So here's the other thing. We've got some very odd activity going on over here on the bond yields. So there was a very sharp dip on the bond yields when the numbers came out initially for the non-U.S. non-farm payroll. And then very quickly rose again, even higher to where they were at prior. And you can see that there's a very definite shift in the 2-year and 10-year, right? So we definitely have the 2-year now steadily below the 10-year. And one of the things that I've kind of mentioned to you in the past is that when we see yields dropping and we see the inverted 2-year, 10-year bond yields normalize, that we would probably tend to see the market starting to fail. Well, that's definitely a drop. They're falling, and now we've got a normalized bond yield. I'm not feeling all that confident in what's going to happen today in the market, and I think that AMC could fall with it initially. I guess what I'm having a hard time deciding right now is if this is going to be a fake bull run up, followed by like a drastic drop at around like 10 o'clock this morning. I don't have warm fuzzies today. $462 for a close. I'm going $412 to $512. Nana has 450, 4 to 5. Nana doesn't have warm fuzzies either, apparently. 4 to 5 on Nana, and let's see. Apex has, I think he put something in here as I was coming back. 425 to 525. He didn't have warm fuzzies. And Tech, prediction 464, because I just heard max pain was 450, so 485 prediction for today. So he's going with 435 to 535. Does anybody have a unique price prediction by 10 cents? I do. Nana does. We both have unique price predictions by more than 10 cents than somebody else on either side of us. This could be an interesting day for tiebreaker. It's that time of the morning. Shall we get this show started or what? Let's do this. Do note, guys, Max Payne is back up to $5 going into next week, though. So it may just be a temporary rundown, and we may see some draw up afterwards. Let's get this day started. 35-cent spread according to Apex. Let's get this day going. I'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
When the nights are getting cold and you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do, we buy and roll. There will be shills who want to steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. There will be shills who want to steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. 'Cause all we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go, got it. Go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GT. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our pilot constraints. From a weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MCO, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Coming. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Been dazed and confused for so long, it's not true. Wanted a woman, never bargained for you. Lots of people talking, few of them know. Soul of a woman was created below. You hurt and abused, telling all of your lies.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today, Beetlejuice hits on nostalgia but misses on best movie of the year. I know it's not the most comfortable title to see because probably every single one of us wants to, hear the best possible news ever. What I want to say is this. I want to preface everything that I have to say here with the idea that the original movie, I don't think I've ever even seen all the way through until maybe just the other night when my wife and I were sitting down and watching. I was actually on my phone surfing the web, and she was watching Beetlejuice to watch it. And by the way, for those of you who are wanting to ask, should you watch Beetlejuice beforehand? Probably not a bad idea. It would kind of give you a little refresher into some of the stuff from the past. So I'm not like a huge, massive Beetlejuice fan, right? So that preface everything that I say with a grain of salt. For me, it wasn't movie of the year. I actually felt Reagan was a much better movie. And I'm putting up the ratings here for the three movies just so you can see some of the differences on what the audience scores were saying in reference to some, what I feel is a movie of the year still, and this, in my opinion, is still Deadpool. It got better both critic reviews and just general public reviews. Whereas if you look at what's happening right now with Beetlejuice, it's got 77% critics and 87% from the reviewers. It's a good movie. I'm not saying it's a bad movie. I just don't think it's movie of the year quality. So I don't know that this is going to be the movie that's going to have the same kind of numbers that Deadpool has, but I would love to be wrong. And let me tell you, there are some die-hard fans out there because when we came out of the movie theater afterwards, and as we were getting to walk out, there were people that were dressed all the way up for the movie. And we saw the earliest showing, I think, that day. And there were people, maybe it wasn't, I can't remember if it was the earliest or not, but it was pretty early on. Kids got out of school and went straight over there. But the people that were there afterwards were all get up and looked like they were ready to go to have a good time. And I bet you they had it. I bet you they had a great time going down memory lane and seeing a sequel to the original Beetlejuice. But, it's have tempered expectations when you go to see it. And there was at least one, maybe two actors in there that I did not know were going to be in there. And it was kind of fun seeing them in there because they were big names. And they did good jobs on their parts. And it was really cool. What did I pull up? Oh, yeah. Winona Ryder, Catherine O'Hara, I don't want to say this name. Keaton. Anthony Keaton, or is that? I can't remember if I'm saying his name right or not, but they all did great job on their parts. Then you had Ortega; she did an amazing job on her part too. There was no bad parts about the movie. I don't have any like bad things to say about it. I'm just saying that it was not like over the top for me. Michael Keaton, sorry, I don't know why I said Anthony Keaton. Michael Keaton. You know how I am with names. Just not over the top for me. Right? I would actually probably agree with these numbers over here on the popcorn from just the general audience score. This 87%. I think it's a fair rating. I really, really, really think this is a fair rating. And that does not by any means mean a bad movie right there. That's actually a really good movie. So I highly recommend it. Go see it. Go check it out. That's my take. Anthony Kiedis is our HCP. Thank you. Is that who I was confusing with? I have no idea. You know me and names. I don't work well with names. But let me head over to the back of the Big Tramp. Good morning, Pirate. Top of the day to you.
Morning.
I want to preface that you will note in the top pinned to the top of the page here. Tomorrow, I was supposed to put in today that the poker tournament, it was supposed to be the title for tomorrow, and I'm considering maybe changing it. But poker tournament tomorrow, 9/7 at 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. For those of you on the East Coast, that's going to be an hour later, so 8 o'clock p.m. For those of you on the West Coast, it's going to be 5 o'clock p.m. So yeah. If I had to say who my favorite character was in the movie, like who really played the part and made me feel like, oh my gosh, I feel like I just stepped back into the 80s. Melissa's probably going to love that. I don't know if she's going to love it or not, but Catherine O'Hara, by far. She was the same person she was in the last one. And what's crazier to me than anything is how little she looks like she's changed. And I don't know how much of that is movie effects that maybe perhaps had something to do with that, but my goodness, she does not look like she aged like the rest of everybody else. She still looks great. It's amazing. Mr. Mom is 73. Yeah, Michael Keaton, he did a wonderful job playing Beetlejuice. He was Beetlejuice. There really wasn't. There was no difference. 73 yesterday. Wow. One timer says hard to find seats in my area. Surprise! I know we had a hard time. We didn't even see it on Wednesday night because of the fact that the seats, there weren't any really good seats left for. We were buying 6 seats at the time, so I had to look for a night where we could actually get 6 good seats, and so I had to go the second night, which was last night. So yeah, it's definitely selling a lot of tickets. Mac Nedenby says, huge discrepancy between audience and critic score. Are critics even useful these days? I don't know. Everybody's got a biased opinion. I mean, like, that's why I'm saying don't even listen to what it is that I'm saying, right? I mean, my life and how the things I enjoy versus the things that you enjoy are 2 different things, right? Like, I wouldn't expect anybody to have exactly the same tastes as I have. And so why would you listen to me as a critic for a movie? You shouldn't. You should go take it in and experience it for yourself and walk away with it with your own experience.
Let me ask you, Captain, is it possible that this is yet another victim of that insidious thing known as overhype? Is it possible that it just didn't meet up, that the bar was set way too high, the way this thing was hyped to the moon?
Boy, I can't, because Reagan was so underplayed, and I went and saw that and absolutely loved it. Right. And this was, I was talking within this last week, I was talking about it getting a 3-minute ovation on Beetlejuice. And so maybe, I don't know if that's the case for me. I feel like for me it was,
that could play a small part in it.
Could be. There was
Look, I don't care if it sucks balls as long as it puts money in the company coffers. I'm all for it, man.
There was a particular scene that I mentioned to Melissa after it was over, and I said, like, this one scene happened and it went way too long for me. I was like, when is this going to end? And then she was like, I love that scene. So, it's like one of those things where it's like, for me, it didn't, for me, it didn't hit. For her, it was great, and it was just kind of like one of those things where, I guess maybe every individual is going to see this thing differently.
Well,
maybe
that's the beauty of it. We could do a simple test. We could have a sample size of the Shaw family and just ask all of your kids. They got to see one movie tonight. Do you guys want to go see Beetlejuice or Reagan? I bet I know how the kids would vote.
Well, they didn't see Reagan, so
right. That's what I'm saying. If you gave them a choice to see either movie, what movie do you think a young demographic is going to want to go see on a Friday night? It's date night. You got your girlfriend, your best boyfriend, whatever. You're heading to the movies. You guys want to go see a movie about a president, or you want to go to see Beetlejuice? And I think Beetlejuice will win hands down.
I didn't say it because I didn't want to, but Melissa put it in there because somebody said that I heard this is going to be a great kids movie. And Melissa said it 'cause I didn't want to, so she saved me. But Savvy actually fell asleep in the movie, so I don't know. She might, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Ned with the new name change. Ned changed his name to Ned Shreds. We all know that he's the guy that sent us the picture of the auto shredder and all that. That's very cool, Ned. What took you so long? I'm just saying, damn. Seems like that's something you should have done a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't.
Casey, I'm going to have to just go ahead and put you in timeout for shorting a movie. Okay? Because, in this.
You don't know how upset I was
Casey,
knowing that I was going to come in today.
We don't
and
talk
I know.
about other shares. Okay, other stocks. We don't talk about Adam Aaron and all that.
I'm not talking bad about it. I'm legitimately saying you need to go see this movie.
Flavor the popcorn.
I'm saying you need to go see this movie to be able to judge it for yourself because I can't do it because it's not.
Well, look,
it didn't
you
hit.
Put
for
a
me.
bad taste in my mouth with your title there.
I don't know. I don't think it beats Deadpool. I'm just saying I don't think it beats Deadpool. I don't see it happening.
Why didn't you put that as the title?
Because
come on,
well,
now,
by saying movie of the year before this, what do you think would have been? I think Deadpool was like it was the ringer prior to this movie release. It was a dead ringer.
Well, look, let's get to the rat killing here. Let's get right down to the heart of the matter. Did your obvious mild disappointment in the movie, did it affect your bucket buying?
Not at all. Well, remember we bought the bucket the day before, so we didn't buy any.
Oh, that's right. Well,
yeah.
you said Melissa might want the entire collection of cups, and I was just wondering how
they didn't have any cups, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't know if they ran out or what happened, but they didn't have any of the cool cup mugs there. That they had the cups, but they didn't have the mugs that we were looking for. And so I was a little upset about that. I was like, oh,
absolutely
man.
none of this went your way, did it? This is an epic failure, man. You should have just stayed home.
No, I wouldn't say that. But I mean, there was something I was going to show. Oh, yeah. I know it was. Look at the daily box office. So I'm going to go back to Reagan here for just a second, just because I just want to kind of throw this out there. But look at this. Deadpool did this on Wednesday, $887,000 domestically. Reagan pulled in $883,000. That says something to me. Reagan's been open for a week, and it's pulled in almost nearly as much as Deadpool did. I think that's. I think you guys ought to really consider that this Reagan movie was way better than anybody gave it credit for. Way better.
Make it the sleeper of the year. You always need one of those. Sneaks up on everybody.
Oh, I thought you meant one you could sleep in. I see what you're meaning. Okay, come from behind.
No.
Yeah.
Sleeper in terms of, like drag racing or what have you. Yeah. One that nobody realizes is as fast as it is.
But nonetheless, there are plenty of movies to go see in the movie theater that are going to be good movies for whatever your fancy might be, your Nancy pants, as Ronald Reagan says. Well, Nancy pants. So there's something for everybody. Ned says a sleeper that builds hype out of nowhere will draw more attention than a movie that was already hyped, in my opinion. I guarantee you that regardless of what it is that I have to say, Beetlejuice is going to do some good numbers. Guaranteed. I have no doubt about it. So take what I'm saying with a very small grain of salt. In fact, you know what? If you want me to change the title for the day for the poker tournament, I will.
No. You're entitled to your opinion.
No,
Come on,
can't change it. Casey. We got to keep it.
Well, anytime you see participants in the crowd who dress like the characters, that's evidence of a cult following right there.
Oh, absolutely.
Even if it's niche, and sometimes that results in people seeing the movie multiple times. I mean, look at the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I mean, the run it had was incredible. And the people weren't going for the movie. They were going for the common experience of everyone else in that theater. So, you know, there's that to consider.
Yeah.
Well, at least it wasn't an utter stinker. I mean, that's the big thing. You know,
No,
you see someone
absolutely.
spend $10,
Yeah,
$20
yeah.
million dollars on something.
Yes.
And you're just like, well, this was a waste of celluloid. Why did they even bother filming this fucking thing?
Well, and I don't want to give away who the please don't, if you've seen it or you know who it is who's in the movie. There's an actor that's in the movie that's in the very beginning portion of the movie, and they don't show you who he is at first, and I instantly knew who it was. I was like, I know who that is. I know who that is, and I got all excited. I was like, I can't believe he's in this movie. So it was kind of, I had the very beginning portion of Beetlejuice hit hard for me. Because I was real excited. I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to be really, really good. And then it just kind of, like, the beginning portion was the best part. That was literally the best part of the whole movie, was just probably the first, I don't know. If it's 2 hours long, I'd say probably the first half hour was the best part of that whole movie. And maybe the last half hour. First and last half hour, probably the best parts.
Well, let me ask you this, and I'll risk, at the risk of running afoul of a spoiler alert, I'll try to. The first movie for me was just whimsical. It was humorous. It was just pure comedy. I didn't see it as in any way whatsoever as far as being a horror movie. But what I enjoyed the most out of the first one, and I wasn't a super fan, what did it for me were the ghost-like characters, the creativity that was shown in all those the monsters, what have you.
Yeah.
Did they revisit that? Was it in keeping with that theme? Were there lots of monsters to enjoy?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
I think we just lost Casey's.
No.
Well, it's so fun.
I don't. What, you didn't hear my answer? I
No,
totally
we
said
didn't.
it out loud.
No,
Didn't hear
your
it.
microphone.
Let me try.
blank
Let me
went
try
blank.
again. I think it was real. No, I don't.
Oh,
Yeah, that's if I had to describe it in just those couple words, that's exactly how I'd describe it.
you didn't.
Did I cut out again?
I don't understand what's
No,
what's
I'm picking
happening.
up what he's laying down. He's sending a signal that there's nothing there. It took me a while. I'm a little slow.
I'm not.
My coffee, but his answer was no. His answer
How
was
can you not
no.
hear me? I literally said the same thing twice. I tried to elaborate on it the second time, and there's just you didn't.
I heard it. I heard you loud and clear the second time. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you got to go see the movie, I guess, because I mean that's the only way that you're gonna be able to know.
Right. Okay.
I can't spoil it, man. It's spoiler alerts.
I got you.
Please don't make me feel intellectually inferior, please.
What? You do that to
Took me a
yourself.
while,
That's a you
Rugged.
thing.
Don't feel bad, Rugged. The first time, listen, he's playing his mind fuck games, and I'm over here. I'm clicking on the mouse. I'm turning up my iPad. I'm turning down the. And then the second time he did it, I'm like, this fucking guy.
Oh man.
I'm like, okay, it's Friday. I'll allow it. It is Friday. The rules are much more relaxed on Friday. So
Yunhua says, like Gump giving the speech at the Washington Memorial.
That's nice.
It was a great scene, wasn't it? It was a great speech. He said.
Didn't hear shit. Yeah, exactly.
I really, you don't know how much every time I've seen, because that's Melissa's favorite movie. Every time I see that scene, I always go like, I would pay money to know what they told him to say, even though we didn't hear it. I want to know so badly what it is that he had to say in there, and that's how much I want to know. I wonder if I wonder if they have that somewhere. If they have like some kind of
award
script.
a cool point to Yunhua Stevens. That was a pretty good. Pretty good call out there. Well done, Yunhua.
Yep. Go see the movie, man. Go see the movie.
I'll send my people.
Sounds good. The people.
Oh yeah, I'll direct my forces. send my troops, deploy my units.
Well, Rugged, good morning.
Morning to you, Casey.
How you doing today?
It's Friday, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So
Funky, good morning. Trying to get some things all finalized before you go into a weekend?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Funky, good morning.
Closing in on his big real estate deal. He's got a monster real estate deal he's chewing. He's got a bone to be chewed, and he's in the heat of battle, and the clock is ticking. He's coming down to D-Day on decision time. So I don't want to divulge too much of his personal business, but I know he's on the cusp of a battle.
Wait a
to
second.
dip his toe into the auction world, step up to the plate against some of the other heavy hitters and see if he can't snag some sweet discounts on some real estate. And
Yunhua says, did you hear about Oddity Reviews calling it the best horror film of 2024? I had not. That would be surprising to me, for sure. I would not have expected that at all.
Here we go.
Yeah.
That's horror film?
You know he's a horror snob. Him and Melissa, they're like horror elitist.
Yep.
It's never going to be good enough or scary enough for either one of them. So
well, no, the thing is that, that just tells me who it's for. It means it's for the general public. It's not for actual horror fans. So if the general public wants that to be the horror flick of the year, then I know it means it's a popular film for everybody.
Who are you to stand in the way?
Yeah. And I'm down with that. I'm okay. I just know that means that I'm not going to think it's the best. So I figured that out a while ago.
Just for that, I'm going to call you Jump Scare for the rest of the day. You're no longer known as KC. Your name henceforth is going to be Jump Scare.
It's true. It's so true. I'd totally jump at those.
I know that's your favorite device. That is your absolute favorite dramatic device.
I hate
jump scares.
I hate it. Yeah, no, I hate it.
Everyone here knows
I hate
you
it.
love a jump scare. Casey loves him some good jump scare.
Gosh, I can't think of what it. The Halle Berry movie with the kids tied to the ropes in the house, and I can't remember what it. Don't
Monsters Ball.
No. It's coming out. It's a brand new movie. They had a preview for it, and Melissa and Savvy both were like, kind of upset because they feel like this has been like in previews forever, and the movie has not released yet. And so, if you want to talk about scares, I think that movie, which is coming up, let me see when it's coming out here. I'm pretty sure that movie is going to scare the crap out of some people. I think it is going to be... You want to talk about horror flick of the year, I think that's going to win it. Let me look it up.
I saw a trailer yesterday. Mrs. Pyro was watching the... by the way, my son come up with a new name for your team. He calls them the Kansas City Queefs.
that they're winning.
They were pulling... I know they were pulling against you last night. They wanted... whoever was up against the Queefs, but we can talk about that later. And
never let go.
How they lost by a toe. I mean, if they'd have trimmed that toenail just a little closer, they might have won that game. But we'll revisit the football thing later.
Never let go is the name of the movie, by the way.
During that game last night, there was a trailer for a new horror movie come out that looked pretty scary, and I forget the name of the actor, but I couldn't even tell. I was in the middle of running around, and it looked like it was in the spirit of the old Here's Johnny, the madman, the psychopath movie who has the people.
The Shining.
And I'm afraid, yeah. Thank you for bailing me out. The Shining. It looked like it was kind of in a similar spirit of that movie. And
great horror movie, by the way. Because it really plays on like a lot of like emotional fears that I think people have just in general, and that's what makes it such a thriller. A thriller horror, as a matter of fact, because there should be a difference between
Dynamite
thriller.
Boy, I think that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, but
kind of like one of those movies. I think I don't want to say they was.
That's the name of the movie.
Or sociopath or something, where it's one of those things where he's, in plain sight, and I guess it initially appears to be sane, but longer the movie plays out, the more they realize that the guy's just batshit crazy.
Oh, you're talking about with the families the two different families that are meeting up? Oh yeah, that does look creepy as hell. What is that called? That's did somebody put the name in already in here? Speak No Evil?
I don't know. That's
Maybe?
what it was. Dynamite is on it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that does look kind of crazy. Little cray going on there.
He's right up there with the old Here's Johnny. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Those that movie was in the previews, and it does look looks like it's gonna be a scary one. All right.
For me, and I'm not a big aficionado of the horror genre, but for me, I find the most chilling, the most frightening, are the ones that show the fallibility or the fallibility of man. Again, just like in The Shining, what's more terrifying than your own father or your stepfather or whatever, but you're someone in your own family who becomes the monster.
Yep.
That to me is far more terrifying than the concept of Freddy Krueger or any of those mythical creatures.
Oh, sure, because it fully plays on your insecurities
Psyche.
about family stability.
Yep.
Right? Yeah, I get it.
Well, your own relationships. It can get way down into a whole Freudian thing about your relationships with your family. Does your father really love you, or does he secretly hate you? All that sort of stuff, and it's really deep, dark shit.
Oh yeah, yep, kind of stuff that gives you real nightmares.
Sorry, I know we're up against numbers.
No, that's all right. It's okay. But let's do it though. Let's move on to numbers. We'll start with, I guess we should probably quickly mention that the U.S. non-farm payroll data came out earlier this morning, and I reposted. I'm not going to actually read off the numbers to you this morning. Well, maybe I will. I don't know if it's in this post or not here, but I retweeted out a Kobisi letter statement saying breaking the June and July jobs reports have been revised lower by a combined 86,000 jobs. The June job reports was revised lower by 61,000 jobs from 179,000 to 118,000. The July jobs report was revised lower by 25,000 jobs from 114 to 89,000. This means that the July jobs report was the weakest jobs report since the pandemic in 2020. December of 2020. Just wait until next month when we see the revisions for today's numbers. What's happening here? Downward job revisions have become the new normal this year. 11 out of the last 15 job reports have now been revised lower. The June job report has now been revised lower 2 times, a major red flag. And the job numbers seemingly came out higher than expected this morning when we got the numbers. They came out. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull it up here again. Where do I thought I still had it up on the screen, and it seems like I might have gotten rid of it. Hold on a second. There it is. Total non-farm payroll employment increased by 142,000 in August. The initial thoughts was that it was going to be 161 for the forecast. But then they did that revision, I think, of 25K down from that 61, which means that they ended up getting a more positive number than that 2-day prior 25 adjustment down that they had, I think. So it ended up coming in a little bit more positive than what was expected after a revision. So we got a little bit of a bump in the pre-market this morning as a result, but I think it might have been a little bit of a false bump to kind of give perhaps maybe some hope to the market, some hopium to the market. Price prediction tally points on the top left-hand side of this page here. Nana is leading the week with her price predictions she nailed on the head 2 days ago. Nobody got yesterday's price prediction correct. Nana was the closest. Hold on one second here. Let me pull something up real quick. So she is leading the week. There is a potential possibility for Nana to get an extra bonus point today. She has a unique price prediction from anybody else. I also have a possibility of an extra bonus point based off of my prediction, which is unique. And if I were to get the point today, the extra bonus point, it would come down to a tiebreaker. As it stands for this week, I have the closest predictions on average for the week. I'm at 38 cents. What's that?
I said you're doing awesome.
38 cents right now. Nana's behind me by 2 pennies, 40 cents. Apex is 55 cents, and Tech is at 87 cents for the week so far. The price predictions for the day are not meant as financial advice, just simply what 4 apes think that we're going to have for a price over the week for each day. And I've got 412 to 512. Nana has 4 to 5. Hold on a second here. I gotta change something real quick here because it put in a date for me. All right, Apex has 425 to 525, and Tech has 435 to 535. So those are our price predictions for the day today. Again, Nana and myself are the only ones eligible for extra bonus points since we have unique price predictions. All right, moving on. Short exempt volume for the day is 85,000 shares, and thank you, Rugged, for the little go Kansas City Chiefs route for me there. Appreciate it. Short exempt volume is 85,000 shares. We had just slightly more volume yesterday than we had the previous day. Yesterday we had 5.3 million shares traded, and that'll get revised eventually, just slightly up, I'm sure. And then the previous day was 5.1 million shares, but we had just a little bit less short exempt volume. So that did drop down a little bit. Utilization went up day over day to 39.09%. We'll take a look at that here in a minute. And day over day price changed. That we were not up 6.4% yesterday. I don't know why I put that in that way. Let me put it in. It was 0.64. I don't know how I managed to. Oh, I know what I did wrong. I just almost did it again. There we go. Moving on from there, we have Max Payne for AMC dropped 50 cents to 450, and on GME it actually went up from 21.50 to 22. So we saw, and then GME is at 22.22 right now, and AMC is at 21, or AMC is at 471 with a Max Payne of 450. That's part of the reason why I think I gave such a low price prediction for the day today. I think I came in at 462 for close. I think there's going to be a lot of push and downwards momentum that's going to cause some of those calls above $5 and above to probably close out, which will help push the price down a little bit even further. Taking a look at total shares having been traded through off exchange, normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. Right now, there's 54.13% going through off exchange, and EDGX is at 8.6 for a grand total 62.73%, or about 8.73% more volume going through those exchanges than what I would expect to see normally. CHX volume is 100 shares. Nothing unusual about that number. GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at 1,264 shares. Also nothing unusual. Fees available, or not fees available, shares available to borrow on AMC is sitting at 1.1 million, and there's only been returned shares since earlier this morning. Even though they're returning shares, the fees are going up to 2.26% and rebates at 3.07%. In total, IBK has reported about 400,000 shares borrowed for the day, and over the last 2 days it was 450,000 shares, so we're kind of right on target for where we've been. Taking a look at institutional ownership, this morning it was 121.175 million owned by institutions. That number did not change from yesterday. GMEs also did not change from yesterday. It was 103.404 million and still is the same value. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day on AMC is coming in at a strike price of $5. Highest amount of call volume at $5 with 3.7 thousand contracts in volume. It's actually pretty close to an average day on what I would expect to see. Highest amount of put volume is at $5 as well, and there's 218 contracts so far in volume. Pretty low volume there. Let's take a look at GME. Market is suggesting based on what I'm seeing in the options chain right now, market's suggesting a 475 to 525 close. on AMC. GME's numbers, the highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is coming in at 23. The highest amount of put volumes coming in at 22. So the market's kind of targeting like a 22.50 close. The price of GME is currently at 22.18. Taking you guys over to the other screen here, let's take a look and see what we got on some of these other pages as I move them over. Lots of crazy, little cray-cray going on in the market this morning. Lots and lots of activity. Something's happening. Oh, I forgot this page. All right. Let's start with Ortex. So far for the day today, Ortex is showing 1.47 million shares having been borrowed on AMC. It's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 14.22%. Cost to borrow mins at 1.05, average 1.2, and max is 1.7. There's currently 55.19 million shares on loan for the day today. That's approximately 750,000 shares less than what it was yesterday. And Ortex is estimated that about 110,000 of that was in closed short interest. Let's take a look at what some of these numbers look like, though, on a day-over-day basis. We have utilization rising from 38.51 to 39.09%. But the oddity about this is that the on-loan amount dipped from 55.96 million shares to 55.19. Why would that be the case? Sometimes they may have returned shares, but the amount of shares that they made available to be borrowed decreased, and that would raise the utilization. As a result, that returning of shares dropped the estimated short share interest of the free float just slightly from 14.19 to 14.16, and the on-loan average age per day fell from 45.36 days to 44.07, which tells me that most of the return shares yesterday were newer to newish positions. Security lending volume slightly rising day over day from 7.06 million shares to 7.99. Security lending volume, remember, is just if you take the total amount of shares borrowed versus those that are returned and add them together, what do you get? And that's what that value is. Taking a look at GameStop. What do we got going on with the GameStop here? 30,000 shares borrowed so far for the day, which is not really going to impact the estimated short share interest of the free float. It's at 9.44. Cost to borrow mins at 0.62, average is 0.71, and max is 1.05. 31.69 million shares having been borrowed. I'm not going to cover the information on the graph here again. That was covered earlier this morning. If you want to go back and check that, go for it. SSR trigger price for the day today coming in at $4.26 on AMC. Still not getting the options data submitted onto the page so I can read it off to you guys. But SSR trigger price for GME coming in at 2015, and no options data on that one as well. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list, and neither of which are on there. Getting a lot of activity, some spiking both up and down on the bond yields. So we have an active bond market right now. Earlier this morning, the MMRI was at 232.44. It's now currently at 234.15, so it drove back up. It was a big move down overnight, and then now we're starting to see it shooting back up here. So a little bit more risk on in the markets right now. And the spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields was 0.025 earlier this morning, meaning the 2-year was higher than the 10-year. It's now the opposite of that. It's now the 2-year is underneath the 10-year, meaning it's a normalized yield curve with being negative 0.13. I don't know why I'm calling it negative. But yeah, so we definitely have a 2-year that's a lower yield rate than the 10-year. And that that first sharp drop that you're seeing right here really caused it to drop underneath the 10-year, because the 10-year barely budged in comparison. So you can see in the volatility that we've had this morning, it normalized and then inverted again, and then is now back to normalizing. So some crazy stuff happening right there. What else we got here? So this is the white line on this page here, which might be a little bit hard to see, so I'm going to move it up a little bit for you. But this little white line right here, this is the SPX, or the U.S. market, basically like a sampling of the U.S. market and what's happening with it. You can see overnight, and if in the red and green bars here, you can see that's the Nikkei, or the Japanese market. Overnight, their market took a big old tanking as our market was closed. And when our market started to open this morning, or a little bit before our market started opening this morning, the Nikkei started to recover a little bit. But as soon as our markets opened, everything started plunging again. And you could see that the VIX was doing that overnight. The VIX was definitely trending up overnight as the Nikkei was starting to fall. And then earlier this morning, as the Nikkei started trending upwards, the VIX started dropping. But everything's starting to make reversals back the other direction. You can see now that the Nikkei is actually almost back down to where it was before it started making its uptrend. And so this was kind of what I was expecting, was a little bit of a head fake, because there weren't enough things that were suggesting to me that we were going to see a positive move in the market today. It was really starting to look like there was going to be this bleed off that the Nikkei experienced overnight. The recovery that was attempting to occur right before market open didn't even get it back to where we were at yesterday when our market closed. So, I mean, there's a pretty big difference there. So I think this was really just kind of a head fake to the top side, followed by what was coming, which was this downwards momentum move. So, and I don't think it's just us, guys. This is another round of selling that's going on in our marketplace to create liquidity, which is going to create volatility. And AMC is going to continue to fall with this until those margin calls roll in, and you got to realize that that's going to be a part of what's going to happen with our price movement with the market. When they do these sell-offs, they're doing them across the board. They're not just doing it to just specific securities and commodities. So it's just everything's getting, even crypto's getting hits, and that should be probably, for the fan base of crypto, that should be probably one of the most worrisome things they should ever see, is that, it's something that's supposed to be decentralized and not tied to U.S. markets, should be rising in value when there's trouble in the marketplace, because it should act like gold, right? Gold's supposed to go up when there's trouble in the marketplace. It's a great place to go invest money when you have problems and there's instability. And crypto should act the same way, but you're seeing everything getting sold off. And so and if that's the case, then you can't sit there and say, well, okay, because it's decentralized and it's tied to, or it's not tied to anything, and it should have a value that's separate from the rest of the market, and inflationary issues shouldn't impact it, and they are impacting it, then that's not the case, right? Like, you're seeing it literally being impacted by the rest of the market. So taking a look at some of our other indicators here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. The NASDAQ is currently down 0.93, Dow Jones is down 0.01, and the SP 500 is down 0.48. We have 3,241 decliners to 2,225 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing. Let me write down this number. Sectors that are doing well. So we are seeing some positive green sectors for the day. They're not by much, but we are seeing them in some of them are recessionary sectors. Energy is up the most today, and consumer staples are up. The worst impacted sectors are technology, followed by, it's kind of a tie between consumer discretionary and real estate. Of the Mag 7, all 7 are down. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5%, plus or minus from yesterday's closing price, we'll get a shout out. FRC is down 35.29%. Silvergate's down 4.17%. NYCB is up 4.7%. Let's see what else. Wells Fargo down 3.07%. And that is it. Gold is down 0.33. See, this is what I'm saying right here. This is not AMC, guys. It's not AMC. Gold's taking hits as the rest of the market's going down. It's got to tell you something. Gold is down 0.36% and trending down. Silver is down 0.8%, trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 0.87%, trending down. US dollar is up 0.06 and trending up. It looks like it's trying to break that trend currently. Oil is up 0.49, but really isn't moving up. It's kind of consolidating since market open, where it did have a little bit of a gap up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.14 to 0.17 and trending up. And the SPY is down 0.74 and trending down. It's erased all pre-market movement and then some. In fact, it's falling even harder once it got past that level of support. VIX is currently up 1.91 at 2028, with futures suggesting that it should be somewhere right around 1889. So we're looking at like 1.5 almost there difference between the two. And it does appear that the VIX is trending upwards currently, leading the futures up. IWM is down 1.04, trending down. VB is down 0.44, trending more than likely down. Tesla is down 3.91, trending down. Amazon is down 1.69, trending down. Cinemark is down 2.83, trending down. Doge is down 4.5 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 2.73, trending down. GME is down 0.98, trending down. Getting a little bit of a level of support here, it looks like, but it may have this continuing flagpole pennant type scenario where it may start trending down like right about now. HYMC is down 1.42 and consolidating. NCMI is down 1.31, consolidating. Hood is down 2.01, trending down, and AMC is down 1.06 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have approximately, let's see here, $500,000 roughly more inflow than outflow. 1.48 million shares traded so far after 57 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace for about 10.12 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested 1 to 20 million shares because we only had even with the pokey stick of volume, we had 11,000 shares traded by 7 a.m. Central Standard Time. So it was very, very low numbers. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure. The divergence on the Vortex indicator currently occurring actually within the last 4 hours. RSI is at 40.91, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 42.78, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. The divergence on the Vortex indicator within the last 30 minutes, and RSI is at 37.36, which is below average. On a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 31.6, signaling oversold almost into the oversold territory. It's below average, though, currently. AMC is hitting a double level of support, kind of a spot where I've seen multiple points in time where there's been some heavy levels of support and price movement. We'll see if it manages to hold that or if it breaks past it. On a 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto, lagging line is on price line. Yeah, lagging line's on price line. Conversion is on base. We were poised to break out of a red cloud to the top side, and we got a wick out. That's what we got. You needed to see $4.85 is the magic number we'd need to see today to have additional buying pressure kick in, based off of what I'm seeing. And the reason for that is that we got to get this lagging line above price line before the end of the day, which is at 483. So 485 is kind of the magic number. I know that's higher than the cloud is, which today is only at 476. Taking a look at a 4-hour time interval. Lagging line is below price line, conversion is below base, and in order for this to turn into a buy signal, we got to get lagging line over price line. But at that point, just getting it over price line actually puts price right smack dab in the cloud for the day today. So we have to see something above the cloud, which is going to be about $5.10. So 510 would probably be the point at where we would see additional buying pressure for the day today on AMC. So what else? What else we got going on here? I feel like there's one more thing I wanted to point out. I can't remember what it was. Well, I'll probably remember later, so I'll just leave it for now. Let's see. Bollinger Bands and VP. With that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the Big Tramp.
CNBC is reporting that it's the second biggest outflow of Bitcoin, I would assume, in Bitcoin history. They're showing some big dramatic charts. I couldn't hear what the talking heads were saying, but they seem to be covering it. Let me ask you this, Casey. Is there a possibility that what we're seeing, I'm trying to account for how the market, how everything's selling off. You know, like you said, usually you'd see gold increase or you think Bitcoin would go up as a flight to safety. Maybe what we're seeing here is a flight to cash. I mean, there are certain instances where if you're in just a good old fashioned dollar, you can position yourself to do very well in the event that there's some sort of big collapse or reset, if you will. Maybe that's what we're seeing. Maybe they're saying they even want their money out of gold. I know it's kind of what they call it. It's the opposite of what you would think. You'd think most people would move into gold, anticipating a run up. But if someone who had those large amounts of money thought that even gold was going to collapse for a brief period of time, you could make an argument that being in just regular dollars would be like the place to be.
Usually, I mean, I'd have to look at some data historically from the past and see, but I think that if anything, you'd be maybe wanting to invest more in other international
emerging markets or something.
Yeah, or something along the, or maybe even bonds or something like. I'm not sure, but
I mean, I know everybody gets sick of hearing about Warren Buffett, but you can't not respect what the man has done through the course of his life with his investing acumen. And I would argue that right now it's pretty obvious that he's gathering cash. Mm-hmm. He's building an incredible cash pile right now. And I don't think everything I've read, and I'm not a big Buffett follower, but it's been my understanding that he's not a big lover of gold. I think it's been said and written about many times that he sees gold as just a piece of metal. Well, I mean,
so I guess the investment itself of like buying actual physical gold is way different than buying in a commodity.
Sure, buying Rio Tinto or one of the exactly.
Right. So that's where I would label, like, if you were going to talk about like differences, like, just buying that. But see, if people are buying actual gold, that should raise the commodity price, but we all know that it's manipulated, right? So these prices are just kind of artificial prices that we're seeing on all of these, on everything, right? So, but the actual gold itself, going out and buying it should I mean, it's still gonna yield the same price as what you're seeing on the market. So,
how would they go about manipulating?
Yeah, I can understand.
Would they every time if the price of gold's going up,
same way they do everything else. Same way they do everything else.
So the United States government is selling into the gold supply. Every time gold tries to run, they sell into it.
They're selling something that they don't have. And then when the actual support for gold is supposed to be there, there is none. It's for everything, Bitcoin, gold, securities. It does not matter what it is. When they're selling stuff that they don't have, and so when it comes down to somebody needing to pull cash reserves out of any one of those topics, you end up seeing prices fail and everything just tanks because they don't have what it is that they're supposed to have. It's oversold.
I get that. I can understand how they could sell futures contracts or any of those numbers, not paper trading, but doing contracts, what have you. But what the part I can't wrap my head around is how you suppress the price of physical gold, because you would think that there would be a separation of the two. I mean,
but what is the price
metal
of
in your
physical
hand?
gold?
In order to drive the spot price down, you'd have to sell physical gold to drive the price down.
That's technically how it's supposed to work, but the actual price of gold is based off of what it's trading in the market.
Yeah, as soon as I heard myself say it, I thought, Ronnie, you're being foolhardy here. That the contracts and all of that is what's setting the spot. So spot gold is not independent of all of that. I get it.
No. But I would say, I would make this statement. You're probably going to see some things are probably worse than others in regards to how much they're heavily manipulated. Right? There may be a factor on how much you can manipulate something from without having some kind of negative impact happening to where price might suddenly start spiking because suddenly there is a demand that's there and you can't meet that physical demand, and then the actual price becomes realized. Does that make sense? I'm not sure if I. It's like AMC.
It begs the question: is where does a man hide? Where does a smart man hide? If Rugged's rich uncle dies tomorrow and leaves him $10 million, where does Rugged hide that money? If he just wants to be safe for a while and keep his head down, where does he go?
In 2008, I would have told you just stay where you're at. Don't move. Freeze.
So just leave it in cash. Just leave it in cash. Put it in your account. If they only give you 0.1% for it, just take it, whatever. I'm with you. I think I agree with you. I don't see any other reason to take on risk for the paltry sums that they're paying. The tiny amount of interest I get, it's not even worth doing the paperwork. I just as soon leave it lay in an account that's very easy for me to access. So when the time comes, I can be nimble and fast.
Government's in on all of it. I think they're in on all of it. I don't know if that's a popular opinion or not, but the government has to allow all this stuff. Yeah. If I was selling heroin to school children, they'd be on me in a heartbeat. Okay? All right? Let's face it. They know what's going on. They're not,
Right. Well, you can't beat City Hall. You can't beat City Hall, so you acquiesce. You say, I understand it. This is the game, and then you have to win at the game.
They have an interest in seeing the things go a certain way. Okay. If you think about that, they have a very strong interest, and they're in terms of muscle power. There's a reason that the government has to let certain entities get away with certain things. And I think there's a cohesive, sort of an
like in the interest of the country. You're saying like in the interest of all. And if America wants to keep her spot at the top of the food chain, then sometimes there's got to be some pain that's spread around in order for that to remain. There may be something to maintain
that. If you want to maintain the power, the control with the dollar. And I'm not saying, does it benefit us all? Maybe in some ways it does. And maybe that's where they justify it. Because they have to justify it. They have to justify what they allow to happen. Right? you know, sometimes we tend to point a lot of blame at the financial institutions, but who's allowing that? Is legislators? Are they allowing it? Who's allowing it?
Well, that begs the question: who's in charge? Are the institutions in charge, or the lawmakers? See, I've said for a long time now that the government officials are not in charge.
They may not be.
I think you've got it backwards. You keep saying allow them to do it. I don't think bureaucrats allow shit. I think the big money tells them when to dance. Big money tells the bureaucrats when to dance, not the other way around.
But what happens if legislators call us, you know, spade a spade? If they call out what's truly happening, what are the repercussions of doing that?
Well, I think the banker would argue that the entire system could be at peril. That's how they make the argument of too big to fail. They're saying, if you want to let JP Morgan sink, that's fine. Just don't call me when your 401k takes a 50% haircut.
Well, that's what.
Like, wait a minute, wait a minute, whoa, no, I don't want that. Well, I'm like, wait, easy then, sport. Well, which way you want it? You want Jamie Dimon and them to sink.
You remember when Burke
A do open up?
Do you remember when Burke A took that like massive hit?
Yeah,
and I told you guys that I was like, I think that was a warning shot across the bow of some big players, basically saying like if this is what you want, this is what you're gonna get.
Exactly, that's my point to you.
And I think it was
what you asked for.
Yeah, I think it was a warning shot across the bow of a lot of big players.
Yeah, they'll flex when they need to. But I mean, granted, some of that was, I think, after hours or I don't know if that, maybe not that one, but I think it was a time before that.
So if you think that's what's playing out, then maybe the play here is to position yourself to benefit from them. If you say, okay, this is the way it's going to play out, this is how it's going to go, how can I make that work for me? I'm not sitting here advocating. I mean, I'll be run tarred. You guys will tar me and feather me and run me out of town if I say invest in Jamie Dimon. But I guess that's kind of what I'm saying is like if you think that ultimately the big money will win out, then if you're sitting on $5 million, maybe you need to position yourself that you're on the winning team and you can benefit from whatever policies they have going forward.
I don't know if it's big money so much as there's an overall posturing power. Whoever's like in the lead. Why do we have, you know? Why does the country do anything it does? I don't mean to go down like, you know, philosophical, Socratic hole here, but you know, there's a reason that certain entities get bailed out. There's a reason for a lot of different things. You know, why do we put in the place all the PPP loans? Why do we adjust the rates every month? Why do we adjust the numbers and then readjust the numbers?
Well, my whole thing is, I know a lot of people say, well, the money at the top doesn't have, you know, all the control, but I would argue that it does. And I would point as an example, ask yourself how much control you have over your own 401k. Casey works, you know, 20 years for AMD computer chip, and he puts, you know, 10% of his paycheck away for 20 years. He's piling up all that money in there and paying their fees and all that. And ask yourself why those, in general, I know they let you choose whether you want high, they give you some little rough terms to choose from. Do you want your portfolio to, you know, 64, all that? But I'm just saying, even with that, you have virtually no control over how they spend that money. And you would think it would be the other way around. You think the contributors to those accounts would have a larger say on how that's allocated. So all that money is turned over to them. It all flows up. All that money ends up, it moves up the food chain, not down. So all that power is concentrated in the top on what stocks, what companies will be supported and which ones won't. Simply by the use of all of that money that's funneled in, you know, from all over town, and it ends up in just the hands of a few. It's interesting.
Why they keep throwing
Tweety Bird said, "End the Fed."
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning that direction.
I would support the idea of ending the Fed. My whole thing is, why not try it? I'm a big believer in push the button and see what happens.
Tinkering?
Yeah, tinker around with it a little bit. Like, let's turn this off and see what happens. I'm with it. But, well, if you get so frustrated that nothing else is working, I mean, you've exhausted all your other avenues. When you've tried, when all else has failed, you're like, look, let's do an experiment here. We're going to run the United States without the Fed's involvement for 5 years. You know, keep it, make it very strict. You know, set a time limit on it to see what effect it has.
That's the problem, though. Is I think that there would be initially a lot of pain involved in that, and I think that it would take so many. My only fear behind that is that it would take too many years for a recovery, for people to not suddenly want to like just jump right back into wait. No, it was working better the other way before, and so people would not want
put it back.
Yeah, put it back. Yeah,
turn the machines back. Turn those machines back on.
Yeah, think about 3 years of just holding on to your AMC shares. How antsy everybody's been the whole time, right? That's just 3 years. What if we're talking like a decade? What if it takes a decade to recover from ending the Fed type move?
Right.
And that's
problem with a lot of that. The problem with a lot of that is there'll be people who want to argue that the resultant change wasn't a result of ending the Fed because there's so much lag in it. That's what we get into this whole who's responsible, which president's responsible for good or bad economies. Oftentimes it takes so much time to turn that battleship around that it allows that wiggle room for the naysayers or the deniers to say, well, no, it wasn't party A's fault. It was party B's or whatever. And it's largely, I guess, a reflection of people's expectations to have immediate gratification on these wholesale changes.
Right. And that's my biggest fear about the whole idea is like if any president were to come in and decide that they wanted to make a change like that, they've got 8 years. Right, to be potentially, they have potentially 8 years, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm making an assumption they get reelected.
That's what I'm saying. I want to see somebody whip it out.
What if they don't get reelected after the first 4 years, and the next guy comes in and he says, like, we've been suffering for 4 years, and because they decided to end the Fed, and I'm going to bring the Fed back, and everybody's like, oh yeah, we're jumping on that bandwagon because this shit sucks, and so then he doesn't even get a second term to continue on down the path on recovery from ending the Fed. So I mean, it's just such a ballsy move to make.
I'd like to think that if you get elected and you've got the goods, that essentially you can bank on having 8 years. I think that the one-term presidents either have a specific problem that just, and I don't know, and that's saying something. Me being the Trump lover that I am, because I know they showed him the door the first time. If you believe the last election was on the up and up. But I'd like to think that as a general rule, if a guy gets elected once, if he plays his cards right, he's got 8 years to do his thing. And if you can't show, really in the first 4 years, you should be able to, by the end of your administration, it should show. I get it that you, in the first,
you got to get past 4 years.
Things might not go your.
I don't know. It's too soon. 4 years? I think that's too quick. Gosh, man, I'm only 50. What am I? 58 now? I think 48. I mean, I'm 48 years old now. I think. I don't even know how old I am. I think I'm 48 years old
you're
now.
10 years younger than me. You're 48.
And I'm starting to look at life as 10 years never being enough to do something in. Isn't that crazy? Like 10 years. Yeah, if I was in the rest of my
you need to sit down with Hunter and Bradley and your daughters and say that over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, I look back on
the fact that's lost on the young.
Yeah, I look back when I was 20 and you would have said like, what can you do in 10 years? And I've been like, I could do anything in 10 years. And now I'm looking at life differently.
Yeah.
I'm looking at life differently now. And I'm going like 10 years is not enough. I need more. And life has a different perspective when you get to your older ages, I guess. And I don't know how much that changes as you get older, but 10 years is not enough anymore for me for a massive change.
Yeah, we went down a rather dark. I slipped onto the dark side. It was letting the hate flow through me around the poker table the last couple of days, and I was like, that's one of the most insidious things. Is it's not about dollars, it's about hours.
Yeah,
hours, days. It's the clock. That is the true commodity. It's not gold, it's not Bitcoin, it's not dollars or rupees, or it is time. Tick tock, tick tock. But it's Friday. We're not going to do the dark doom and gloom today. We're going to stick to fart jokes and titties. Rules about
where is Audio Tits? When you need them. Oh, man. Mike says, I'm 60 years old. I still lift weights and stocky? What's stocky? Yeah, I think he means like he's getting...
I guess he's all buff and chiseled and cut and all that.
Yeah, I know, but what if you wanted to get fat? How many years is it going to take you, Mike? I can tell you right now.
Yeah, Mike.
It's still going to take you time. What if you wanted to suddenly have a life change and flip everything back around the other direction, right? How long is that going to take you? And I know you're going to sit there and be like, I could do it in 1 year, and I guarantee you it's going to be a lot harder than that you think. I mean, you can make your
Why would you want to?
Yeah, well.
Yeah, what's the point though? Are you gonna? What do you got? Do you guys get more pussy if you're all muscly, or are you getting new pussy? My question: why are you looking for new pussy at 60 years old? Why are you don't like a chocolate donut? I don't get the upside, man.
Well, Mike, I'm really happy for you. I'm glad that I'm glad.
I get the whole gym rat. I get the whole gym rat thing. When you're like 24, you're on the hunt. You're out on a meat hunt. You're in the game. You know, everybody's got to put on their best face. Look at me. I'm capable of providing you with DNA of strong and healthy offspring. So choose me, pick me. But fuck me, man. If I'm 50 or 60 years old, I'm done with the meat hunt. By then, you're supposed to be coasting. Oh, he says he's still looking. I get it then. Yeah.
Mike, whatever you do, though, make sure you're doing it the right way. You know what I mean? Like,
don't. Fuck that, man. And slam them roids, man. Slam them fucking roids twice a day.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah. Well, he's not getting any pussy, so he doesn't need any nuts. What's the point? I mean, you're not, yeah.
Horse steroids.
I'm telling you, Mike, it's not worth it. I was gonna start a UPS delivery guy. Good morning to you.
Claypool's like, fuck these guys, man. I come in here to hang out, and I'm gonna get this kind of shit. I'm gonna go down the road and fucking hang out at the gas station and see what those guys are up to.
Andro.
Wrong way is better than no way. No, there is a good way too. There is a good way to get there as well.
I lifted a lot in my 20s as well, but it was a good time. I was doing a lot of supplements. I was doing andro. I was doing creatine, tons of protein, and yeah, it was awesome.
I had everybody telling me when I was doing the triathlons, do creatine, and you don't understand like how anti anything and extra in my body. I didn't even like drinking Gatorade because it was, the loaded sugar content and everything on it. And so I would actually, I did have, because you got to have some kind of electrolytes. It's
what are you worried about with the sugar?
Well, it's just not good for you. I mean, sugar is not, your body doesn't run well on sugar. Yeah. It really doesn't. It's a good supplement to just kind of like for a temporary kind of thing, but your body really doesn't run well on sugar.
Sure.
And,
sure.
Huh? What?
I get it.
Oh, yeah.
I get it.
So I would actually dilute my anytime. So I got the powder version of Gatorade, and I would dilute it down so that I didn't have like the full concentration of it. So
yeah, yep. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, but I
had like that.
The creatine was a big one that everybody was trying to get me to try for such a long time, and I was like, nope, not going to do it. Everything's natural. I don't want to do this extra.
Just gotta watch the kidneys. Stuff. That's all.
So
drink a lot of water.
I tried it later. I'm still in that boat of I think it was probably best that I stayed away from it when I did. So I don't think. Yeah. It helps. It certainly helps, but I just don't think that. I think there's better ways to go around about doing it, and I'm not saying like the ways are actually better because obviously creatine wouldn't be a thing if natural ways were a thing. What I'm trying to say is that it's more healthy for you to avoid some of those supplements that are enhancers like that. But that's just me.
Look, no, don't get it twisted, man. I'm a big supporter of the fitness. I even went out of my way yesterday to post a picture of JJ. He was out on one of his fitness rides. It's in Discord, Casey, if you want to share it with the rest of the guys. It's in Discord General.
Jeez.
I went out of my. I didn't have to do that. I'm a big supporter of athleticism, fitness, and when I saw JJ out putting in that hard work on his bike, I thought this guy deserves his moment, a pat on the back, if you will.
Yeah.
So I posted that in Discord.
I mean, if you have the time to do it, you know.
Well, sure, you know, and I know KC's fond of bikers and all that stuff, so I thought surely KC will sign off on this. And when I posted it last night, I thought maybe tomorrow I'll get KC to share a picture of JJ in the jet plane while he's out on there sweating and working and getting all that getting that burn on. Yeah.
I don't know where he has the time for it.
What's that?
Again, I guess I don't know where he has the time for it, but you know, when I saw
where JJ gets the time for it.
Yeah, I look at that. I look at that, and I'm like, you know,
yeah. Like I said, I'm not a hater of the fitness. I'm not a hater of the fitness crowd. I'm a big supporter. Why else would I go out of my way to photograph him and publish it, to give him his due, his accolades?
Yeah,
it's important to support.
I don't think Casey saw it.
That's okay. It's no big deal.
Oh, I'm typing this out, but I guess I could have just said it. Mac Nedbees, I'm talking about sucrose. It's like one of the main ingredients in Gatorade. Like probably in the top 2 or 3, I would imagine. Let me see here. Water, sugar, dextrose. There it is. It's the third one. Oh, dextrose and sugar, top 2. Both of them.
You need a little sugar to get the uptake. A little sugar kind of helps pull in some of those electrolytes and stuff. A little bit. You don't need a whole ton.
So what's the end goal?
I didn't even spell dextrose.
What's the money shot on this? To leave a good-looking corpse? Is that what the idea is? This all about? You want to leave a real handsome corpse when the time comes? Is that what that's about?
I spelled it right. Okay. Me? Well, it's really. I guess.
For Casey, can you go back to that image real quick? And I got a couple of people asking me to see it. I don't know if you can show it or not. Yeah. Well, we're trying to summon JJ here, and actually Yucca just sent me a DM, and he was asking,
"What image?
Where is it located?" Well, where was that? Where did you put that?
Discord General.
Oh, of the cycle.
Yeah. JJ's fitness.
Oh
routine.
yeah, no, I'm not showing that one that Pirate posted. That's for sure.
What?
I don't see the issues with it. I mean, the guy's putting in that kind of work.
It's pure athlete.
That's the one you wanted me to put up?
The whole biking community, the whole biking community and the fitness regime and all that. I mean,
I didn't see anything wrong with that. Okay.
Right.
You're censoring.
Those of you who are in Discord, if you're not in Discord, you don't know what you're missing. So just let the record reflect that I'm showing JJ.
Let the record reflect that you guys will all thank me later that your eyeballs were not melted from the back of your skull.
It's not like
that picture is peak male performance. I'm telling you, man.
He's not like he's like naked.
You guys will be extremely happy that I kept that off the air.
There you go.
Oh, come on.
As is your no, that's his right. I mean, somebody has to filter us. So we'll just leave them wondering. It can be the mystery.
This is a place of transparency.
Yep.
So we need to respect the views of everyone.
Nana give me a like on it. She said she appreciated it. I just want everybody to be well informed, Nana, of the benefits of biking and how beneficial it can be for your health and all that sort of thing. And I want JJ to get the respect that he deserves. Anybody that puts in the work deserves.
Casey, you're not like the old Twitter with the censoring, are you?
I guess in a way I kind of might be. Yeah.
Oh, shady.
Well, it's not. JJ's not even here, so it wouldn't be nearly as much fun anyhow. So.
Oh, all right. Well, wait. Maybe when he shows up.
Yucca, good morning, by the way.
Good morning, everybody.
I think it's funny that it didn't summon the JJ, but it summoned Yucca. No problem. As soon as you started talking about that picture, Yucca is all about that picture. You know, it's like, oh.
I think he actually Yucca printed it out and laminated it.
Yeah, I bet he did. He posted it up on his wall so you can see it like every. He's like this is why Trevor gets along with him so much. You know, it's like I think the whole idea that Trevor eats his ice cream with his front teeth, sadomasochist front teeth eating. Tells me that it tells me that I understand
you can take
why.
Your first bite with your teeth. I had a problem with that the poll.
Well,
Yucca has he's got a custom program. He paid somebody to draw it. Writes code. Probably Preacher or somebody helped him build a computer code that anytime anything sexualized pops up on the KC stream, it sends up like a bat signal and for Yucca in his cave. He's probably got like some sort of a female pleasure device that glows, like the bat phone that rings. He's probably got some sort of a toy in there that just lights up and glows or vibrates that serves as a signal that there's something naughty being talked about, and his participation is required.
Yeah, like Chatterbait, for instance. If you were to you throw in the donation money, and then it actually is linked directly to the user's, the performer's toy.
Nice. I don't even want to know why you know about that. It troubles me that you even know that exists. But
well, I mean, it's kind of when you're in technology, you have to be on the cutting edge, and and so a lot of innovation happens, from that industry.
Tell the truth, KC, or anybody else here. This would be a good poll in chat. Have any of you guys remember the old school, not the hotels, now the motel, the little one-story roadside?
What do you mean remember? They're still there.
Lodgings. Well,
just because you don't frequent them.
Do you remember the beds that you put a quarter in and the bed would vibrate?
I do.
Oh, yeah. Those may not exist anymore, but yeah.
No, right. I can remember being a kid and my dad's like, I'm going to let you guys do this one time. We're like, because we were kids, we thought you put a quarter in a gumball machine, you put a quarter in the candy. We're like, Dad. And he's like, one time, so yeah, we put a quarter in it and jumped up. We had no idea. We didn't understand why the bed was vibrating and shaking. We were 8 years old. We're like, this is the greatest thing ever.
Wait a minute. It just shook for the fun of it, right? It was
Smoky Mountains. Yeah, we were in the Smoky Mountains. I don't know. It was in the 70s. We stayed in some cheesy little motel on the side of the road for $8 a night or something. But I'm like, Dad, how can you not love a bed that has a coin machine on the side of it? Vending apparatus.
You know where I experienced that was when I was I was basically like 4 years old in Daytona Beach, and it was at a hotel that is still in operation, motel, hotel motel. I think it's 2-story, called the Dream Inn, the Dream Inn Resort. Yeah, and so you can actually go and look that up. They've actually renovated quite a bit.
What about the whole?
I would buy one. I would buy one of those. I'd have to get a new mattress for it, but if I could find one of those at auction, I'd put it in my spare bedroom. I'd make the entire spare bedroom in my house for guests to come here. I'd make it like a 1970s seedy motel on the side of the road.
What was the point of the shaking of the
just as cheesy as I can make it. Well, it's added. I don't know. I guess it's just the added experience to add another element.
I didn't think it was sexual.
To the normal. I mean, there's only so many ways you can bump uglies. So.
I need to know what this.
I don't understand why nobody laughed at that. Not a single person laughed.
I don't know. Everyone's sort of.
It's a tough crowd, man. I'll tell you, it's a tough crowd.
Are you all sleeping today?
They have a high bar, man. I'm like, that's some of my best stuff.
Oh my goodness!
Look.
You have to tell the truth. Tell the truth, though, man. If money was no object, and you had a nice, expansive home, and you had extra bedrooms for guests, you don't think it would be a novelty to have one of those old timey beds in there that you put a quarter in and the whole bed shook? I think it would be the hit. I think people would just fight. They would fight over you having that room.
So here's one. There's actually, do they still exist? You'll be hard pressed to find one, but the Roadrunner Lodge in Tucumcari, New Mexico, advertises a classic unit in their 60s themed rooms. Enthusiasts can also buy.
I love it.
It's also known as the Magic Fingers for their home. You can buy that unit for like $80. So here it is. Actually, Roadrunner Lodge Motel. Fantastic. It is called Magic Fingers. It says for your comfort. And they call it Magic Fingers. This bed is equipped with the same Magic Fingers relaxation service.
See, I would spare no expense. I would buy the bed with the, you need the old timey, the big old clunky metal box that you stuck the quarter in. Yeah. It had the button you could push. But right next to that on the wall, you could hang like a change machine. You could put it where you could feed dollars into it, where it would spit quarters out for you. You'd have to have the whole setup right there, man. So, and I get it. Modern technology now, they have credit card readers and all that stuff, but that defeats the purpose. I would want it to be very, very nostalgic. So you'd have to take and uncrumple your dollar, stick it in the machine. It would spit out the quarters. You could pile the quarters up next to the nightstand because, you only get a few jiggles per quarter. So then you could just, I think of the thing. I think it would take off.
Casey, may I send you, please, a video to share with everyone?
You can always send me anything you want.
It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to make it on it.
Whether or not I share is a different story. But.
We covered this yesterday. Yucca ruined that for everybody. There's no more free passes. There's no trust. Yucca drank the trust bottle completely empty and threw it off the bridge.
It's 10:06. It's time for numbers.
Mike Claypool said he had a round bed which had a top that went over the top with an 8-track player. Oh, that's nice, Mike. You're my hero. And if nothing, and if you could make the boat, if you could put the bed on some sort of a pedestal that would rotate. How they got those things they put on used car lots where you go by and a car's like spinning on a lazy Susan, but the whole car's rotating. If you could put the bed on that to where the bed was spinning ever so slowly, top-notch stuff. Oh, we're up against numbers.
Yep. Let's do it. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange and EDGX volume around 60%. We've currently got 58.61% of our volume going through off exchange, EDGX at 11.29 for a combined total 69.9%. Nice. That's 9.9% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 200 shares going through that exchange. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 2,459 shares. Exchange traded volume, borrow fees. Nothing having been borrowed in the last hour, according to IBKR. So in total for the day, IBKR showed about 400,000 shares borrowed since 2045 yesterday. Fees are at 2.26%, rebates at 3.07%. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on Ortex, there was approximately 1.47 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1 million shares borrowed. It's going to slightly lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 14.2%. Cost of borrow mins at 1.05, average is 1.2, and max 1.7. Taking a look at shares on loan, it was 55.19 million shares on loan for the day today. That's 750,000 shares less than what it was yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 110,000 of that was in closed short interest. Borrowed change amount on GME was showing 31,000 shares borrowed for the day today. An hour ago, it is now currently showing 2.71 thousand shares returned. That's not really going to change anything in regards to short share interest, the free float, or the cost borrow numbers for them. For us, I said for them, I'm part owner now too. So, taking a look at GME. On options, I'm sorry, AMC on options. Let's do AMC first. We have, as of an hour ago, a $5 strike calls had the highest amount of volume with 3.7 thousand contracts. It's now 5.8 thousand contracts. Puts 540 contracts up from 218 at $5. Market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between 475 and 525 by the end of the day, but max pain is 450. Currently, we're at 469. GME is at currently sitting at $22.11. Most of the volume for calls is coming in at $23 and puts at 22. So they're looking at like a 22.50 estimated close, but 22 is max pain. Very, very similar situation going on there with GME as AMC. Taking you guys over to the other page, orders by Fidelity customers. I'm going to scroll through this list here. I'm just looking for AMC and GME. You guys can look at all the other stuff that's going on in the market. In regards to the highest, most heavily traded stocks based off of orders, AMC and GME did not make the list, likely due to our low quantities of volume for the day. MMRI was 234.11 an hour ago and is now currently at 231.47. I feel like this is probably one of the larger drops in risk that I've seen in a single trading day. 231.64 is where that's at. Risk off big time going on right now. We've got the 2-year, 10-year spread. The 10-year is now above the 2-year. So there's going to be a negative value that I'm going to read off to you, but it's actually a normalized value. Negative 0.021. An hour ago it was negative 0.013. Normalized should be a positive number, I feel like, but we're going to call it negative because we've been calling the other one. When it went 2 years above the 10-year, I was calling it a positive number. All right, moving on. There's some big stuff happening right now on bond yields. Yikes. So, okay, I got to move this. I got to move some stuff around here because this needs to be seen. So, I was anticipating movement down on the market today because of what happened in the Japanese market yesterday, and you can see there was a definite fake up pump that occurred just before market open, making it look like there was going to be positive movement when we got the numbers that came through. But when the numbers came through and the market opened, we actually went the other direction by quite a bit. You can see that the SPX is taking some pretty big hits right now and is sitting right around, where is it sitting at? 5,429. It broke 5,500. Broke down below 5,500. When did it do that? That was actually yesterday, I think. NASDAQ is down 2.03%. Remember that the Nikkei was down overnight like 2%. The NASDAQ is down 1.98%. Dow Jones is down 0.68%, and the SP 500 is down 1.28%. We have 4,291 decliners to 1,519 advancers. The market's on fire. Hot lava, don't touch the floor. It's looking nasty out there. That's not the worst that it can get, though. Hot lava is not hotter than the sun. But we're approaching it. There is no green sectors for the day-to-day. Nothing. There's nothing green. Is there anything even close to being green? Not really. Maybe consumer staples, and that's about it. Technology is down 2.47%, is the worst performing sector for the day. The second worst performing sector is going to be consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, all red. In fact, there's only one thing that's not 1% or greater down right now, and that's Apple. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 4.01%. FRC is down 35.29%. Silvergate's down 4.17%. NYCB is up 4.22%. Let's see what else. There ought to be some more in here. Wells Fargo down 3.78%. That's it. NYCB is the only thing that's up today on my chart of banks. The only one. And it's up 4.27. I don't know if that's because of the dividend that's about to be issued, but that would be my best guess. Gold is down 0.09 and is starting to trend up after finding a bottom at 2,500. Silver is down 0.88, trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 0.42, and it looks like it's starting to maybe kind of consolidate and break into an uptrend after having been in a downtrend. Let me go back out to a 5-minute time interval. Yeah, it's getting there. US dollar is down 0.09, trending down. Oil is up 0.25, but trending down still. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.33 to 0.37 and trending up. SPY is down 1.36, trending down. Maybe moving into some consolidation. Oops. VIX is up 10.75% at 22.04. Did seem to find a top at 22.84 and is starting to trend down to 22.04. The futures on the VIX are suggesting that it should be around 20.05, so it is full 2 points higher now than where the futures are suggesting. IWM is down 1.53, trending down. VB is down 1.17, trending down. Tesla is down 5.44, trending down. Amazon is down 2.58, trending down. Cinemark is down 1.89, trending back up after a downtrend. Doge is down 4.92, trending down. Bitcoin is down 3.75, trending down. GME is down 1.38, and it found a bottom at 21.80 and then started trending back up and is currently consolidating. HYMC is down 0.97 and looks like it's making a reversal off of a downtrend into an uptrend. NCMI is down 1.46, trending down. Hood is down 3.25, consolidating after a downtrend. And AMC is down 1.06 and starting to trend back down after having been in some consolidation after a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day on AMC. We have approximately, let's call it $600,000 more inflow than outflow, roughly. 2.21 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 106 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 8.13 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 1 and 20 million in the pre-market on a 4-hour time interval. More buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the Vortex indicator. Within the last 4 hours, RSI is at 40.4, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.65, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.98, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.8, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the Big Tramp.
I just posted a link there in the bubble. You want to check one out?
Let's see.
It's just just to give you an idea, they are still for sale.
Let's see. This is just like it's just the magic fingers.
The apparatus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Let me see here.
It probably goes underneath of the mattress or something, and yeah.
There'll be another style just real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Boy,
that thing looks used.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
good old magic
you have to
fingers.
disinfect it a little bit. Yeah, I like that. I might have to free up some capital for
I wonder what caused all that corrosion.
They're preparing an ejaculate or something.
I mean, to that side looks terrible. The other sides over here look like they're brand new almost.
Mm-hmm.
Just corrosion in just one side. Boy, that is a piece of history right there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. If these did not cost as much as they do, I would totally get one of these. This is so cool. This was on. I don't know. I don't know why this was on the same page as what you just linked me, but probably because it had to do with
What's
magic
on it?
fingers. But
I want to
silicone.
see. I want to see.
Yes,
show me.
silicone prosthetic fingers, false fingers for $100. These things look pretty legit. Like, and I would just love to like have my finger curled up, have one of those and a knife, and me on the table and be like, Melissa, like, call. I need help. I need help.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Those look
Or a pair of
pretty.
10 snips. Just have a
Yeah.
big pair of 10 snips and say, I'm going to show you how much I love you. This is how much I love you. And just snap one of those off at the knuckle. Let loose with one of those evil laughs. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's funny.
Yeah, you could have some fun with that.
I don't
Take a
know why I
cigarette
want
lighter
those
to
so
it.
bad. But it's $100.
Light
I'm
a
not
cigarette
buying that.
lighter. Yeah, that's a lot of money for a gag. Yeah.
Yeah. That's too
I
much
mean, I
for a
drop the
gag.
Hondo. I drop a Hondo on the vibrating bed thing because there's so many things I can do with that. I mean, I could mount that. I wouldn't be surprised if Foo Dog hasn't got him mounted in his Corvette under the seats.
Yeah. Mike's saying, do they vibrate? I don't think they do. Papa Max says, I read an article yesterday that said the ramifications of T+1 could cause low volume for a bit with heavily shorted stocks, then boom. Yeah, because it's going to, it's going to give them less, it's going to give them 24 hours less time to be able to do what it is that they used to do with the with a traded position. So, yeah, less volatility for sure, or less volume for sure. Art says, SPY just dropped below critical support. Let me just check it out here. Pretty sure I've got some daily charts showing up on here, perhaps. Let me get rid of my Bollinger Band. The big number I'm looking for here is going to be around 522. We got a ways to go before we get there, but that could happen quickly. 30 days. 30 days.
Wasn't there a song called 30 Days in the Hole?
Wow.
About going to solitary confinement in prison. I think there was.
Man, you don't get
remember the artist.
You don't get much more of a better double top than that. I mean, that's
picture perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And it's.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What kind of volume is it getting? 24.55. Let's see what kind of pace it's on. Let's see if this is real selling or not going on here, because I have a feeling it is. What do we got? 112 minutes. We're looking at 85.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. It's not extremely large quantities of volume, because that'll drop throughout the day as it goes on. So you'd probably be looking at more like 70 to 80 million probably by the end of the day. Unless volume picks up, which would be unusual. If we did see an increase in volume throughout the day on SPY, that would be really, really damning for the futures. But look at this, though. Look at how similar some of these moves are in here. Yep. Pam and Paul says, Boss Blunt said it was because the CAT system has been implemented and is now running. Yeah. There's I mean, we're seeing a lot of stuff happening. I think probably one of the craziest things that's going on right now is this inverted yield becoming normalized, and how fast the yields are dropping. I mean, it's happening quick. And we're still, what are we out? How many days are we out here now? Hold on a second here. We've got, where is it? There it is. We are 12 days, 35 minutes, and 40 seconds away from the FOMC meeting. And as of right now, there's a 73% chance that we see 25 basis points. But there is a lot of talk about there being a 50 basis point cut based off of some of the numbers that we've seen over the last week. And especially if they do some revisions to some of those numbers, who knows what's going to end up happening. But we have a 27% chance as of right now that they're going to drop at 50 basis points, which is not the greater of the two numbers. But, we're getting a rate cut for sure in 12 days? 12 days from now. 12? That seems so short from now. I feel like it was forever ago. 12 days. We're there, guys. We are right around the corner. 2 weeks. Congratulations, attendees.
She says, humble pie, sang the song 30 Days in the Hole.
I don't know. Let me look that song. I'm going to have to check that song out because that sounds like a song I would probably want to. I don't know. Is it a good song?
It's like, it's a little repetitive, but it's 19. It doesn't surprise me that Nana Apes got it because it's like 1970, 1969-ish, I think.
Dang. That sounded like a dig right there.
No, it was just her jam. She owns it. That was her and I have it in common. That time frame was incredibly influential in our lives. I mean, that was when we were coming into our own, 1969 to 1979.
What was it called?
I was discovering girls.
That's not the name of it. What was it called? Whoa. What was
30
it called?
Days in the Hole. 30 Days in the Hole.
Smoking? Humble pie. Smoking. Let's see.
Funny how the mind works.
Yeah, I think I might play that next week.
Song, and I haven't heard that song in years and years and years.
I like that.
It's just amazing. You said 30 Days in the Hole, and instantly the synapses fired in my little pea brain, and I could hear that song playing in my head.
I'm playing that next week.
JJ Hayden's here. Captain Hayden says 1969. He was 5 years old. Yep. Yeah, I was 4.
You didn't even have hair on your balls in 72, you said.
Nope, didn't have my hair. Nope.
Still doesn't to this day.
I started paying attention to girls about 10 years old. I was girl crazy. I was obsessed with girls when I was younger. I like to think that's a good thing. I wasn't running around trying to figure out whether I was a fucking boy or girl. I can tell you that. I knew exactly who I was, and I really liked those pretty girls. And it started for me about 10 years old, 8 to 10 years old when I first started paying attention.
I like how you didn't defend that you do have hair on your balls.
Yeah.
And then now we try to keep it trimmed up a little bit, right?
Well, while you're here, Hayden, you weren't here
waxed.
earlier, but I showed you a great bit. I showed you some love, man. I caught you out on your fitness ride on your bike yesterday, and I posted your picture in Discord General. So I wanted you to get all credit due you.
He's not going to know how to get there. You got to show him how to get there.
He knows how to go. He knows how to Discord General. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
He's like, "Where's that again? Where's Discord?"
Yeah. What button do I push?
I can't even remember how to.
$40 million. He had full command and control of a $40 million fighter jet with the cutting edge technology of thousands of buttons and switches, but he can't get the fucking Discord General to skip it. What's the bubble again? Can somebody help me get to the bubble?
Oh my gosh, it's so funny. You know, Hunter was over here the other day and he was helping me out with stuff, and I don't remember what it was we were doing, but it's so funny when you have somebody who's standing over your shoulder. I like to call it like back seat driving on a computer, though. There should be like a great name for what that is, because you never move fast enough regardless of who you are. If you're standing behind somebody, you can always move, do whatever it is that needs to be done faster. And I could tell he was like having a hard time watching me do what I was doing.
Mrs. Pirate's her working career early on, before she come to work under my employment, was a administrative assistant or a secretary. I called her my secretary. But that was one of her pet peeves. If she had a boss or somebody who she was producing product for, they would stand behind her and look over her shoulder. And she said it just aggravated her to no end. And some of these were real big documents that, and she would say, listen, this will go a lot faster if you just come back later.
Mm-hmm.
Because she was so anxiety ridden about them perhaps seeing a spelling error or something that wasn't right. And she's fully aware that she needs to go back and address that, but she did things in her way. And backseat drivers.
Just so everyone knows that I could find the tab. I don't wear wings, and not pink ones.
That's the only problem. That's the only problem you have with that whole picture, is you don't wear the wings. Okay, got duly noted. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't ride knobbies on a mountain bike in the street.
Knobbies?
Slicks on it.
Knobbies. I'm just saying anytime you're putting out that extra effort for fitness and supporting that whole gym rat crowd, I wanted you to get your due and proper respect. So I posted that for you.
But I know everybody would be behind me because of my intense speed with that bike, I was going to play Where Am I Today, but I got too lazy. I didn't want to get out of bed.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that was me too, man. I struggled to bed. It was good to me this morning. I had a real problem getting up.
Is that, I'm looking at this picture again here that you posted up, and I'm wondering, like, is that like a common theme in Florida? Or is that just...
Dude, that's not Florida. Why you got to throw that on me on my people? That's just something I found on the internet. Don't even try that shit.
Well, let's see. Palm trees, number one.
California. I'm calling it California. I'll bet you the farm, right? I bet
number
you the
two,
farm right
he
now,
has no
California.
tan lines in the bikini area.
Although, to be fair, it could be Key West. Key West has no shortage of that type of individual. So I'm going with Key West or California. But I'll think
there is a plate on a car there that if we zoom in on it enough, we might be able to make out where it is. Maybe.
I see the thick bladed grass. I go with that sawgrass.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Key West has a painted yellow curb anywhere.
There you go. California it is.
I don't know.
I just
California dreaming on such a winter's day. Yeah.
That's gravel, though.
California dreaming. They don't have gravel in Florida. There's no gravel in Florida, period. So
that's
again,
a tough
California.
one. Yeah, that looks like pea gravel.
That
you won't find pea gravel
house has a netted front porch. They do not have that in California.
Ooh, it could be Tampa.
That is definitely Florida.
Pro Jeweler says that's next door to Danny's bar.
Hey, look, something all three of us could laugh at. That's
trivia.
funny.
Impromptu trivia. What was the name of Danny's bar?
All right.
What was their mascot? Their mascot. Impromptu trivia. First person to name it.
Fair warning, I tried to save all y'all, but now I feel like we need to do a vote on what state this is, because this has just gone too far.
Oh goody! Goody!
So
I didn't think it was going to fly.
I'm gonna have to put this up on the screen. Y'all are gonna get ready for seeing a horrific sight. This is not kid friendly, and should be fair warning in advance that if your eyes are going to be offended, please advert them now.
Yeah. And don't be too hard on JJ. He's had a long and difficult life, and he's all used up. So that's all that's left of him. So be kind.
That is some fuddocks there.
There you go.
I don't think that's in the United States. I think that's
I'm
Costa Rica or San.
I'm starting to think you might be right on that. I'm the more I look at this picture, the more I'm thinking that greenery in the background is way too green to be in the North America parts.
There is a license plate. I didn't notice that before.
Yeah, but that license plate is a U.S. looks like a U.S. license plate.
Okay, I'll tell you this: those banana plants, they're above his left wing.
Yeah,
those are not cold hardy. Those will not grow anywhere north of South Proof, Florida. Those will freeze and die off. And for them to be that tall, that means that's in a subtropical. It's in a tropical.
It looks like Key West.
I was gonna say no. Key West doesn't have a hill on it.
He said he doesn't have. They don't have any painted curbs either. He says so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but look at there's a hill. There's not
I want
a
to
hill.
commend you. I want to commend you, JJ, for your choice of hats. That hat is quite fetching on you. I'm
All right,
telling
now
you.
we know that I've got more hair than that guy.
Oh, well.
I mean, that's a fact.
Somebody's saying Hawaii.
I
don't.
That's a maybe. That's a maybe on Hawaii. When I saw the hill in the background, because you see that.
But
background,
a netted
real big
front
cliff.
porch though. It's too much.
Yeah. No. They do a lot of netting.
Do they do
because
netting
don't have
on the
air
front
conditioning.
porches?
They don't have air conditioning.
But they don't have mosquitoes either.
Yeah, it can't be San Juan because they don't pay for that kind of stuff, and there's no bars on the windows.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never been to Hawaii. That looks like a steep hill.
That is, I'm almost positive, either a bus sign or a handicap parking sign right there. I'm not sure
I'm
which.
going with handicap parking. I'm going
but
with handicap parking.
that's got to be U.S. because I can't imagine you would have that sign anywhere else. So now I feel like we're back in the U.S. again here somehow.
Could be a U.S. territory.
Help me out here, JJ. Are you wearing gloves? Do you have like the Madonna gloves on? I can see the left hand on the bicycle.
They both have it.
bicycle
Both sides.
handle.
There's both sides.
Yeah, are those the Madonna gloves, the fingerling Madonna gloves, like they're made out of lace, but their fingers are exposed. I think that's.
Well, see, that's I go with the finger, cut finger at the knuckle. So.
Oh, hang on, people. We have intel. We have intel from the field. Somebody with real eyes-on knowledge. Carlton Jones says that's Key West. That guy's famous down there, but he can't think of his name. Thank you, Carlton Jones.
I knew it was Florida. I knew it.
You see?
I knew it was Florida.
Yeah.
No, look at the hill.
I knew it was Florida. There's no hill here. I can't tell it's a hill.
It's an angle of the
Well,
camera.
that could be trees. That could be trees back there. To be fair, I don't know that there's that kind of deciduous trees. Those aren't palm trees in that top left corner. That's like oak.
A banana plant.
That's like live oak. Well, above.
No, he's talking about up here, right up in here.
Yeah, the upper left-hand corner.
Hammock?
Yeah, that's a hillside.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
Which is why I was kind of thinking like Hawaii made sense a little bit if he was writing in a like in a area because they build a lot of the homes down off the hillsides and the hillsides have this like huge amounts of like greenery and stuff like this. But it I don't know. Anyways,
that bike doesn't look rusted enough for a guy in Key West.
I forgot I can do this. Let's see here. Save as. Hold on a second here. I think we can do a reverse image lookup on it and try and figure it out now. Now that we've gone this far, ruined so many eyeballs. Everybody who wants to look again can look. I've taken it off the screen.
That's San Juan. No,
yeah, I could see that. I could see it being Puerto Rico or the Dominican Republic, someplace that has that mountainous or hilly terrain, because Key West is flat as a flither. Viper says, "I think it's DC." That's funny.
That's the fighting words rugged.
Yeah. VIX is at 23.
Yep.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Up 16.98%.
That could be fun.
Okay, so you said nothing was in the green. I disagree. Look at the VIX; it's soaring.
Look at Terry. Tell me we don't have some investigative journalist among us. Terry's saying that the name is Shaharova Rod. So nicely done.
That's the dude's name?
That would appear so. I don't know. I mean, Terry would just make something up out of whole cloth and throw it out there. Donkey Kong's going with Rod McDowell.
The name?
So we have a common theme of the Rod which is interesting.
Yeah. Ride my dowel.
Pro Jeweler's fun. That's funny. Pro Jeweler's going with Tim Waltz. That's the vice
Tim
presidential
Waltz?
candidate.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Terry says he's also known as Hat Man.
Hat Man.
Well, thank you. Thanks for sharing that, Terry.
I know one thing. If that bib, I will call it a bib, was any tighter, that'd be the true term of cutting a fart.
Well, look, if you just keep up your work, if you keep up your efforts, you too can look as svelte as that guy.
Some of
you have that to look forward to.
It's interesting when I do a reverse image lookup on this. A lot of the pictures that are that have comments on them are all in what appear to be Spanish.
So we're back to Costa Rica,
St. Lucia.
DR.
Oh, here's one that actually has more of the picture in it than any of the others so far. Ooh, let me see. This one's going to help us out a little bit here. Hold on. I think we've got a bigger. Why doesn't it link straight?
I just
to
want
it?
that confidence. Tell the truth, Casey. Don't you wish you had that level of confidence, though? I want
to say that I do. I want to say that I do.
Yeah.
But the problem is that I just don't like. There's not anything invested in it for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not saying I want that lifestyle. I'm just saying the confidence that would be required to own that in the face of, you're going out into the big wide world, and you're going to run up against some clear opposition to your fashion choices. And I just want to give the guy the credit where it's due. He says, I don't give a damn. I'm rocking this today.
So okay, go ahead.
I was about to say, I get what you're going with that, Pyre, but anybody could just ride a bike doing that. Walk into a coffee shop and order, get a slice of banana.
Fair enough. Right. Yeah. Right. Or go get your taxes done. Go see your CPA or something like that. Hop into your lawyer's office and drop off your
like
payroll.
Those Italian dudes that walk around with the banana hammock, with a fold over the top of it, and you're like, wow, and a mullet.
Right. Sure.
So there is a more fuller. I can't get this any larger for whatever reason, but there is a larger portion of it with more cars showing in the image and more of the hillside on the left hand side than we could see before in the previous image. But
did you put that in general?
No, I just
got it on the stream.
I'll tell you what. I'll put it in general for you. How's that?
I'm there in general. I'm in general.
I will. It's there in general. It's there in general for you.
Well,
all right.
My work here is done.
But there's also. Oh no! There's.
That looks like in the upper left corner. Doesn't that look like a mountain?
It does.
In the back.
Well, that's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at. That's an elevation change, a big elevation change. Like you can't explain that greenery away by tropical plants. I just don't see that. That's why I thought, Hawaii, but I'm not gonna say that it's not the Key West. Too many people seem to think that apparently the guy's kind of famous. I just assumed it was just another your run of the mill fruitcakes.
Okay, well, it's not numbers time. I thought we had found our way to numbers somehow or another, but I'm done. I'm done looking for that.
Became a cold case.
I lost interest. We used to have a guy down here in Austin. I'm trying to think of what his name was. There was a guy down here in Austin that did similar kind of stuff all the time. Like he walked around and he passed away a couple of years ago. But let me look him up here.
I know New York has the naked cowboy. I got to give it up for that guy. He kind of made a name for himself. I mean, he will be remembered.
Leslie.
I think it's almost become synonymous with Times Square, the naked cowboy guy. They say he's naked cowboy, but he wears the whitey tidies and the cowboy hat and has this little 6-string guitar. So he seems to have etched his place in history in similar fashion with the nudity.
Yeah, we have here the guy's name here in Austin who passed away is no longer here with us, but his name was Leslie. And everybody had. It seemed like everybody when I moved here had some kind of story, some kind of Leslie story, where if you went downtown Austin, more than likely you had a run with him at some point or another. And apparently he's a really nice guy. Nobody ever had anything bad to say about him, but cross-dressed like crazy, and everybody knew who he was, but he was homeless, and yeah, passed away a few years back, I think, here in Austin.
Yeah, we had one vagrant that was kind of famous in our little town here. I told you guys his name was Seaweed. They nicknamed him Seaweed because he had dreadlocks and an unshaved, a really long beard. But yeah, he died just a short time ago. So we are at the moment we have a vacancy. So if anybody wants to apply for the job, I guess if you get with the Pensacola Chamber of Commerce or something, maybe they can shoot you an application.
I just posted one of the famous guys in Atlanta. I'll leave it at that.
Mike Claypool says that looks like some stuff you'd see at Fantasy Fest in October in Key West. Yeah, Jimmy Buffett had a song called, I think it was called Fruitcakes.
The other kind of fruitcakes.
Yeah. But he included himself in that. It wasn't derogatory. It was like a club. He was like, listen, we're all part of the Fruitcake Club, kind of an homage to the Misfit toy theme from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. But yeah, it reached a moderate level of popularity.
Mm. Boy, what a fiery day we got here in the market today, huh? This is some fire. And yeah, AMC is only down 1.48%, and GME's down 0.8. Neither of us are taking some heavy hits yet. But VIX is up 14.77%, up 22 at 2284, and the SPY is down to 540. It seems to be consolidating and maybe breaking out right now into another downtrend again. 1.63% down for the day today. Just remember that the Nikkei, I think this morning when we looked at it, was down 2%. So this may not be the end. There might be some more coming. But what have we seen every single time we've seen this happen at the end of the day? Nice little run up. I feel like every single time we've seen a little bit of a recovery towards the end of the day. I called it in the pre-market too. I said I think 10 o'clock we're going to start seeing it drop down the other direction. What time was it? I said 10. I think I meant, when I said it, I meant 10 my time. Because I think it's 11 when it normally drops. That was pretty much at market open. Almost 10 Eastern. It was a little bit like an hour before I would have suspected it, but yeah. Tendy says there was no seat on that bicycle. I wasn't going to look hard enough to check, but now you got me thinking. I need to go look. Hold on. Where did it go? I lost it. Where did it go? Did you guys delete it? Somebody deleted it. Who deleted it? You deleted it.
I delete it. I delete all my shit.
Why'd you delete it?
The guy had
That's not
cool. He had a seat on there. Well, you posted it again. You just scroll down a little bit farther. It's in Discord. You clearly see the seat.
That picture is not the same. That's way worse.
All right. Well, if it means
no. It's too late. It's too late. You deleted. It is what it is now. But
that's what I do. You know how I roll, man.
You know what? Just have a permanent place in history. Don't be ashamed of your posts.
If it'll please you, I'm not ashamed.
Well, it's not. I mean, you do you. I like to erase my footprints, don't let me tell you.
I like to think I'm in a stealth mode here. I don't want to leave any evidence behind.
Yeah, well, then you just be you then. You be you. But I mean, it's like, man, and there's somebody else who does that. He knows who he is. I'm not gonna call him out, but like he'll send me DMs and like I go to look at my DMs and it's like just gone. And I'm like, where the hell? Where did it go? And he's like, oh, I decided to take it back.
It started for me. For me, it wasn't a matter of hiding something or being ashamed of things. I ain't gonna lie. I think it was OCD. I get nervous energy and I want to click on something or change something.
Oh.
So I found that I could while away the hours by going back and erasing my footprints, and it just kind of became a compulsive habit for me.
Hey, Pirate, that picture is helping you achieve the machismo that you see that guy have. That guy's.
Listen, I want to have it done. What do they call those fat heads? I'm going to have a fat head poster made and hanging on my wall.
Bob. I just choked on an orange.
Yeah, I caught some bad feedback from some of my quote unquote friends, like Danny or somebody else. They'd be like, "Damn it, Pirate, you erased that shit. I didn't get a chance to see it." I'm like, "Sorry for your luck, dude. You should have been there live and in person. If you snooze, you lose. You need to show up more." But to be fair, I need to probably rethink that and just let some of that stuff fly.
You can just be you, and it's frustrating for me because you say you're
Good.
OCD, but I'm
nothing
OCD.
That pleases me more. There's nothing that pleases me more than to aggravate you. So that's all I need. If I get nothing more than that out of it, I'm a winner.
Thought that was me.
No, I have a special level of hate for you. KC is just, I like to mildly annoy him. I make every effort just to eviscerate you.
Oh, all right. As long as I have my own lane.
From now on, I'm gonna just start sentences. I'm gonna be like, what would be really exciting? No, never mind.
Bait and switch.
But there's really cool. I'm not gonna show you this. It's pointless.
Whoa, goddamn, this is amazing. You're not gonna
Holy
believe it now.
shit!
Never mind.
What the hell? Nothing.
Never
Nothing.
Mind. Forget about it.
From now on,
I think what it made Danny mad was the poor guy. He gets stuck with he's shackled to the machine. He's still got a 9-to-5 job, so he has to. And I'd like to think he looks forward to all of us, and I think he'd use his lunch break or whatever, however the school's schedule allows those teachers. And I think he has to go back and get what he can when he can. And I think it would drive him nuts if he'd see. It was like a puzzle for him. He's like, all I can see are the responses. And then I think it led him to believe that he missed out on some of the fun. So, yeah. In honor of Danny, I'm going to do that. I'll just start letting it fly. Danny, this one's for you. No more deletions.
You can delete them. There's nothing wrong with it. Cassius says, do not do that. That would drive me nuts.
Well, that's part of the fun, man.
Breaking news. Oh, well, never mind. Nah, it's not worth it.
Danny said the worst was if I'd hang a banger out there, like on the rare chance I would get something that was extremely funny or really well written. And he said it would get all sorts of responses and thumbs up and laughs, but then he couldn't see the punchline. It would all be gone.
That's like earlier this morning when I was doing that.
I'm that guy that goes to the library and rents a murder mystery book. And when I'm done, I tear out the last 4 pages before I turn the book back into the library.
You have not done that. Tell me you've not done that before. That's so cruel.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny the statements before me.
That's cruel. It's so cruel. I love it. I kind of makes me want to try it now.
Some people just want to see the world burn, Casey.
The problem is that I'm the Boy Scout, right? So I would feel incredibly guilty about it for the rest of my life.
It would never dawn on a Boy Scout to rent a mystery book.
No.
Or check one out from the library.
Well, it dawns on me after you said it, but here's the thing, though, is that for the rest of my life, I would be paranoid that somewhere I have a library fine due, and that it's accumulating over time, and interest is adding.
They have like the library has some special group of FBI agents that are going to spend the rest of their days hunting you down.
And somehow or another, like 10 years from now, I'm going to get some kind of letter that says like, you owe $28,000 for this page that you ripped out in the back of this book, and interest that you have not paid for this fine. And I'm gonna be like, what?
You're making that run for Congress. You got all your people out supporting you. Donations are pouring in. You're going to be their guy from the district of whatever.
Yeah, he
Texas.
tore out the
next congressman, and then there's going to be a big expose. Expose is going to come out like
it would haunt me forever. Yep, it would haunt me forever. There would be this like little nagging thing in the back of my head.
What kind of a psychopath does this? Don't elect this man. Do you realize what he did?
It would be just my luck too. It would be totally my luck for that to happen. You're the only person that's ever been caught for ripping out the page in the back of the book. You owe $28,000. I'm like,
well, you know, in a perfect world, you could have a rebuttal. You could send out your press team and say, listen, it was a youthful indiscretion, but he still has the pages. Just imagine how funny it would be when you say, like, well, I still have them. If I give you the pages back and you can use tape to tape them back in the book, can we call it even? Yeah.
I actually have a parking ticket from SDSU that I'm worried about to this day. That I never paid. I'm worried about it to this day.
I did that one time. I got caught speeding in Kentucky, and I was hauling ass, and it was a big ticket. And at the time, I didn't have the money to pay it, and I was probably 18, right out of high school, and I just said, "Fuck it, I ain't paying it." And I was really lucky because that was right on the edge of them converting everything over from a paper system to computers. Mm-hmm. And they never put out a warrant for my arrest, and nothing ever became of it. But I don't think you could get away with that today.
Mm. Well, yeah.
And I would work in San Diego and California. I wouldn't step foot in that state again.
Well, this happened in 1995. Yeah, 5. And I don't think there was a computerized system back then. And if they did, and remember I have a godfather who works for the city of San Diego, the city of San Diego, and he told me that their tickets for the college campus did convert over to punishable offenses by the state, but it didn't happen until I think it was after I had my incident. So more than likely
got grandfathered in like I did.
Yeah. More than likely my ticket
under the wire.
Yeah, because I wasn't a student. I was never a student there. I was just cutting somebody a favor and dropping off a library book. I think I already told the story before once, but I was just dropping off a library book and ran to go drop it in the box real quick. And by the time I got back, I already had a ticket. I couldn't have been gone for like 2 minutes, and there was already a ticket just sitting on the vehicle. And
Tom D's got you. So he's got content gold for you. He says you need to call him up on a live stream and tell him you want to make right, that it's been plaguing your conscience, and you want to set things right with the world. You've reached a point in your life where it's important you tie up loose ends, and you want to go back and just insist on paying it. And if they tell you no, it's too late. You just be real adamant about it.
Well,
call them every day.
Statute of limitations, and those run out after 10 years. So.
Well, yeah, that just means they can't charge you with a crime, but it doesn't mean you can't call up and be insistent that you want to pay. You need to clean your conscience.
I need to know what a parking ticket cost back in 1995.
Yeah.
I knew I was moving out of the state anyways, but what's that?
That state's like $15 billion in debt. They probably are counting on that money from you.
It's people like me that caused that state to go into debt. If it hadn't been for
you could be fun though. You could get them live on the phone, and then when they go, we just don't know what to do. Be like, well, I need to speak to a supervisor. You can make a big kerfuffle out of it. How you really need this? You can make a big issue. You have everybody in the office involved. All these fucking lazy bureaucrats who don't do anything but sit around and play Candy Crush all day. You could have all of them stepping and fetching.
It was ridiculous.
I know one thing. I'm not going to be traced to that. I'm not even going to turn my phone with this chat on. They might track you down from me.
Yeah. Well, I've been back to California several times and nothing's ever happened to me, so I'll just keep my fingers crossed, I guess.
I bet you didn't walk by any of those cameras. You probably got down with a baseball cap.
They can't recognize me with the beard. I didn't have this back then. The body's changed way too much.
Since you brought up this subject of cameras here, Captain, I'll ask the community here, yes or no, these guys that are going around with the sawzalls and cutting down these traffic cameras. I don't know what community they're in, but I've seen it on Twitter and X where I guess they have a steel pole with a traffic camera on it, and it's writing speeding tickets and things like that. And it would appear that there's like a bunch of vigilantes that are going around and either spray foaming them, spray painting the lens, or cutting them down. Is that, do we support that? Or, yeah, Tendy says in the United Kingdom. Do we support that? I personally do. I think it's true pirate fashion.
So
I'm just wondering what the rest of the folks think.
It's really interesting. The law requires that they're supposed to catch you in the act, and that a peace officer is supposed to catch you in the act of breaking the law. And there's actually been some cases that have been tried in I think it was Arizona, where that they were saying that the cameras were unconstitutional, and the Supreme Court of California or of Arizona actually agreed with them and said, yeah, you're right. You're not being caught by a peace officer, and it's a third party company that's running the operation. So we're gonna wipe out everybody tickets, that were a part of this period of time. But then I think they did something to the law or changed the law in some kind of way so that was no longer the case. But in a lot of places, I don't know if that's changed yet or not. It's usually that you have to be caught by a peace officer in the act of having a moving violation.
He said
some of those guys are pretty cool, man. They're dressing up like utility workers. They got their safety vest on, their hard hat. They got a buddy there with a clipboard. So to the casual observer, it just looks like they're doing maintenance. But yeah, I commend them for it. I like that sort of civil disobedience.
He said that was in London.
All over the United Kingdom. Tendies have said they're called the Blade Runners. Oh, I like it. They've actually got a name. That's even better.
Well, see,
I would schedule a vacation. I'll be like, they're like, where are you going? You going to Aspen, or are you going to the south of France this year for vacation? Where's your skiing trip? Well, I'm like, no, I'm going to the UK. I'm going to spend 2 weeks running around with the Blade Runners, vandalizing cameras.
Like in London, there's a tax when you cross a certain line. There's a sign, and so all those cameras are just getting a tax.
Guys.
Ooh, look at the charts.
Karen Zima artist just came in and said over 2 million calls just came in for GME.
Thank you, Karen. Look at the charts, guys. Look at the charts. What do we have here?
I miss out so much.
It's pirate talk. I'm telling you, Blade Runners, vandalism, civil unrest. There it goes. Sandy, you need to come look at this.
I miss so much being on the Discord. I can't see everything on the stream.
Wait, is it because of the new setup?
No. Because it if I turn on the microphone, then I get the delay, and it transmits for some reason. I don't know why.
Now Weasley Robledo says DFV tweet. Hold on, let's check him out. Let's see what he's saying here. Oh boy, that was a little loud. Sorry about that. I cracked the speakers there. Oh, we do have a tweet here 2 hours ago from DFV. Check this out. He dropped Chewie. That's the this is the scene in Toy Story where the kid drops Woody to play with Buzz.
Yeah, he's superimposed Chewie's head on it. Yep, he's dropping Chewie.
Drop Chewie.
Nice.
And I guess he's going to go.
I'm going to have to be nice to Karen Zima artist, because her and I bumped heads one day when she came in her first time here. I got sideways with her, and I went to a great deal of trouble to kind of make fun of her. So I might have to revisit that. I want to say thank you, Karen Zima, and as far as I'm concerned, you and I are going to start over again. I'll even go back and have a look at your site and see some of your paintings.
Did you say I'm sorry?
As a way of apologizing.
Did you really say I'm sorry?
Yeah, it does sound like an attempt. It sounded like a pirate type of attempt.
That's as fucking close as I can come, man.
Wow. I didn't think you could move your lips to say that.
And AMC is getting a nice little bump as a result as well. Let's check out the spy and see what the spy looks like. Oh. That's too bad. No love for the spy.
You get this Roaring Kitty post?
Yep. You're coming in. You're coming in too late. We just went over it all.
Yeah. Is it who's this? Is that Yucca? Is that Yucca asking these questions?
Yucca. Sorry, it was eyes downstairs.
We can spend 45 minutes hashing out every single minute detail of the subject, and then Yucca will show up and go, "Hey guys, did you hear?"
It was a little late. I'm normally on time. Yeah.
No, I appreciate everybody who it takes a community to love a community, and
that's true.
And so
and you've told me that, Casey. You gotta be careful about chastising people because they're not timely. You never want to set out you don't want to set a tradition that people are afraid to bring something forward because they might make made fun of because they're not the first one here. So take my bullshit with a grain of salt. Yeah.
Oh Jesus! Back up. grow some callus. Jesus.
I need people to like me. I want to be remembered, man. When I leave this world, I need to know that there's a Navy pilot out there somewhere who misses me and loves me.
Oh, look at these candles. Look at these boom boom candles.
There he is.
Oh, see, there he is. Here he comes, man. Yucca.
Hey, Yucca, did you hear?
Yucca? Tell us, is there something new? Did you hear? Is anything new going on, Yucca?
Did you hear anything new,
Oh
Yucca?
yeah, the cat.
Huh?
It's still going, honey.
Yeah, look at that shit.
Hey, have you seen the DFW tweet?
AMC price?
Just look at it.
481.
Yeah, it gapped up.
There's a gap. There's a little gap. I mean, the wick.
Yeah,
the wick
yeah,
kind
they're
of
gonna
touches,
try to
but there's
fill
a
it in.
gap there.
They're gonna fill it right now, and then it'll take off right now. Get ready.
Hey, look, man, this might not be the atomic bomb, but it makes for a fun Friday, right, folks?
Heck yeah.
I mean,
Fuzzy Fridays.
What more do you want? Yeah, what more do you want, man?
Yep. Just as long as they don't.
If he dropped Chewy.
Yeah, of course he did.
If he dropped up there, Chewy's going down.
It's going down quite a bit.
Yeah.
So then he got into AMC. Is that what you're telling me?
No, it's looking like he probably put somebody's. Gosh darn it.
Where's GME? GME's also.
What was her name again? Help me out. I can't remember.
Winona Ryder?
No, Karen Zima artist came in and told
Karen Zima
artist came in and said that there were over 2 million calls just came in for GME.
Yeah.
So she was watching those calls on there.
Yeah, she's the first one that brought it to our attention, and then within seconds of her posting that, we saw this magnificent action that we see before us now. And I'll take it, man. I got enough reasons in my life to be pissed off and angry. Anytime I find something to be happy about, I'll take it. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth.
Okay, got an alert. GME's trending now on stock twats.
On a day like this,
Tyler says this is a weekly pump to try to draw in options. It's too late for that, Tyler.
It's too late.
A Friday. The
it's a Friday.
week is over with. This is the kind of shit you see on a Tuesday. If this was Tuesday, Tyler, I'd be right there with you, brother.
This is the kind of stuff that destroys market makers when you have the options chain. This is where you get those.
This right here could turn the fucking Max Payne on its head.
Yeah.
Please turn it on its head.
Oh yeah, bend it over.
Remember, 22 for GME, right, and 450 for AMC for the day to day. And here's the thing too is we're watching tons of market money selling off, right? If there's retail that's selling off their positions too, and they have free cash, and they're looking around for the best thing to buy into, what are they going to see?
Oh yeah.
You were just talking about it this morning. Where do you put your safe money?
In AMC.
Yep. He can't just put it in a mason jars and bury it out in the backyard. If he dumps Chewy, it's got to now fair enough, he's got to wait for money to settle and all that, but
Boy, the VIX started climbing again.
What's the VIX at?
23. Well,
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Still going up. Last 10 minutes ago, it was 21.
2368.
I got 2326, but it's a lagging.
Very nice.
Yeah, so I got 2333 on TradingView.
I don't want to say where I'm looking at it.
Yahoo? Please tell me that's not. Don't you dare.
I won't say I'm on Yahoo.
Okay.
But I'm on Yahoo.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's what I figured. Hey, look at that. Numbers time. Want to do it? Shall we do some numbers?
Yeah, man. Just see if anything has changed since an hour ago.
Let's do it.
Ooh, here we go.
Whoa, Cinemark scan. That's amazing.
Look at that. Look at this. Get ready.
All right. Do you want to just stay here and forget numbers? I feel like numbers is important, though.
All right. Hurry up. Can you rush through it? I'll give you a minute.
Well, hold on.
No, it only takes 11 minutes. His average is 10 to 11 minutes.
Yeah, let's do it.
Besides that, it's trading sideways.
We just printed a TD9, so it might pull back a little bit here before resuming up. So it'll be a perfect time. All right, here we go.
Chewy's back up.
All right, I'm taking you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I am not going to give you guys the two-factor authentication speech because we're trying to make things a little bit faster right now. So let's get straight on to the numbers after I move these screens around. Looking at off exchange, normally by this time of the day on off exchange, I would expect to see about 62% going through there, and currently we have that and EDGX combined. We have 58.19% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.22. The combined total on that 68.41%, or about 6.41% of our volume, more of our volume going through those exchanges than normal. CHX volume for the day-to-day is 300 shares, and remember that this off-exchange data is usually delayed by about 15 to 20 minutes, and so likely it's on the next hour's report that we're going to see some of this move that we just saw showing up on these exchanges. GME's CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 2,459 shares. Nothing unusual about that amount. Taking a look at the shares available to be borrowed on AMC, no change in a couple hours. Fees are at 2.26 with 1.1 million shares available to borrow and a rebate of 3.07. In total, IBKR has reported about 400,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was 1 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day, according to that. Is now showing up as 910,000 shares having been borrowed, so there's a little bit of a return there. That's really not going to change too much the estimated short-term interest of the free float, which is at 14.2%. The cost of borrowing ends at 1.05, and the average 1.2, max 1.7. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 55.19 million shares. That's 750,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 110,000 of that was in closed short interest. GME's estimated shares borrowed for the day-to-day is at 293,000 shares returned. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day on AMC is coming in at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was 5.8 thousand contracts in volume. There's now 11.3 thousand contracts in volume. On puts, the highest amount of put volume is coming in at a $5 strike. There was 540 contracts an hour ago, and there's now 2.6 thousand contracts in volume. The market is still suggesting a 475 to 525 close by the end of the day with a 450 max pain, and we're currently at 493. Taking a look at GME, highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $23 strike price for the calls and puts at 22. Highest amount of call volume now is at 22.50. So it looks like there might be calls that are closing out at 22.50, or maybe even some that were being created as price was starting to move up there. And the highest amount of puts at 22. So the market's kind of targeting like a 22.75 close by the end of the day today, and it's already at 24.48. Keeping in mind that max pain is 22. If max pain is 22, 22.50, 23, 23.50, 24, 24.50. We are 5 strike price zones higher than max pain. Remember, the big run that we had back in May was 8 strike price. So the leaning forward picture that caused DFE to put out his post on the 12th. We saw from me, I posted out on the 4th of May of this year. That there was something happening in GME and a gamma ramp was looking like it was going to happen based off of the May 3rd data that happened, because there was 8 strike price zones that were killed on a single Friday closing day. And they're at 5 right now. So they just need 3 more strike price zones, or about $1.50 more. And that will be achieved, if not more. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only 2 I'm looking for on this list. Let me refresh it real quick here one more time just in case it updates. This is a little laggy on its updating on this as well. So if there is FOMO kicking in, we'll probably see more of it in the next hour, and not necessarily right now, because it's saying that it was updated at 11:11, which is about 4 minutes ago. But let's see. AMC and GME are the only 2 I'm looking for on this list. Remember, this is based off of retail orders. AMC and GME are not on the list as of yet, but like I said, it could change within the next hour. Taking a look at MMRI, an hour ago it was 231.64. It's now 232.5, so it did rise up by about a point. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields, we have a normalized yield, which means that the 10-year is now above the 2. So I'm going to give you a negative number. An hour ago it was negative 0.021 on that bond yield. It's now negative 0.023, meaning that the 10-year is getting further away from the 2-year. I mentioned to you guys before in the past, we're waiting to see bond yields falling in general and the yield inversion normalizing to know when the end is near. We're getting that. We have a pretty big drop on the Nikkei for the day today. We have the SPX falling pretty far, and the VIX continuing the trend it was on before the attempted recovery earlier this morning. VIX currently being reported at 2335 on this chart. NASDAQ is down 2.47. The S&P 500, the Dow Jones is down 0.9, and the S&P 500 is down 1.63. An hour ago, we had 1,519 advancers. Now we have 1,262, which means we have a more burning up market than we had before. Hot lava fire, don't touch the floor to burn your feet kind of situation, with 4,734 decliners. We are approaching the sun at this point in the market. Anything less than 1,000 advancers, in my opinion, is a burned up market approaching the sun. Sectors that are doing well for the day today, not a damn one. In fact, the least performing bad sector is consumer staples, down 0.24%. The worst performing sector overall is looks like it's technology. Following technology is consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, not a single one is in the green for the day today, and the least worst of them is Apple, down 0.65%. Everything else is 1% or more down. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. There might be a lot of them now. Coinbase is down 5.77%. FRC is down 35.29%. Silvergate's down 3.33%. NYCB is up 2.52%. The only green bank on my list, and soon may not be the case. Douche Stank is down 2.56. Bank of America is down 2.97. Wells Fargo is down 4.37. Morgan Stanley is close enough, down 2.4%. American Express down 2.96%, and that's about it. Gold is down 0.88 and trending down. Silver is down 2.93, trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 1.21, trending down. The US dollar is up 0.11 and trending up. Oil is down 0.74 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.11 to 0.2 and trending down. SPY is down 1.67, and it was consolidating, but looks to be moving. Looks to be trending down now. I just want to look at the SPY's volume real quick here. It was on a pretty good pace for about like 80 million shares for the day today. It's which obviously is going to drop down. I'm kind of guessing somewhere between 70 and 80 million is what I think it'll finish at. But let's see what kind of pace it's on right now after 168 minutes worth of trading. 70.22 million. So we've seen volume fall quite a bit on the SPY in the last hour. Way more than I would have thought. On a 4-hour chart. Oh, wait. Sorry. We got to keep going here. VIX is currently up 17.24%. I'm showing 23.33 with futures suggesting 21.15. We've got more than a 2-point spread on the futures and the VIX. The VIX is leading the futures up, and IWM is down 2% and consolidating. VB is down 1.54 consolidating. Tesla is down 6.1 consolidating. Amazon is down 3.31 trending down. Cinemark is down 1.66 trending up. Doge is down 6.18 trending down. Bitcoin is down 4.4% trending down. GME is down, or up rather, 4.15, and it did seem to find a little bit of a top at 24.48, and it's coming back down to 23.21. HYMC is down 2.36 trending down. NCMI is down 1.97 and consolidating. Hood is down 3.74 consolidating, and AMC is up 3.17 and found a top at 497, is starting to trend back down. It's 488. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC. There's approximately $500,000 more inflow than outflow. We have 6.34 million shares. I mean, we had a lot of volume in this small amount of time here that added into the average volume being traded. 6.35 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 170 minutes worth of trading. So we're on a pace right now for about 14.56 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In the pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 1 and 20 million shares. We're still on pace for that, even with that big jump up in volume. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the Vortex indicator within the last 4 hours. RSI is at 56.47, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the Vortex indicator within the last hour. RSI is at 64.68, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with divergence on the Vortex indicator within the last 30 minutes. RSI is at 69.94, which is signaling overbought right now because it just moved up to 70.69. 5-minute time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.66, which is slightly, actually just jumped up to 70.82, so it's now in the overbought territory still. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp.
So is that what we're talking about? Kitty's post showing he dropped something.
Yep.
Okay, made sense.
He dropped Chewy.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, it's just a meme, but yeah, we get it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nobody wants to say it now? Nobody wants to say it because, we'll just speak in code. He dropped a dog-faced Woody.
Yeah, but he didn't drop it. Maybe he's just saying, hey, please drop it.
Yucky, you didn't even key in on it. Like, you're of all people. Like, you should have caught that. Like, you didn't even jump on it. What the hell? You're losing it.
Jump on it.
You're losing it.
Well, I'm behaving. Hey.
You're way more into the numbers than I am right now.
I'm all in it.
What's going on? Roy Kitty posted a tweet today?
Yeah, DFV posted a tweet about 2 hours ago. The exact time the exact time on the tweet was
said drink more Ovaltine.
9 a.m. It's a picture of the very first Toy Story movie where I can't remember what the kid's name is, but actually I don't think he has a name. I think I looked that up once before. He doesn't have a name. But the kid, it's Andy. Andy, that's right, because he has it on the bottom of the leg. But yeah, he drops the toy. He drops Woody, and Woody has a dog face on it, looking to the left and having red eyes.
Is that even? Never mind.
What was he a Chewy investor?
Yes.
What is the stock doing today?
Down.
Chewy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's volatile.
What was he? Is he dropping Chewy or did he drop an order?
No.
What?
No.
So
It
if you
dropped
go back,
on
you need to go back and rewatch his original memes because I mean he told you what he was gonna do and he said don't follow.
Don't follow. Yeah.
Mhm.
He's a billionaire, man. Don't follow.
Officially, Chewy has recovered from the initial drop that it had earlier this morning. Let's see here.
Whiplash.
Yep. A little bit of whiplash going on there.
Did you see the movie Whiplash, Casey, about the drummer?
No, I probably should have.
Yeah, you'd like that, man. I think that's right up your alley.
Right up that.
So AMC is actually re-releasing that. I think that's the name of. Let me make sure it's the right one I'm thinking of. Hold
Up your alley?
Yeah.
Is
Whiplash.
that the name of it? Up your alley?
Whiplash.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
about
Yeah,
a-
they're
it's about
re-releasing
like
it.
Kind of a cruel music teacher, and he has a protege, and he kind of picks
Wow,
on
I
him.
wonder-
He's cruel to him.
I
The
wonder if
guy-
they're doing
I
that
don't
on a
wanna be
reason.
Spoilers, but the guy they kind of become like enemies, but in the end, the kid wins.
I've always wondered if their re-releases were like messages to us. Because that
dog needs
literally,
a straw.
so you can suck it the fuck up.
That dog must have a tongue that's a foot wide the way he drinks it.
I tried
Sounds
to
like my wife.
teach him to bite Navy personnel, but he doesn't like the taste of shit.
Oh, damn. Dang, it got harsh.
Just like that.
Mm-hmm.
You
He
know,
goes-
I know
he
you
goes-
guys make fun of Yahoo, but it sure is up to date.
He goes from like 0 to 100 faster than like most people that I know.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Who?
How come
Pirate.
the
There
how
is
come the
no
one
there's
day
no
for GME
there's
AMC
wait, what?
the one day for the hourly for GME and AMC, why do they look the exact same? And so does POS.
Yeah. What in the world does AMC have to do with GME anyways in the first place? So there's no
Yeah.
yeah.
Why do they look the exact same? I just start seeing shapes of the same thing, and you're like, really?
Mhm. I'm really curious. I'm more curious about the next hour's numbers than I am this because this hour was too soon. This next hour's numbers are going to look pretty cool.
You know, I was thinking about this earlier before I came on and had Pirate made fun of me with my picture of me biking. But it seems like we have these conversations a lot on Fridays, and it's almost like the chapter of a book. Like they do this every Friday, and we're supposed to just close the book on Monday. Oh, it's just a new day.
Mm.
But we have these conversations
Or you have
on
to
Fridays.
sit. No, but you have to sit over the weekend and just think about what's transpired too. That's the worst part about it.
But shouldn't it continue? You know what I mean? Like it shouldn't start to a lower thing or this or that on Monday.
Well,
I don't know how they do it.
A lot of it really is designed behind the whole derivatives market. So you have to realize that plays a huge factor into when perhaps maybe might be ideal times to enter into positions or exiting out of positions from both sides of the trade. Do you see where I'm going with that?
Both sides of her?
Yeah.
Both.
These words.
I'm
imagining like a bobblehead Casey that's going to be, because I have this bobblehead Ross here, and I imagine like a bobblehead Casey in the future is going to be all both. And then people are going to be like, that's so funny. And I'm going to sit there and roll my eyes and be like, God, it's so old.
I want
get
a
past
bobblehead
it.
yucca. I want a bobblehead yucca that has like 50 sayings.
What would one of your best sayings be, Yucca?
Keep it tight.
It's
Keep
so
it tight.
many.
Keep it tight is his signature motto. I don't. Or maybe that's his mission. I don't know if that's his mission statement or the company motto, but I know "Keep it tight" is the top.
Keep it tight.
Keep it tight.
I feel like definitely one of them is going to be the this one. It's definitely one of them.
Right.
And you'll be really happy
He's
when that one just randomly goes off.
He has an unnatural addiction to that fucker in the pussy meme, and I think it's because he needs a constant reminder. I think he has short-term memory problems, and he needs to be constantly told where he's supposed to do it. Apparently, he forgets. I guess in between interludes, from one encounter to the next, apparently he forgets exactly how it's supposed to go, and I think that serves as some sort of a reminder for him.
Maybe it can have like just like soft talking in the background while you're talking and just saying like derogatory, like like just under talkings.
That'd be like bubble-headed rugged though. Where's this? Oh yeah.
Here, I'm gonna go to breaks, but I'm gonna leave you guys off with a bobblehead Ross quote. What's up? That's gonna be another one of those. Again?
Are you really going on break with all this excitement?
Yes, you have to keep things regular, like a poop. Things are.
Is that where you're going?
You need regularity in life, and without it, things don't work the way they're supposed to.
Exactly, and Casey also has intercourse scheduled for 9:17 p.m.
All right.
Yeah, those are Osceolas.
I think Casey is just a strong union member. Hey, it's my break. Can't you? No, break time.
Look,
no,
that is absolutely not true. So let me play you a little bobblehead Ross, and then I'm going to sign out.
Let's put a few little highlights in here, just to make them little rascals just sparkle in the sun.
There you go. See you in a bit.
Keep it tight.
I have to admit, that was kind of fun. I liked it. The worst things that can happen on a Friday afternoon. Did the stream go down, or are we still live?
I think we're still here, but
Thanks.
about a week ago, I plotted a smiley face right at the tip of this triangular pattern. Here, I'm going to just snap a picture of it and I'll put it into the bubble. So you could just look at it.
I clicked on it. All I see is the one timer made the last post of the meme of Woody being dropped saying, I don't want to play with you anymore. So I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I don't see it.
Yeah, I'll put it now. Hold on. Here.
Oh, I thought you said you'd already done it.
Yeah. Okay, there it is. There's the AMC.
All right. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, may be wrong. I don't know. Oh yeah, there is resistance around the 24 on GME. There's resistance around 2430, and let's see here. Yeah, okay,
GameStop's certainly enjoying the benefits of volume right now.
Yeah, on the 1 minute chart, we're
pretty obvious.
Yeah, we're in a falling wedge on the 1 minute. Let's see here. Where will this stop? Let's see.
The VIX is at 2317, but it's still going up. It's up 16.5, almost 16.5% on the day. So that's real interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of cool. My son went back to Daytona to visit his college girlfriend. Well, not it's still his girlfriend. I shouldn't say college girlfriend, but she's still in school there.
Okay.
So he drove down. He's been down there for the past 2 weeks. But I had no idea it worked this way. He's been doing DoorDash down there.
Nice.
So he's been down there kicking it with her. And he said it's kind of funny because when they went out to eat, they were getting ready to go out to eat, and he's like, you want to do a little dash in to pay for this? And she's like, yeah. And I was impressed by that. I'm like, that's a good girl, man. She needs to be about the hustle. You know, some girls might find that off-putting or quote unquote uncool. But he said they made a few deliveries, and as a consequence, they were able to go out and have a real nice meal, and it didn't cost them a dime. And I said, that's good, man. She need to, if she's going to be part of Team Pirate, she needs to be all about the hustle anyhow. So, but at any rate, I didn't realize it worked that way, that it was, you know, I just never dawned on me that he could just pick up and leave the Pensacola, Destin area and go all the way to the other part of Florida and just pick up right where he left off. So
yeah, that's cool. Like that's, you know, for those that are
like portability. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like those who want that flexibility to be live nomadically.
Never dawned on me. Yeah.
There's something to be said like, oh, I got to get back to work. I have to leave to. So, well, what if you can work anywhere? Imagine that. That's
exactly.
Like,
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and it's not a career choice. I'm not here advocating this as a lifelong dream to become a DoorDash driver or Uber Eats. I'm just saying, how cool is it that, you know, if a guy's if you're in a part of your life where that's still, it works for you, whether you're continuing your education or moving on to the next thing. I just thought it was incredibly cool because it just never dawned on me. You know, I grew up in a place where you went to a job, you clocked in and all that.
Yep.
In order to produce a little money each week. He's like, yeah.
Some good flexibility there. Mm-hmm.
Hawkeye says, live in an RV and DoorDash for fuck around money, retirement goals. Yeah, I get it, man.
My dad actually lived in a pink trailer for a little bit. Sounds kind of bizarre, but he did what he did.
Yeah, I was just little things like that impressed me as opposed to him saying, listen, I'm not gonna I'm gonna take 2 weeks off and go see my girlfriend in Daytona or what have you, you know, and say, well, I'm gonna dip into my savings or I've saved up enough money to go for 2 weeks, to be able to say, I'm gonna travel over there and the trip will pay for itself because I'm gonna kind of hustle while I'm there.
Yeah.
So that I'm impressed by that sort of thing.
It's very nice. You know, values, man. Values. Attitude and values go make or break it.
AMC's retraced, falling back, if you will, to $4.76. GameStop is at $22.76.
Are you saying that it could potentially even be a good buying opportunity?
I have no idea.
Yeah. I think it might be a potentially good buying opportunity.
Carl J says he'd love to live in a travel van, campground to campground, 2 weeks at a time. I would love to own a campground. I would love to build the campground, Carl J, so that you could pull in, give me that credit card and stay 3 nights at $40 a night. Smiling, all happy, everybody's in a good mood, nobody's stressed, you're retired, you're living a life of leisure. I'm just kicking it, hanging out. You know, I might have to go around, maybe change some of the garbage can liners out or check on Miss Pirate at the front office to see if everybody who coming in today has paid. I think there's be something to be said for that lifestyle. If I were ever, we talked about this last night, Real Reg and I did around the poker table. If I were ever to plant a flag again, that's what I would be. I would be a RV park developer. Not a developer. I would just build one. I would build my own campground. I've spent a number of years working for them. Some people already know this. The tree company that I own spent a number of years doing contracts for those, to the point where I established pretty strong relationships, friendships, if you will, with the owners and operators. So I became, I was educated into some of the intricacies of that. And I'm here to tell you they're cash cows. Yeah. You don't have if you have an aversion for employees like I do, I've had a belly full of employees and I don't wish to go down that path again. If you want to involve yourself in a business that doesn't require a whole lot, a lot of those places operate on a simple business model of letting somebody camp for free if they're willing to work a little bit. So you take, one of the spots there, you have snowbirds who may be down for the winter or what have you. And if the old lady wants to sit up in the office and collect money as people move in, and Papaw wants to go around, maybe ride a riding lawnmower or dip the swimming pool or something. Well, I guess you could turn the swimming pool over to full service, but you see where I'm getting at. That's about the extent of the burden there. And you can, between an owner participating, and even if you didn't want to participate in it, I think it'd be a pretty low bar to hire somebody to sit in the office and somebody else to do a little light maintenance. And when you contrast that to how much money those places generate on a daily, it's incredible. Yeah, I was pretty ate up with it for a number of years. The businesses I were in, and I'm sure attendees, some of the other business owners here can speak to this. You find yourself where you have big contracts and you're paying out labor and you're paying out fuel and all the things that that nut that you have to crack, and you might have to wait 30 days for your money. And that can create challenges if a business is growing really fast. You don't have that with an RV park. Those people pay every day on the day. So your money is constantly flowing in. And I looked at it really hard. And if I was young and had a fire in my belly again, that's something that it would definitely be on the top of my list of things to look at real close.
Let's see here. I got a post here from Unusual Whales. Let's see. It says that Fed's Waller says, I do not believe the U.S. economy is in a recession or necessarily headed for one soon. So with that, wonder what we'll see happen here. Those remarks can sometimes move the markets a little bit. I see the VIX dropping a little bit.
Attendees adding his thoughts on the matter. So there are plenty of great opportunities out there. Most rely on a cash buy, not going into debt out of the gate. Absolutely, attendees. That topic of being able to self-fund whatever your business is could be the difference between profitable and not. I've seen that a lot. I've seen some business plans that are built, and even under the best of times, if you're generous with the numbers, the bank is the only person who wins. So it's kind of goes back to that age. I know it's been said many different ways, but it takes money to make money. I think the difference in the American culture is how we go about getting that money. Many cultures around the world, families will pull together. That's why you'll see so many of the Patels that are in the hotel industry, the Indian nationals. You'll see, when you see Oriental folks, the whole family running a Chinese restaurant, and the examples are wide and varied. But unfortunately, for the most part, I don't think American culture embraces that concept. At our own peril.
It's the immigrant way.
Yeah, our own peril. Yep.
And they're willing to see the big picture. They realize that the odds may be stacked. I think they learn very quickly.
Strength
the
in
odds
numbers.
Yep, and they're willing to sacrifice and live in maybe tighter quarters.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And
What are your thoughts on the European American?
Huh?
Yeah, the European American.
Regarding what?
Their settlement in
Or
America.
you mean entrepreneurial spirit?
Yeah, entrepreneurial.
Well, I guess it would depend on which Europeans. I don't just talk about Europeans as a whole, because the continent's so huge, and the variety of different cultures there. It's almost impossible to lump them all into one category.
90% of America is European.
I don't know about all that.
I know I came across a meme. I don't know if it's a meme, but somebody's starting a war saying that all Americans are European. And they just took over America. People are getting upset.
I get it. Well, there's something to be said about that. But a lot of these people, they don't know their history, and they love to just seize on something that's inflammatory or defamatory, and they want to publish that. But listen, to some extent, everybody is an immigrant from somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, we could spend the rest of the week talking about immigration and its effects through history. So there are a lot of people who like to run their mouths about that sort of thing. They're not really particularly well educated in the subject as it applies to the history, the total history, or modern history as we accept it, written history. Everybody comes from somewhere else.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah.
Carl J said he's seen families living together in California and then buy a house for sale on the same street. That's it, Carl. I've always been insanely jealous of those type of families that are able to, they have a family that is so cohesive. It's so tight knit that it's not even a question. Everybody just participates. I think in a lot of those, it's not even voluntary. They don't like take a vote. You're just born into a cultural habit that the whole family pulls together, and the hierarchical structure of the family, the patriarch or the head of the family, the traditional head of the family being the old man, he's the final authority, and everybody rows the boat in the same direction. And as a consequence, the family prospers. Everyone's required to work. Everybody talks about child labor laws and all this other shit. I'm like, man, get out of here with that shit. Have you ever seen some of these cultures where the little kids are working a cash register, while they're doing their homework? Everything isn't just some poor kid that's working slave labor and he's chained to a basement running a sewing machine. Individual cases vary.
Yeah.
You break something, Yucca?
No, I just reading Tendy's vagina.
Okay.
Well, it's
I
all about.
don't know.
It's all right, baby.
We
Who
pull
broke
all
that?
together. Come on.
Somebody broke something. Or dropped something.
Mrs. Pirate was come by and she was laying a big fat sloppy kiss on me and she knocked over my ice water.
Really?
And I don't care. The water went all over everything. I have a nightstand or and what do you call it? An end table next to me, and it's become like it looks like my workbench. It has everything on it, just lands there, and it becomes
kinky.
quite busy. So
that's kinky. He's trying to toss the water all over you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice gesture.
Nice gesture. Wet T-shirt. Over at Pirates.
Donkey Kong says Pirate's house looks like a scene from Flashdance. Yep, there you go.
At that, or she just decided to.
Where the dancer girl, splashes the water all over and does the big wet T-shirt thing on it. I had to fill Mrs. Pirate in on that. Pretendee said 5 minutes of fury. You damn right, man. 3 minutes to get my clothes off and 2 minutes to take care of business.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
It's gotten kind of out of control. Yeah, I got to do something with that. I got to clean this thing off.
I wonder how many people are gonna cry when this squeezes, like for happiness and stuff. Like.
Oh yeah. I think it'll be fine.
All right, I'm going to make you guys laugh real quick. I'll give you a quick rundown. It's just going to be train of thought. I'm going to tell you exactly what I see, and this won't be inclusive. It doesn't mean this is all there. It doesn't mean this is all I can see, but this just is a rundown. I see an extra pair of reading glasses. I see a tub of black cherry gummies. I see a pair of needle nose pliers. I see a small bottle of PVC glue. I see a tub of underarm deodorant stick. I see 3 bottles of prescription medicine. I see 2 giant key rings. I see a small pair of scissors. I see a giant bolt and a washer from God knows what. I see eardrops for a dog. I see fingernail clippers. I see pliers. I see a tiny, tiny, delicate screwdriver set like you'd work on glasses. I see a folding measuring tape. I see PVC tape like you would use. What else? I see a set of vernier calipers for measuring. I see a dog brush. I see eye drops. I see foams. So that gives you an idea of the variety of shit that's piled up here next to my throne.
Wow.
Not a lot of space there. I keep a little space on the edge available for the pastries that come and go, and my water.
Are you selling all that? Is that like a
No? It's just I have a bad habit. I've gotten to the habit of just putting shit down when I'm done with it, and it doesn't matter where it goes. I guess I've become just incredibly lazy.
I have the same thing here going on my desk.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of stuff. I got keys, I got a USB, I got a lipstick. Well, no, not a lipstick. It's a glue stick. Yep. I got a straw.
Yeah. It screams out problems. If you walk in my living room, you're like, why do you have PVC glue next in your living room next to where you sit? I'm like, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that.
I got some hair clippers to pull my nose hairs out when they're coming out.
Brian Adams, I feel your pain. He says he keeps a pair of Mitutoyo dials on his desk at home. I'll have to Google what Mitutoyo dials are. I'm going to assume that's some sort of a real exact measuring device. But I salute you, Brian. Carl J says I have a junk drawer in a nightstand. Oh yeah, we have that as well. We have one in the kitchen, and I have one next in my living room that has become sort of a catch-all where things kind of go. They go in those drawers, and you never see them again. But I'm talking about strictly what finds its way on the table right next to where I sit. It's clear evidence of a psychological problem. Yeah, he's like dial calipers. Roger that. I guess in some ways I've reverted to a lot of childlike tendencies. If I have a problem that just absolutely needs to be addressed, I'll go get, I guess, let's talk about the PVC glue. I know where it came from. The internet guy came here. He fucked up my yard, my sprinkler system, putting the new internet in, and that required me to act. It wasn't something I could put off like I want to do. So apparently, in my haste to finish that and get back to you people for foolishness, upon finishing the task, I just set the PVC glue down, and that's the end of it. Now, I give credit to Mrs. Pirate for not cleaning up behind me, because that would just consume her days. At some point, she's like, he has to clean up for himself. So I will. Eventually, I'll look at it, and it'll become an issue for me, and I'll have to spend an hour putting everything where it goes. It's interesting how we evolve over time. I was never that way. It's constant state of change.
But doesn't it feel good when you clean it all up? Doesn't it feel?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like cleaning a workbench. Clean a workbench, clean the garage, get everything put back where it goes.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, you have new opportunities. Then it starts to pile up again.
Exactly, and that's some weird thing. It's funny that you mentioned that, because I tell myself I'll never do this again. I told you guys I have a really small trailer, the smallest trailer that I own, and it fits in the garage. We're not allowed to keep it outside, but every time I knew this would happen when I brought it home. When I bought it, I said, this is going to become a catch-all. And sure enough, man, over the course of a year, it looks like I'm moving. It looks like I've loaded up the trailer to literally move. So if I need that trailer, I got to go out and spend probably 2 hours just uncovering it, just to drag it out. And every time I go about that and I get it clean, I'm like, that's it. I'm never doing this again. From now on, I will put things away. But I come in from weed eating, I'm hot and I'm tired, and I got a weed eater string in my hand, and it's just too easy just to lay it down on there. So here we go again. It's a vicious cycle. I'm glad to hear from you guys that I'm not alone in that, though. Brian says the junk drawer in a kitchen is a staple of any home. I would agree with you, Brian. It's almost a prerequisite.
Brian. Oh, Brian.
Brian Adams. No, I reckon. Every time I see it, I remember the famous singer from the '80s, Brian Adams. And every time I see this dude, I'm quite certain he's not the singing superstar, but that's what comes to mind when I see his name. Yunwall says, why did it dump? I don't necessarily know that it dumped. It just pulled back quite a bit. But regardless of the technicalities of whether it was a dump or not, I would just think that it was a reflection of the volatility.
Yeah, it's gonna go back up.
Yeah, it's just the volatility.
They're playing games.
Carl J knows, says cuts like a knife. So he's dated himself. He's quoting a hit song from Bryan Adams. Bryan Adams said he can't sing, but he can whistle. Well, that'll do. That's good enough. Everybody contributes in the manner that they see fit. Donkey Kong is of the opinion that whoever bought the $2 million in calls just dumped them when it made its run. And it's possible, Kong. They could have day traded the fuck out of it. Well, that's funny. Bryan Adams said that's his nickname, CLAC, which is an acronym for cuts like a knife. That's kind of cool. Kong says, by his calculations, they walked away with about 800 large. Yeah, that's respectable for a day's work, Kong. I mean, yeah. I guess a guy could get by on that kind of profit if they had to. Kong says, it's not opinion. Oh, I believe you. Gordon Jones says, side note, Bryan Adams, the singer, has some new music out. I was a fan of that song he had, Everything I Do for You. I think it was Kevin Costner played the titular character from Robin Hood, with Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio played Maid Marian. And I believe that song had a hit video because it used lots of little clips of the Robin Hood character swooping in to save the day.
Wasn't my cup of tea. That one.
Really, I loved it, man. I thought it was great.
It's too slow for me.
Yeah, I think the bad guy in there, the sheriff of I don't know if it was the sheriff of Nottingham, was the same guy that played in the what's it called, the movie where all the kids had their little magic wands and magical and all of that, and the Gryffindor house. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you, Harry Potter. I think it was this same guy that played in Harry Potter played in that movie. I can't remember if he was indeed the sheriff of Nottingham or some other character, but I remember he played the bad guy in that. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that you didn't care for that, Rugged. I liked it.
Yeah, I don't like. I tend to not like music that's too soft. I mean, it depends on Like I'll do like classical or something like that.
Oh, you mean this? You mean the song? You didn't do it for you. I thought you meant that the
Oh,
movie,
yeah,
the
song.
movie Robin Hood with Kevin Costner. I got confused. I
Yeah.
got my wires crossed.
Kevin Costner's making a nice comeback right now with Yellowstone.
Yeah, I was always a fan of Costner. I thought he was.
Yeah.
I loved his stuff. Even going all the way back to the movie that one of my favorites was No Way Out, where he played a Navy officer, and he was the mole. No big spoiler alert if you haven't seen it. Damn, I think it's a 30-year-old movie, but they're all running around the Pentagon trying to figure out who's leaking information to the Russians. And the entire time it was Kevin Costner.
Oh,
He
yeah.
was the guy.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought
pretty cool.
I thought it was based off that what was it, that plot? Was it no, it was an emblem that they gave. Did you ever see that the Russians gave the US an emblem, like a big wooden emblem, and inside in the back was a listening device.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but the premise of the movie that Costner was in, No Way Out, was on the long-standing myth. I don't know if it's a myth, the theory that the Russians moved families. They immigrated here and they raised children, and the children were born and raised here, educated here, come through our military, and they were all with the sole purpose of someday flipping for the motherland. So they were groomed literally from childhood to be spies. And I think it was along that line of thinking that, you know, again, Kevin Costner was everything you'd want to be. You know, he's a naval officer and intelligence man working in the Pentagon and all things to all people. And in the end of the movie, you find out that he's the dirty guy. The movie's really about him the entire time, is it him trying to prevent them from discovering him. And it's pretty cool. There's some palace intrigue about presidents, you know. I don't know if they were banging. I can't remember if he was banging a hooker and she died and they tried to cover it all up. But somewhere along the line, the picture was taken of Kevin Costner, and he knew that if they ever got the pixels figured out, that it would identify him. So it was a race on the clock for him to try to eliminate that before they discovered him. It was a good show. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It's called No Way Out. If you like spy novels, spy movies. Wasn't as good as Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. That's I think that set a new high bar for spy movies. MC says Breach is like that, but it was based on an actual real story. Yeah, I'm with you on that, MC. Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy was nothing short of masterful. For all you listeners out there, AMC is still trading sideways at 478 after falling off of its intraday high that it made on that little run we saw earlier. We got so excited about up to just shy of $5. It hit 497. But it's settled in now at about 478, and volume for most part has disappeared. So that's that. And then we have GameStop at 23.18. And again, off of its daily high of 24.48 some time ago. It's funny because Captain Hayden mentioned earlier about them having to revise the jobs numbers, but there's big tickers going across the CNBC screen that says softer than expected job numbers. So even with the cooking of the books, the lying, the cheating, and the fuckery, the best they could do was it's softer than expected. And like to reiterate what Captain Hayden said earlier, now look for a week from now or 2 weeks from now when they quietly come out with a revision and say, oh, and that wasn't even as good as we said. Sloppy says their touch hole will pay for this later. Yeah, I've become obsessed with calling my bunghole the touch hole now. In fact, I've changed the name from Desitin diaper rash to bunghole butter. Going forward, me personally, I'm going to refer to my Desitin diaper rash as bunghole butter. It seems in keeping with the whole theme. I misspoke. Touch hole butter. I meant to say touch hole butter. So, damn, I flubbed up that punchline really good.
I'm cleaning my desk. I've been cleaning it since you mentioned.
I don't mind confessing, Yucca, I paid a heavy price this year for my lack of my failure to responsibly put my tools away. I left the largest sledgehammer I have. I had a really big one. You know, they come in different sizes. I want to say it was either 35 or 40-pound hammer. It had a real big. I mean, it took some effort to heft it, but when you brought it, when you laid that blow down, it transferred some energy. But I was using it on the boat dock out there to pound on some big stuff. And when I lost interest in that project, I brought all the tools up, and there was one last trip, that sledgehammer remained down there. I'm like, I'm not going all the way back down there for that sledgehammer. It can just live there until I do more of this work. So fast forward on, I'm like, nothing will happen to it. It's a 45-pound sledgehammer. Where can it go? And sure enough, we had a big storm. The waves blew it off the dock. So I went down. I was like, oh, this sucks, man. My sledgehammer's, and I could see it because it had a yellow fiberglass handle in the water about 4 foot deep.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I'm not getting in that water today. I'll get it later. And it never happened. And the wave action, what happens is that stuff, the sand shifts back and forth, and that heavy stuff settles to the bottom. Now it's still out there somewhere. I went down and I took a magnet down and went fishing for it in an effort to try to pay for my sins and recover my tool. But alas, I failed. So there's a really beautiful sledgehammer somewhere out there in that sand that is no longer available for my use for no other reason than I was too damn lazy to go back one more trip and carry that shit back to the garage.
I wonder if you can see it through Google Maps. You know,
no, it's under the sand now. The water's still clear, and you can walk through there. I'm quite certain. You know, it isn't like it fell off the boat dock and shot 50 feet out. If the wave washed off that boat dock, it went straight down. And I know plus or minus within 50 feet of where it's at, but it has managed to go subterranean, and it's got a fine layer of sand over it. So I guess the only way I could really find it is if I go in there and and shuffle my feet, back and forth until I stub my toe on something. But it's just another example of how if you don't play by the rules, you'll pay the price.
Yeah.
Carl J says fish attractor now. Yeah, if it were to stay above, on top of the seabed, but I'm quite certain that it's below the sand now. Gone forever. Oh, Hawkeye said, and this is how SpongeBob got a 40-pound sledgehammer. I was unaware that SpongeBob had a sledgehammer, so that pleases me to hear that at least the tool's being used. Hawkeye says, wouldn't it be amazing if a large wave carries it deep into the ocean, breaks a window out of a nuclear Russian submarine, and as a result, I saved the world from World War III. I like that. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I could be a hero just for one day.
That would be Jacob Dylan's band, Wallflowers. I got that movie, the song reference.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice, sir.
We could be heroes. Yeah. Moving back
says,
up a little.
Pirate, did we just become best friends? I missed that one. Sometimes I have to bounce back and forth sloppy, so I don't know what comment it was that refers to. But yeah, I'm all. A man can't have too many best friends. So absolutely, I don't even care why or what, but I'll take it. If we're going to be besties, I'm all about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes with my music references, they're too vague, and I get a great deal of pleasure if at least one person picks up on it, then I figure my efforts weren't for naught.
Yeah.
Amazing Bluetooth says Wallflowers reference.
Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite cover was David Bowie. We could be heroes just for one day. I don't know how many people have actually covered the song. I'm afraid I don't even know who the original songwriter was, but I was quite impressed with David Bowie's live version. I do like the There Goes My Hero by Dave Grohl, but I don't think it's for some reason it just didn't strike the same chord with me, no pun intended, that David Bowie's version of Hero Just for One Day.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Sounds like you had a nap.
No, I didn't. I get so frustrated sometimes with Reddit.
Well, like the monkey then.
It's there's things I have stopped using Reddit a long time ago, and part of the reason was because I was getting really frustrated with getting constantly censored on there, and it's still happening. There's still a censorship on me specifically that nobody else seems to have, and it really is frustrating when you're trying to get a message out to people. And it's just really it's frustrating to be silenced like that. Yucca's like, tell me about it. I get your frustration, Yucca.
Karma.
Karma, yeah, that's right.
Could you create your own subreddit, Casey?
Say again?
Could you create your own subreddit or?
Yeah, I have. I actually have created one. I've got my own subreddit on there that's a safe place that I have hidden away until after this is all said and done, because I want to provide a place for us to have a private spot to be able to talk afterwards. But I could create another one if you're suggesting that I should create my own subreddit and host that. The only problem I have with that
secret clubhouse. I like
the time. Yeah, the time that I think that's involved with managing a subreddit is well beyond what I want to put in beyond what I already do. So I can't see doing it. It's just, it'd be too hard on me.
No extra pressure.
What's that?
I said, don't feel like you have any extra pressure.
No, I know. Trust me, I don't apply any more pressure than I have to. So, yeah.
Have you talked on air about the Turn the Page, the Grover book?
Yeah. So that was what I was having a hard time posting while I was on break. And what is there something you wanted to know about it specifically?
Oh, for about a week I've been wanting to ask about it, but I feel like I think one timer might have responded and said it might be a little too late. So I was thinking of something I already missed.
No, you're right on time. It's right on time right now. So, let's do numbers and then talk about it. Is that okay with you, or do you have something you have to get to?
Do your numbers. If I don't chime in, I just bad service still listen.
All right, cool.
Well, that'll please Turtle. That's what Turtle wants.
All right, let's do numbers and then we'll talk about that. We'll talk about Grover the friendly monster that we all grew up loving and knowing. Let's do this. I'm going to take you guys over the other page. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Starting with exchange traded volume. What do we got going on AMC here? This should be some fun numbers, I would imagine. Let's see here. We normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We had about 54.13% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 8.82. The combined total in that 62.95%, almost exactly what we would expect to see, about 0.05% of our less volume going through those exchanges than what I would expect. CHX volume is 0.03 or 2,422 shares. So we have had a little bit of a spike because it was only like 100 shares for the most part this morning, and now it's all of a sudden 2,422, but it's not 30,000, so I'm not really all that impressed. On GME, CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 32,123 shares. Bingo! There you go. There's the number. 30K. That's it. Somebody's returning shares, guys. They are absolutely panicking right now. I guarantee it. Let's see here. On AMC, borrowed shares according to IBKR. No new shares haven't been borrowed in the last hour. There's 1.1 million shares available to borrow with fees at 2.26%, rebates at 3.07%. We are seeing a reporting of about 400,000 shares by IBKR borrowed so far for the day today. Let's see. According to Ortex, an hour ago there was approximately 910,000 shares having been borrowed. That value is now at 900,000, so just a very slight change. That's going to keep the estimated short share interest of the free float and cost to borrow numbers pretty much the same. Shares on loan for the day today is at 55.19 million shares. That's approximately 750,000 shares less on loan than yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 110,000 that was in return short interest. On GameStop, an hour ago there was approximately 293,000 shares having been returned. It's now a return of about 313,000 shares. Moving over to options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago on AMC was at a $5 strike with 11.3 thousand contracts. We saw that number double in an hour's time. It's now 20.9 thousand contracts, almost doubling again. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 2.6 thousand contracts in volume an hour ago. There's now 3.7. The market is suggesting a closing price between $475 and $525 by the end of the day today, and max pain is $450. Taking a look at GME. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today. An hour ago was at 25. I think I might have said 24 an hour ago because price hadn't gone up as much as it had. I would say it's now at 25. Highest amount of put volume is at 22. So if you were to split the difference, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, maybe 23 and a half would be the middle ground on that. So the market kind of estimating about a 23 and a half close by the end of the day today, and they're currently at 23.69. That is, I think 22 was max pain for the day today. 22, they're about 3 strike prices higher than where max pain is. It was 5 earlier, so it did come down a little bit. Taking you guys over the other page here, let's see if orders by Fidelity customers, let's see if AMC or GME made this list here. See if we had any FOMO retail buying going on during this period of time here. It would be nice to see if that were the case. Not showing up yet on the list here. I'm a little surprised by this. It might take another hour maybe before we see it actually show up on here. But according to this, we are not seeing FOMO buy orders for retail. MMRI an hour ago was 232.5 and is now 233.51. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates would be about, is now a normalized value, meaning the 10-year is above the 2-year. So I'm going to give you a negative value of 0.037. It was negative 0.023 an hour ago. So the gap is widening even further between the 2-year and 10-year. You can see the gap. This is the first time we've been able to see the gap. Look at those wild charts right there. A little bit of separation on the US dollar and the yen to the dollar. You can see that the Nikkei kind of leveled out a little bit. You can see there was a little bit of a upwards momentum movement on crypto and the US SPX, the market as a whole. VIX coming back down a little bit, down to 2207. Might be the quiet period here. We got a little bit of movement going on right now. Let's see what the sectors are looking like to the rest of the market. We got NASDAQ down 2.08, Dow Jones down 0.75, and the SP 500 is down 1.4. 4,672 decliners to 1,437 advancers. The market's more advancing now than it was an hour ago, so definitely a little bit of a recovery for the last hour. But still, hot lava fire, don't touch the floor to burn your feet kind of situation in the market. Taking a look at sectors, we have 0 sectors that are in the green for the day today. The worst 2 performing sectors are technology, followed by, looks like, communications, just barely. Of the Mag 7, all are red. The least worst, I feel like I'm talking German when I say that, is Apple down 0.55. Everything else is 1% or more down. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 6.44%. FRC is down 35.29. SI is down 3.33. NYCB is up 2.62. Let's see here. Douche Stank is down 2.47. Bank of America down 2.66. Wells Fargo down 4.49. Citigroup down 2.42. American Express down 3.02, and that's it. Gold is currently down 0.87 and trending up. Silver is down 3.2, trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 1.18, trending down. It looks like it's trying to break that trend. U.S. dollar is up 0.11 and is it seems to have found a little bit of a top at around maybe like 101.33 and is starting to trend back down a little bit after some consolidation. Oil is breaking even for the day today and appears to be finding a bottom at 201 and has been trending back up since then. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.18 to 0.23 and are trending up, and the SPY is down 1.52 and trending up from a consolidation period after trending down. VIX is down down. VIX is up 11.96% at 22.28. Does appear to be trending down, but the futures are suggesting 20.6, which is about a point and a half almost lower than where the VIX is at currently. IWM is down 1.48, trending back up. VB is down 1.21, trending back up. Tesla's down 6.15 and looks like it might be trending back up or trying to. Amazon is down 2.97, trending back up. Cinemark is down 1.49 and trending up. Doge is down 6.36, trending down. Bitcoin's down 4.03%. It looks like it's trying to make a reversal off of a downtrend. It's at 54.2K a coin. It looks like it hit a bottom at 53.6 earlier. GME is up 5.31%, trending up. HYMC is down 2.96, trending down. NCMI is down 1.46, trending up. Hood is down 3.94%, trending up. And AMC is up 2.22% and trending up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today. We have approximately $800,000 more inflow than outflow. 8.58 million shares traded so far for the day today. We got a lot of additional volume kicking in here. And 8.58 after 240 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace right now for about 13.94 million shares traded by the end of the day today, with a prediction of 1 to 20 million. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.7, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure. Well, yeah. With RSI at 60.38, which is above average. On a 30-minute chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.23, which is above average. And on a 5-minute chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.57, which is above average. And with that, I will talk about Grover. There was a story back when I was a child, and it was let me pull up this post here real quick. It'll be a lot easier for me to explain this if I can just pull this up. Give me 1 second. Maybe. Nope, that's not going to work. Apparently, I've not logged into Reddit since I rebuilt the computer here, so I'm having to enter my password and everything, and I'm not sure if I remember it. All right, well, I may not be able to log in here, but let me just see if I can find my post real fast here. Give me 1 second. All right. So I reposted this story on Superstonk here just a little bit ago, and there's a reason for it. Part of the reason is that initially when I posted this out a month ago, I had a lot of people give like some really negative comments to this post. And I'm talking about like, I mean, just everybody was, and their brother was trying to discredit everything that it was that I was trying to say in here. And to the point to where I think it's really kind of interesting that there is, if you go through and you look at some of the stuff that's in here now, what I thought was kind of interesting is that there was some comments that were deleted, which I thought was very, very interesting that was the case after all this time. But anyways, something, yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah. But they were kind of some of the naysayers that were deleting them, and I think it was kind of fraudulent. One of the things that I thought also was very interesting is that this post, it tracks, your upvotes and your downvotes. Well, it didn't track any downvotes in this particular case, but it does show you statistics about it, about your post usually. Since I'm not logged into my account here, I can't see it on this page, but let me log into my phone real fast, and I'll tell you what the statistics are on the post. That post in particular got, and it was really crazy to see this be the case. Where are the statistics at? I don't think it shows on my phone, but they were really bad statistics. Like, it was like really horrible, like how many downvotes I was getting. It was crazy. Because especially there was nothing really that kind of wild that was being said on this. But I said something interesting to consider. If VIX, and then I put in quote in parentheses, a 30-day forward-looking indicator of volatility, hit a peak of 65.73 on 8/5, when would you see the 30 days end? Some of you may or may not have heard about moas.com or September4th.com, both recently having been redirected to DFV's YouTube page. Also, DFV has modified the main content during this time frame, suggesting that he is making changes while these domains are being linked. Nobody has 100% confirmed the DFV that he purchased those domains as of yet. And then I posted this picture here. I said, "Don't click on the websites." Grover said, "Do not do it." And of course, clicking on the websites links you right back to DFV's YouTube page, is what happens. The whole premise of posting this, if you've ever read this story as a kid or you read it to your kids, Grover is telling you in his brief synopsis is he's telling you, do not turn the page because there's a monster at the end of this book. Well, the monster ends up being Grover at the end of the book, and there was nothing really to be afraid of the whole time. But the idea was there's a monster at the end of the book, a blue monster. Some of this was me trying to reference the blue Kansas City shuffle that DFV made with his position. He referenced the Kansas City shuffle as the blue chairs, and Grover's blue. It's the same kind of color blue. The Kansas City yeah, what's up?
Hey, are you almost done with this story?
Sure. Yeah, pretty close.
Okay. Just because I got a question after you're done.
Oh, okay. So, but I basically just put in here, it's not meant as financial advice, but just keep in mind that the market was trying to stop or prevent something from happening back in the early portion of August. And when they did that, they set a 30-day counter in time. And I know I've talked so much about calendar days versus trading days. Settlements happen in trading days. VIX does not look at trading days. VIX looks at a 30-day calendar forward-looking period of time. So you have to look at it from calendar days on the VIX, but when you're looking at settlement days, you have to use trading days. I know it's so confusing, but you just need to remember what you're talking about and then think about in terms of how do settlements occur, or am I talking about how an indicator is looking at something in time versus, because you've got to remember the thing about the VIX is it's a volatility index. Well, markets trade in foreign markets across the world on days where we're not trading in our U.S. markets, and the VIX is absolutely going to be impacted by things that are happening in foreign markets. Of course, it's supposed to just be based off of the SPX and the derivatives that are happening on SPX, but that all is impacted by everything that happens in the rest of the world and the markets around the world. So it's a 30-day counter, not a 30-day trading day counter. And so the counter would have ended, the counter would have been, if we pull up a calendar here on the page, the 5th was the day that I wrote down. I said 8/5 was when the 30 days would have ended. That's when we hit the peak of that VIX signal that occurred. So we know that there's 4 weeks is 28 days, so I can just count out 4 weeks from now. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 28, 29, 30 days would have been September 4th. Which, if you look at the two websites that were created in DFV's name or sent to link to his website is September4th.com and MOAS.com. We're on the 6th. That's not quite September the 4th. But if he had a position that he was going to be making, he probably would have been making it on either the 4th or the 5th, and it would have been impacting on the 6th. More than likely. So it kind of all falls into place. That's the story. And by the way, today's current post, real quickly, one more thing to add. I in today's post, I said, y'all didn't believe me and turned the page anyways, didn't you? And then I said, if you have not read the story, then maybe you should. There's a monster at the end. Whatever you do, do not turn the page. And then I posted, because they were giving me a hard time about posting stuff on Super Stocks. I had to make 250 words or more, so I went ahead and just copy and pasted the Grover story. So you could see that there's a monster at the end of the story.
Do you get a kick out of making these riddles?
No. I mean, I guess maybe. I don't know. Not really. I don't feel like it's a riddle though. I feel like it's all. I feel like most of it's pretty straightforward. It just takes
I wouldn't have known what that is.
It just takes a little bit of.
I don't have the brains to figure it out.
Well, I tell my mom the same thing, and she makes even harder riddles. She's always making riddles for me my entire life, and I hate it because I can't. I'm really bad at riddles too, Yucca. So I'm with you, and so I guess I don't really like to make hard riddles at all.
I know the pirate doesn't have time to be figuring it out. He said,
But
fucking tell me the answer.
If I'm telling you a monster is at the end of the book and I'm telling you something's happening in 30 days, I mean, I feel like that's pretty. There's a monster at the end of the book. Don't turn the page. What else do you want?
Is that third?
I'm not opposed to a good riddle, Yucca. I just say I'm a big believer. If you have something to say, say it. You know,
say it.
Don't beat around the fucking bush. Don't send me signals. Don't drop hints.
Smoke signals and shit.
Yeah. Fucking lay it out there.
So here's the problem though, right? Like if I just lay it out there and I say what it is that I got to say, and then somebody wants to come back and be like, you told me this was going to happen by this date and it didn't happen, or it did happen and I didn't, or whatever. It doesn't matter. I can't do that.
I understand.
Yeah, I can't do that.
I understand. Right? No, I wasn't referring to you. I was referring to Roaring Kitty. I'm saying if I was Roaring Kitty, if I had something to fucking say, I'd just say it.
He's the same way.
I get it, Yeah, he doesn't. Everybody is afraid they're going to get hauled in and charged with some crime about giving unlicensed advice. That seems to be the common theme. But I would argue, again, I'm a free speech purist. This is the United States of America. Men have fucking died so that I can say whatever I want, no matter how offensive it is, whatever it is. And I've said it 1,000 times. I get it. I can't go out and practice medicine, pretend and charge people. That's committing a crime. But I don't think anybody could make that case. But then we've covered this before. Like, well, I get it that somebody doesn't want to have to defend themselves from the charges. Mrs. Pirate's all about it. She's like, she thinks it's incredibly dangerous to even tiptoe around it because it's like, we live a pretty nice life. Why do you want that heat?
Yeah, I feel like I'm risking stuff just saying what I've said so far.
Exactly. I get it.
Do you want to practice medicine?
No, but I just meant the same thing with, there's one thing for me to send you a flyer saying that I want to be your certified financial analyst and that I pretend that I have credentials that I don't have, and I'm going to charge you a service to be your fiduciary to tell you how to make moves with your money. But I don't see how that I, as a decent, law-abiding citizen, aren't allowed to share my opinions. And that's where I get it. And Mrs. Pirate's like, I get it. You can be right, and you can be right and hauled into court. And I'm like, oh, maybe that's worth that fight. You know, everybody has to choose for themselves what hill you want to die on. But for me, I'm like, I have a real big thing about, you know, I think everyone is entitled to their opinion, and they're entitled to share them.
I hear you.
You know, you'd be crazy not to think that we don't live in a time where, again, I'm preaching now, but it's about personal responsibility. We live in an age where people want to blame others for their fuck ups. Nobody is willing to say, I did this to myself. There's this because they've been raised to think that they never do no wrong. So that's where we're at.
That's right.
Yeah. Anybody shits the bed, they didn't shit the bed. It's because of somebody else. Always.
And yeah. If it didn't go their way,
Yep.
That's how it is. And
I mean, somebody already tried to sue DFE for posting up his leaning forward in the chair picture.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, come on. I mean, really? Come on.
On live TV, I saw Jerome Powell, one of the most financially influential people, or maybe it wasn't Jerome Powell. It was the other fuckstick, Gary Gazerbeam. But he was sitting on the chair, and I watched fucking Kramer, who has a nationally syndicated financial show, practically beg him to bring charges against DFE. It's out there. You can look it all up. And the exact charge was Roaring Kitty is manipulating markets. And if I could have reached through the TV and choked that motherfucker's life out of him, I would have done it. Because I'm like, man, those are the two things I don't put up with: hypocrisy and lying. And he was doing both of them right there on the fucking screen.
I know.
This is the world we live in.
I want to read this real quick because I just it's the human side of all of this stuff that I think makes me happy more than anything. And Tom says, I'd read that book to my daughter all the time while she was growing up. What do you say? She was like, "No, Daddy, don't turn the page," every time. And then in the end would always give me a hug. And man, I'll tell you what, Tom, man, I was the same way. I read that. That book was one that I had from when I was a kid. And my parents passed the book down to me, and I read it to my boys, and they would do the same thing. No, don't turn the page, Dad. No. And I turned the page, and you know, it was so much fun to read. So it brings back good memories. So thank you, Tom, for sharing that. I appreciate that.
I'm coming over your house so you can read it to me.
That's right. You're gonna read it to me later. You can come back to the back of the Big Tramp later, Tom, and read it to all of us.
I'll call you late night before I go to bed and say, Casey, please read it. My night story. That's right. Did I just tell you, Pirate? I cleaned my desk.
Take you 30 minutes.
Fuck, it took me some time, and I put everything that was all over the place. I put it in a little container, and now I got to figure out where I'm gonna put that. A bunch of stupid
Right. Well, the good thing about that is you can just carry the container around and put the screwdriver with the screwdrivers and put your super glue with your super glue. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture and see how long this is gonna take. In like 2 weeks, it'll be piled up again. Casey, how's your desk? Clean?
Dude, no, it needs cleaning. It needs some super cleaning. I need to take everything off the desk and just get in here some elbow grease.
You got to do a purge, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to see.
I feel like there's so much stuff here. I'm gonna donate away to you guys. I feel like everybody will probably want a little something from the piece of the desk, and it's like, I would love to do that too. I'd love to just pass it all off to you guys and be like, here you go. Here's a piece of 3.5 years of watching what it is that we watched.
That, this used rubber here.
I got pens.
Speaking of desk, this is right up Yucca's alley. Have any of you guys had the pleasure of seeing on Twitter or X where I want to say it was like the Indianapolis or the Indiana State Fair? You know, they always have the little tent or the building where people do their little projects, and they have arts and custom cars. Well, they had one that was building, one of the contests they had for the state fair was building a little montage. and they awarded like the blue ribbon or second place winner was a tiny replica scale model, and they thought it was just an office, but in reality, it was the meme, the stereotypical meme of the porn couch, the black couch in the really sparsely room where the guys were on there. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. It was ubiquitous in all of the memes about girls making porns, young girls. It was a black pleather couch in a tiny little office.
The casting couch.
The casting couch. Thank you.
Yeah, Trevor.
So somebody did the exact, and they were fucking very methodical. I mean, accurate down to the finest detail. And then people voted it like the second place winner until it blew up all over the internet that was a set from a porn. And they took his ribbon away. I'm like, that's some bullshit. I mean, how can you do that? How do you get to kick the dude's ribbon away? You judged, you said it was second best. Leave the guy have his ribbon.
Roadster
if you
guys
look
are
closely, like the couch had 2 oily butt prints on it.
I saw that. It was beautiful. As I said, they spared no detail.
Yeah, don't touch Fool's keyboard. You go to his house.
It would be funny enough. It's already funny that it made it into the Indiana or the State Fair. I keep saying Indiana, but I have no idea where it's from. That in and of itself is funny, but the fact that it ribboned, that it placed in the top 3 is that's just like the icing on the cake. Yeah.
I think it's funny that Roadster guys laying dibs on
Bobblehead
Ross already. It's like, here you go.
Maybe it's going to be auctioned
I'll give
off.
you
The money's going to go to a charity. Money's going to go to charity. He's going to auction all of it off.
I'll give you a little taste of it here, Roadster guy.
Anything we don't like,
what about the beers?
turn
Are you
it
gonna
into a
auction
happy
the
little
beers?
tree or something. Because as you know, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents.
There you go.
You know,
the beard.
It's funny that, not funny, but that song you picked today from Led Zeppelin. Yesterday in the evening, playing poker and scrolling through yet another endless post on X, I couldn't help but notice that Robert Plant. They said he hadn't sang the song "Stairway to Heaven" in 16 years in a live performance or something along those lines. But I guess he was at some sort of gala event or something, and one of the big swinging dicks walked up and said that he would make the way they described it was a huge donation to the Cancer Research Foundation if Robert Plant would sing "Stairway to Heaven." And to his credit, that dude, he got up there, man. And I can't remember who. Obviously, he didn't have the Led Zeppelin people who were alive with him. So someone, I guess, stepped up to the plate and picked the guitar for him. I think I read that it was one of the guys from Duran Duran, but they did an impromptu performance live of "Stairway to Heaven." And I thought to myself, that's fucking cool, man. I mean, even if the guy misses a few notes or if he drops a few here, I'm like, and then Mrs. Pirate was like, well, who's going to make fun of Robert Plant? Even if he mucks the whole song up, what are you going to say? That dude can't sing? But I just thought it was incredibly cool that, because he didn't have to do that. He could say, no, I don't want to do that anymore. But he didn't, man. He walked right up to that microphone. Somebody grabbed a guitar and then just 3-minute song. Probably somewhere, they never did say how much, but I can imagine it was probably at least 100,000 to maybe as much as, who knows how much money it was. But I think it's cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
So I'll raise my glass to you, Robert Plant.
Yeah. Cassius wants the lucky. I don't have any lucky dice. Surprisingly, maybe that's been a problem. Maybe I needed lucky dice.
I got some lucky balls.
I'll spare no expense. I will outbid any bidder by 10% if I can get the disco ball. But you don't even have to send it to me. Just UPS it straight. Everybody knows where it's going. Where am I sending the disco ball to? Say it
back
with
of
me,
the
people.
Big Tramp.
JJ the jet plane. Send that son of a bitch straight to his house. So when he opens it up, he has an anxiety attack. When he opens that cardboard box and looks in there and sees that crystal ball.
The reminder of the roller rink. Yeah.
Yeah, the disco ball. Yeah.
That's funny. It's still hanging up on the chandelier behind me. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. Can you? Let's see. You can't. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can turn my camera up at it. There it is. Right there.
It is, man. What you doing on your butt? Yeah. What you doing on your butt?
Oh yeah.
You should be dancing. Yeah. Little Bee Gees Saturday Night Live for you.
Right.
Cassius says, "What's my lucky charm?" I don't know that I have. Well, my mom sent me a rock. I used to be an avid rock collector when I was a kid, and I collected tons and tons of rocks, and probably most of them were probably worth nothing. And my parents, when they moved from Washington D.C. to San Diego, California, had to ship a box of rocks. They had to pay for the weight of all those rocks to get shipped. And they always used to joke about how those rocks were worth more in shipping costs than they were in actual cost. And so she sent me one of these. I
Like
think
moving
it was
concrete flower pots.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is one of the rocks that I had collected, and it's like it's that fool's gold. What do they call it again? It's
Iron pyrite.
yeah, pyrite. And I've got a big old. It's pretty big. It's a big piece here. I mean, it's got a really kind of a nice groove on the back side of it. It's kind of indented. It's difficult to see, but the cool part about it is that my thumb fits in that groove like just perfectly, and so it's like it's just kind of fun to just kind of like rub my thumb in the groove, and so it's my pet rock. I have a pet rock here. Sometimes I
Look at
scratch my
Tom
nails.
D. Tom D coming in here. He's out cooling everybody. He's like, KC, I just want a handshake. In true Tom fashion, he's always the classy one. All I want from you, KC, is a handshake. How cool is that?
I thought he said he just wanted a handy. That's what I heard.
Welcome,
Let
Food.
me
Good
get
to see
my
you.
glasses. Good morning, man.
Yeah,
Tom, be careful what you ask for, Tom. You know he's got those sweaty, nasty, clammy palms. I guarantee it. I'll bet you he's one of those guys that they're just slimy like a dead fish.
Yeah, fool, be careful.
Novocaine says, "You're singing my story. My youngest loves collecting rocks. Moving them from Fort Drum to Army War College to the Pentagon has been fun."
Like carrying rocks, man.
But it makes for a story, though, right? Like that's going to be a story that you'll never forget because it's coming out of your pocket. But it's one that you can just kind of tell later on down the road, and it makes for a fun story. So they'll appreciate it for you. I'm sure that they will appreciate the fact that you did that for them. So good job on being a good parent.
Not that any of you dick losers care, but all I want out of it, I just want you to remember me. That's all I want. Somewhere I just need to leave with the knowledge that after the time we've spent together, that from time to time you'll think of me. That's all I want.
Isn't that like a Sarah McLachlan song or something?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to keep it real. All I want out of the deal is to know that as time goes on and we all go our separate ways, because it'll happen. I've been here before. I did it in the military. I just want to know that in the end, you will remember me.
In the end?
Isn't that another song?
After the end of this. After the end of this. Roadster guy says that's gay. All right, man. Fair enough.
Here you go. Pyro, this one's for you.
Oh, man. If it's Sarah McLachlan, I'm going to punch you in the throat.
In the arms of a pirate, sail away with me.
A peg leg and a condom.
All right. I had to mute myself and listen because I knew it was going to be. I guess I had that coming. Take your shots. Take your shots while you can. Everybody get in. Anybody else?
Pirate wants to give you a hook around.
There you go. Anybody? That nicely done, Food. Anybody else? Go ahead. Take your shot, man. Here's your chance. I got my jaw out. My eyes are open. Swing away. Yeah, fuck you too, Dennis. Dennis Aurora says, I'm crying, you're crying. Fuck you, Dennis. You can go fuck off with the rest of me.
All right. Well,
yeah, and Yukon, you play the guitar like old people fuck. Slow and infrequently. Yeah.
Damn it.
Oh man, that's
Your car
funny.
just barely shows up and he gets blasted.
Yeah.
He shows up to say hi.
Yeah.
And
He's like, hello.
I'll pucker up and kiss my big fat ass.
Sad pirate commercial. Donate 10 shares to support this heart-wrenching cause.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
And you too can help support AMC for only 10 shares at $5 a share.
Have you heard Yukon play the guitar? I swear to God, I've heard better guitar music from a guy with no fingers. Literally no fucking fingers. I knew an EOD guy, explosive ordnance disposal, that got both of his hands blown off, and he's got like a pick super glued to each stub. He plays the guitar better than Yukon.
Damn, Yukon, he's going after you hard. Oh man. And the Amazing Bluetooth says, now I gotta change the channel.
I try to be nice, man. I try to be nice and show a little affection, share a little piece of myself. And you're gonna come at me with your knives out. We can do this shit all day. I live for this shit.
Oh boy! Would you look at that? It's numbers time.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Right on.
That turtle. That's fucking snapping turtle. We call him Snapper. He's in there. Numbers.
Oh man. I'd read what Audio Tits is saying, but I don't know if you all can read it too.
There's no winning with you fuckers. That's why I don't try, man. I could give two grizzly shits less.
I was just sad that it took me so long to get to the song because I was trying to pull it up as fast as I could, and it was not timely, and it would have been.
I took the fucking bait. Everybody got in it. Oh, I want the bobblehead Ross, and I thought, and then I got sucked into the eye of the storm. I should have just started making fun of people right then and there, but I didn't. I felt the love for just a brief moment there. The battle stopped raging in my head for a minute, and the smoke on the battlefield parted, and I felt
we reeled you back in.
I just thought we were all going to do like a group hug. I thought we was going to be group hug time and all that shit. Like promises. I'm going to name my kid after you and all that shit. Instead, I get they come at me from all angles. All fucking angles. Yeah. Yeah, fuck all.
All right.
These are fucking numbers.
All right, numbers it is. Excuse me, hold on a second. I was holding back tears in my throat. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this, remember, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see that pop back up on the screen again. Specifically for me, anyways. Off exchange for the day is sitting at 55.05%, and EDGX is coming in at 8.53 for a combined total 63.58%. By this time of the day, I expect to see about 64%, so it's pretty close to on target. It's about 0.42% less volume going through than I would have normally expected. CHX volume for the day is at 2,422 shares. GME's CHX volume for the day is coming in at 34,148. There's definitely been some shares being returned today on GME. Taking a look at shares available to borrow on according to IBKR, it's 1.1 million. Fees are at 2.26 with rebate at 3.07. IBKR so far has loaned out about 400,000 shares from yesterday. Most of those having been returned. And let's see, moving on, let's see what Ortex has to say about borrowed shares. As of an hour ago, Ortex was reporting 900,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. That number has not changed. That's going to keep that estimated short-term interest of the free float and cost borrow numbers all the same. Shares on loan for the day today is at 55.19 million shares. That's 750,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimated that about 110,000 that is in closed short interest. Taking a look at GME an hour ago, I don't remember what it was, but I think it was about the same number. 313,000 shares haven't been returned so far. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for the days coming in at a strike price of $5 on AMC. There was 20.9 thousand contracts in volume an hour ago. It's now 23.6 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 3.7 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 4.1. The market's still suggesting a 475 to 525 closing. We're at 488 currently. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two on this list that I'm looking for. Would be really surprised to not see at least GME on here. Okay, it did make it on the list. So GME is on the list now with a 59.86% buy to 40.14% sell ratio. 60-40 is the bare minimum that I like to see. That's pretty much right there at 60-40. So it's at the amount that I want to see. There is definitely some retail buying going on GME, and it is on the back top of the list here of people's orders that they're making through Fidelity. MMRI was 233.51 an hour ago. It's now 234.11. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates yields is a negative number right now because the 2-year is below the 10-year now, and it was negative 0.037 an hour ago. It's now negative 0.046, meaning that it's a normalized yield curve, and it's starting to widen even further. The further apart that gets, the more likely it is that we're going to see the market really begin to start to fail. And that does appear to be happening to some extent. We still see VIX kind of leveling off right now at 2268. Crypto is still kind of trending down. The market's still, for the most, it is kind of consolidating a little bit. We're seeing a little bit of a deviation away from the yen. So when the red line is going down, the yen is weakening. When the red line is going up, the yen is strengthening. Is that right? No, wait. I think I said that backwards. I always get this confused. Let's see here. So if this is moving up, then the dollar is valued more, which means the yen is less. Okay, so never mind. I changed it. I reverse that. The yen is weaker when it's moving up, and the dollars, the yen is strengthening when it's going down. So right now it's just kind of stalled out, but you can see here that it dropped down a lot further down. So the U.S. dollar to the yen was I guess weakening more. So it's like essentially what's happening is the yen is getting stronger to the U.S. dollar as whatever happened earlier this morning. NASDAQ is down 2.56. Dow Jones is down 1%. And SP 500 is down 1.73. We have 4,772 decliners to 1,390 advancers. The market is more declining now than it was an hour ago. Still on hot lava fire. Don't touch the floor or it'll burn your feet because it's looking nasty. All the sectors are red right now. The worst performing sector is technology, followed by, we're going back to consumer discretionary. It's kind of almost a tie between consumer discretionary and communications. Of the Mag 7, all 7 are red. There is not a single one of the Mag 7 that's not 1% or more down for the day. The worst of the batch here is Tesla, down 7.15%. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 7.71%. FRC is down 35.29%. Silvergate's down 3.33%. NYCB is up 3.59%. Let's see what else we got. We got Douche Stank is down 2.59%. UBS Group is down 2.57%. Bank of America is down. Stank of America is down 2.65%. Wells Fargo is down 4.87. Citigroup down 2.65. Northern Trust is down 2.4. Morgan Stanley down 2.47. American Express down 3.19. And that is it. Gold is, I say that's it. It was all of them almost. Gold is down 0.84, but trending up. Silver is down 3.1, trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 1.39, trending down. The US dollar is up 0.09, trending up. Oil is down 1.23, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from, I got to get rid of this Bollinger Band, are up anywhere from 0.1 to 0.14 and are consolidating. SPY is down 1.74, and I'm going to call it consolidating right now. VIX is up 12.71 at 22.43 and appears to be consolidating a little bit. The future is suggesting it should be around 20.6, which is nearly 2 points, 1.8 points down on the futures than where it's at currently. IWM is down 1.75 and is slightly trending upwards. VB is down 1.43, also slightly trending upwards. Tesla is down 7.22, trending down. Amazon is down 3.25, currently trending down. Cinemark is down 1.31, trending up. Doge is down 7.18, trending down. Bitcoin is down 4.89, trending down. GME is up 3.53, and I'm going to go with consolidating right now. Getting a nice little George W. looking pattern in right now. HYMC is down 2.88, trending down. NCMI is down 2.33, trending down. Hood is down 3.99, consolidating after a trend down. AMC is up 3.07 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today on AMC, we have approximately $200,000 more inflow than outflow. Volume traded, 9.54 million shares traded so far after 280 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace for about 13.28 million shares traded by the end of the day today. On a 4-hour time interval, currently there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.41, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.38, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.63, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling. No, it's equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 62.61, which is above average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp.
Thank you, Casey, for the numbers.
Oh, you're welcome.
So I'm gonna have a little bit of noise now, so I'm gonna sign off and catch you up later.
John, I didn't say good afternoon to you earlier when you came in, but good afternoon to you, Foo Dog as well, Per Jeweler. Yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone.
Yeah, your mom said your mom said hi.
Oh, yeah.
She did. She was here yesterday. She said hi.
Yeah. She told me something, but I was busy. I couldn't come in.
Yeah. All right. See you around.
Thank you.
All right. Trevor, good afternoon as well. You
let the record reflect that I did not take the mom bait. Say again, let the record reflect I did not take the mom bait.
Good afternoon, Casey.
Good afternoon. The only other person in here that can take that is Tim with his mom, Kim, I think. I don't know. There could be others. Nobody's willing to admit it, though. Those are the only people. I just spit out my coffee, Casey. Sorry, man. It's such an easy one, though. It's like your mom said hi. She came in the back of the big tramp yesterday at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I'm the asshole. And everybody says Pirate's the asshole.
She said hi and said, I can't talk right now, but I am listening. And it was really nice to hear her. And she said hi.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not
You also
supposed
did you notice that little giggle? He did it with a giggle too. It just wasn't what he said. It was the way he said it. You could literally hear him smiling through the phone. It was like some evil shit. That's some second and third level evil shit right there. Go back and listen to it again. You'll see what I'm talking about. You know that I'm speaking truth here now. It's evil, evil shit. Hey man, tell your moms I said hi. Yeah. All right. I'm just pointing out the inconsistencies I have. You know how how averse I am to any sort of hypocrisy. I hate it in all things, and I'm telling you, this whole group here, it just runs rampant. Bunch of damn hypocrites.
Turtle says it's just getting worse. I stuttered and I said the back of the big tramp.
Right.
I did say it. I caught myself saying it too, Turtle. So it wasn't just you who heard that. I did say the back of the big tramp. Yep.
Yep.
That's way in the back where you
Yeah,
some people make it too easy, Turtle. They can't
she's-
stop when they're ahead, man. They just keep
Look,
they keep teeing it up, man. We'll just
I
keep
don't
fucking
blame
launching it
John's
into the green
mom
seats.
for not wanting to get all the way into the back of the big tramp, and the reason for that is that it is a very musty.
You can quit while you're ahead, KC. I've been where you're at. Listen, this is an area I've been in the terrain that you're under right now, and I can tell you, there's not too late to pull up on the yoke and miss the mountain that's right in front of you.
Pull up.
Where all the troublemakers.
This is like the danger zone. The whole mom shtick. If you're gonna go down the whole, you gotta really walk the fucking razor's edge. You can go from hero to zero. You go from hero to zero so fucking fast.
My mom comes on here all the time.
I know. That's what I'm saying, man. It's like this has implications to this. You have to really
look.
You want to go back and.
When we play stuff like this,
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
when we have clips like
your
that,
grandma showed up. Do you know the day your Granny T was here? Do you know how hard it was for me? I was shaking like a dog shitting walnuts, man. There were so many jokes. There were so many jokes I wanted to do when your granny was here, and I was like, "No, Pirate, you got to do better, man. You can't keep going for the cheap laugh all the time. You just can't do it." But here we are, man. Here we are.
Oh man.
There's people out there. There's people who just joined the stream or haven't been around very long. They're like, "What the hell are they talking about, moms?" Never mind. We're just going to leave it lay there. Move on. Yeah, Turtle says it's like a snowball rolling down a hill. Exactly. And somebody has to take all that energy at the bottom, Turtle, and I just don't want it to be me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to help a friend out. Despite my good-natured ribbing, I care a great deal for KC. And when I see a man
Flailing.
roller skating in a minefield, when you're roller skating in a minefield, I'm like, "Hey, dude, you go easy, man." But believe me, I of all people, I do embrace the whole mom shtick. I think there's nothing funnier than the one guy trying to at least give the impression that he's trying to get up on another dude's mom. I think there's nothing funnier
it's
than
cool
that.
She keeps coming back around. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh
I don't
yeah, man.
understand.
But in the end, I recognize the perilously thin ice you're on. This thing is, there's landmines that could go off so far. Not to mention that we're both happily married and love our wives, so we got to worry that they might think that somewhere deep down in there lurks this burning passion for somebody's grandma. We got to deal with that implication. If you go too far with it, the recipient, the mom's son, immediately he's like, "Look, this is my mom, and that's not funny." So now you got to worry about that. But you get maximum laughs. Don't get me wrong. I understand the whole risk reward scenario. The ROI on this is extremely high. But this is the first time you've gone down the mom road. Exactly. Yep. You're swimming near the waterfall, my friend. That's all I'm going to say. We'll let it go. We'll move on. You're swimming near the waterfall.
Yeah. Nana said something, because I'm going to take off to break here in a minute. I just want to address it. She said, "Casey, after your break, can you try to explain why they changed max pain to 450 today? Threw me off on predictions, just trying to learn." So max pain was, max pain is simply, and I'll do it before I go to break, because it's really not that hard to explain. So let me put it up on the screen here. Whenever you're pulling up max pain and you're looking at it, the important thing to remember about max pain is the definition of it, because a lot of people, I think, seem to think that that the max pain is based off of the highest amount of option contracts that are going to be out of the money, but it's not. It's actually based off of the most amount of money that is going to fail out of the money. Not necessarily how many option contracts are going to. In fact, I'm looking to see here. I had a definition written down. I had a definition written down.
It's a balance beam. Yeah.
On a notepad here that I wanted to be able to reference because I knew I was always getting a lot of questions about max pain, and so I just thought, well, it would just be best to just have a definition written down. But unfortunately, I can't find it in my notes. But anyways, it's about money. It's not about the amount of option contracts. Because if you were to balance this beam here on option contracts, that option contract balance would end up being probably somewhere more around here, because the amount of weight is more on the right hand side. So but it's about the most amount of money that's going to be out that's going to cause us to be. And so you can see here, you can see that there's the amount of money at $5 here is on the call side is 483,000. Well, on this side over here on the puts, it's 495. So already with just the calls alone, or not the calls alone, the calls are weighted more that direction on the $5. But you can see here that if I scroll up just a tiny bit of a amount there to the $5 amount, if I can get it to pop up again. There it is. On the puts, there's 64.6 thousand contracts there, right? So when you add the calls and the puts together, you end up getting a value that should be, yeah, it is. It's higher than the amount of puts that are on this side of the option contracts that would be out of money at 4.5. So max pain really is 4.5 and not 5, because the balance is here. The most amount of money would be out of the money 5 and higher, and 4 and lower, with max pain being right in the middle at 4.5. So that's the whole reason for max pain having changed. It had to do with the weighting of the amount of contracts that were closed out on calls probably yesterday. Now, the other part to that is and if you're, because I feel like the question you're asking is the wrong question. Max pain isn't what screwed you up today. If you were trying to target max pain for price predictions for the day, that wasn't what screwed you up. What screwed you up today was GME, and what DFE did with his call contracts, that the huge amount of call 2 million contracts opening up on GME. So your price prediction probably would have been, actually my price prediction before everything started becoming unraveled with that, really was a great price prediction right up until that event occurred. Because if you look at it, where we were moving in price, my prediction today was 462 for close. And before this started ripping up, we were at 465, and we still had a lot left of the day to go down. And I think we would have continued to see this drop down in that direction. So I think both your prediction and my predictions were good predictions right up until that DFV move. And so he upset the balance. So that's the answer that you're looking for. It had nothing to do with your max pain. If you're utilizing max pain, then you're ignoring the fact that a whale could come in and do something. And it's an uncontrollable event that caused price to move in a direction that you couldn't possibly have predicted. Spaghetti Masta, on the 1 hour, 485 is the magic number for buying pressure for the day-to-day, and on a 4 hour, it's $5.10. So we're technically, twice today we've already hit above, we have already hit above that 485, but we're unable to continue to see buying pressure kicking in. Whether or not that kicks in or not before the end of the day, I'm not sure. But 485 is the 1 hour, and 510 is the 4 hour. You're welcome. We'll be pretty crazy for AMC and Jimmy to pump before close and thousands of options go in the money. It would be awesome if that happened. Jeffrey Jones says, not to get too political, but Trump's sentencing has been delayed until after the election.
Yeah, I saw that earlier, but trying to do better. Trying to do better with my politics and keep them to a minimum. To concentrate on making people laugh.
Nana says, thanks, and you're welcome. And who is anybody in contention? What do we have? Do we have Tech had 435 to 535, so he's looking for a 485 close, which is pretty darn close to where we're at right now. Apex is about 10 cents lower than he is. It's close. All right, I think I'm gonna go to break. Good. I'm glad you caught it, Nana. But I hope I don't know why your electricity went out, but I hope everything's okay.
Nana, don't forget to pay your bill. Usually that's what happens.
Yeah. I think yeah, I gotta put the message up on the screen. $2.10. It's Florida. Okay. Okay, I'll take that as an answer. Yeah, it's Florida, and it's well, yeah, but it's late in the afternoon though. Like you guys normally get your daily thunderstorms, like at I don't know where you're at exactly, but I thought usually those were at like 10 or 11 in the morning. It's kind of odd.
No, it's been my experience that they don't really come at a particular time. But what's notable about them is they're very brief.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be beautiful and sunny. It'll be beautiful and sunny, and then it'll pop up. It'll pop up. You'll get a heavy deluge. It'll cool things down a little bit, and then immediately it'll go back to being sunny again. It can be sticky and hot, or it can be pleasant. And when you're on a boat, it's kind of funky because it makes all the girls' towels wet and all that shit. But usually the biggest thing I would say that a Florida's pop-up thunderstorms have in common is their briefness.
Mm. All right, I'm going to break. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Really, another one?
Off you go. Jeffrey Jones, all I will say about the Trump news is it's big news. I'm trying really hard just to leave the politics thing go, because as much as I want to think that I can change somebody's mind, the truth of the matter is all I do is piss a lot of people off, and I don't want to do that, man. I enjoy our time together too much, so I'm going to make every effort I'm sure I'll slip up time from time, but for the most part, I'm just going to let it lie. But yeah, I agree with you. It's very big news and good news.
Very good.
Yeah, a judge has said, let the American people decide. And I think I don't know how anybody would think that's a bad thing. The American people are going to decide.
Is this the Merchant judge?
No, I don't think so. I think it's another one. Whoever has the current case against him, there's some current charges that I think they just convicted him of. I can't even remember what they were. Depending upon your position on the thing, either justice was served and the criminal was charged no better than anybody else, and the other people who say it was just a stacked jury in a way to try to keep a man from becoming president. So you either decide whether the guy was really a criminal and he's being treated the system works and nobody's above the law, or you can believe, like some do, that this was just an attempt to say we can't beat this man. So that machine that everybody talks, they hate so much, this big, here we go, see, I'm selling. The bottom line is people think that the machine came out and said, well, this is how we can keep him out of office. So
this is the merchant case. It is the merchant case.
It is the merchant case. Well, there you go.
The 34, they had the 34 felony for trying to, they claimed that he was trying to change the election by hiding a Stormy Daniels.
He was in the one who was engaged in election fraud and all of that. So
I see.
I get it. Ducking bullish says, Pyre, don't worry. It's definitely market related. I know it's market related, but again, I'm too passionate. And when it comes to politics, I come out guns blazing, and it's not for everybody. If nothing else, it makes even just passive listeners, if somebody's not taking the opposite side of my debate, I think there's a lot of people, it just makes them nervous. Like maybe I'm going to go too far in something I say, or it'll become a personal attack between people that they both like. And so I can see why it would make people really uncomfortable. And, even Mrs. Pirate has told me from time to time across the room, she's like, that's why Casey asked for no politics. So, but I'm certain that a tiger can't change his stripes. From time to time, I'll slip up and say something political, but I'm making every effort not just to make every day from now till the election day a cheerleading session for me and Trump. So there it is. They're all smart people. Everybody in here is smart. They're intelligent. You don't need me to tell you what to do. You're smart people.
I don't know if
you vote your fucking conscience.
I don't know if you saw today, but they Michigan reversed their decision on RFK Jr. being on the ballot. They decided that to take him off.
I saw that.
No, I didn't see that.
Because Michigan was one of the states forcing him to stay on the ballot. So,
and that's something that they were fighting him to get off the ballot, and then when he wants to get off, they sue him to keep him on the ballot. It's like
exactly.
It's crazy.
Something funny about that.
There's something funky going on there.
Yeah. There's another case, of course, where the girl or lady accused Trump of attacking her and claimed that she had DNA on her coat. That has now been revealed that there's no Trump DNA on her coat or jacket or whatever she was wearing. So once again, like Pirate said,
is there any pictures of it or anything?
Like a blue dress?
Yeah. Is there actually evidence of this? Are you referring to ejaculate?
Or something? Yeah, something.
He said a jacket. Yeah, it's on a jacket.
Oh,
Is it ejaculate or a jacket?
Jacket. I'm sorry.
Jacket.
I thought he said ejaculate from jacking it.
Jacking
it. Yeah.
Well, it's like a rhyme. It's like a nursery rhyme or something. Ejaculate from jacking it. You heard of like Jack and Jill went up the hill to catch it. It's kind of like that little sing-songy, that sort of thing. Ejaculate from jacking it. Yeah, it's kind of like that.
It is this level of conversation that helps defeat any argument that might.
That was a hit song. I'm not bringing up nothing new. It was on Weird Al Yankovic's second hit album. It went fucking double platinum. I shit you not. It went double platinum. The song was called "Ejaculate from Jacking It."
Look
it up, man. You got Google. I'm not doing your fucking homework for you. I'm not doing your homework. Look it up yourself.
Weird Al Yankovic and hit record. That seems like an oxymoron, but okay.
Blink 182 has a CD called "Take Off Your Pants and Jacket."
You'd like to have the money, Papa Mac, that Weird Al Yankovic, the checks that he's cashed from making a clown of himself. You'd like to have. I bet you'd take half of that money and never look back.
Probably right.
He's a very creative person, I must admit.
I mean, how many people do you know that had a video clip played on MTV, and not just once? I mean, I get it. He's not Roy Orbison or fucking, Kid Rock or some other famous singer. I get it, but I mean, I'm jealous of the dude, man. I know one thing. I know what he didn't do for a living. He didn't dig ditches and push a wheelbarrow with bricks in them. Some of his shit was a little dumb for me. It seemed a little bit campy, but I thought, I guess, after a while the well runs dry. They all can't be bangers, I guess. From jacking it. That's the important part. You got FROM from jacking, not jacking, jack in it, all one word. I think it won a Grammy.
If it didn't, it should have.
Yeah.
Had to bring in Weird Al's granny.
Oh man! Now you're gonna mess around with the moms and grandma jokes. I'm telling you, I'm gonna caution you like I did KC. Man, this is not for the faint of heart, man. This is when you go skiing. Don't they have on ski slopes? Don't they have them marked foo dog like the Black Diamond Trail is real dangerous and all? Isn't that how it works? I've never been snow skiing. Is that how it works?
Yeah, double Black Diamond. You're looking
green
at death.
circle.
Right. Okay. Well, mom and grandma jokes that's the Black Diamond of comedy. Yeah, that is the most treacherous. And the reward is there. It is the penultimate, the top of the top for the laughs. But dangerous ground. Dangerous ground. Donkey Kong said something. I'm fat was pretty cool.
That was a good one. I can't hear that song without singing because I'm
oh yeah. Yeah, with the Michael Jackson. Wasn't it done to the tune of Michael Jackson's I'm Bad?
I'm Bad. Yeah.
He had the big fat suit on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I remember Kong. I know it. I remember all of it now.
Dancing. Fucking did it up.
Yeah, it's some funny shit, man. Yeah, we used to call him Weird Al cranking it. Then it says over 2,400 customers lost power. Will come back on around 5 p.m. Usually sooner. No internet either. Well,
I just read that. Wow.
At least you still got your cell phone, Nana, and that'll have to do for now.
So Maze and Bluetooth, are you ready to try to protect your crown tomorrow night?
He's crowning?
Oh, that's in reference to him. He won the poker tournament the last time.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
I
he's the reigning
there.
champ. Yeah, he's the heavyweight champion of the world right now. He's got the belt.
Really? Yeah. You know what I'm thinking?
It was on a one-hand playoff. It wasn't a real win. It was everybody was tired and wanted to go to bed.
No,
win's a win,
you
man.
take it, man. No apologies, man. I would. I wouldn't be all. Don't put on no false modesty. Winning is winning, and you did the thing, dude.
Well, I don't know so much about that pirate. You know what I'm saying? Because I think you're
Let me tell you something, brother.
Yeah, I think you're reading yesterday's news.
What is
yesterday's news.
Macho Man.
We'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah.
Are there any folks that are in the chat right now that if I were to stream it, they would want to watch it that don't have Discord? Because I just learned I am going to be home this weekend. I thought I was going to be out of town. So I could.
Fuck her right in the pussy.
How did you do it though, so that you weren't revealing people's cards though? I was trying to remember how that was done.
I was just a viewer. I would just, you can go in.
Oh,
and
you're
view.
just. Oh, okay, a spectator.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, spectator.
Yeah,
that's the right term.
Okay.
It worked out pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
He would just all he would do was we had like 4 tables going at one time, and then Papa Mac would just switch from room to room, just like a reporter would with a microphone and a remote camera.
If you're not already subscribed to the Papa Mac channel, now would be a good time to do that.
Big opportunity.
Last time I never had played the poker app or whatever, so I had no idea at the beginning what was going on. So I was fumbling my way around. But now that I've played poker on there, I know how it works. And
how it's done.
What it was getting at is you don't have to participate to enjoy it. You can only play 7 people to a table. So each 7 people who play goes to a different voice chat, otherwise known as a room, the digital world. But Papa Mac moves from room to room and kind of keeps and sees who's winning, what hands or whatever, much like they would at a poker tournament that's being televised, where a crew would just go from table to table. And
you think it would
but the chat is live, like we're live now, and I think even this chat. So I'm not trying to sell it. I could give 2 shits less whether anybody watches it or not. But I had to say it was pretty fun the last time.
Do you think it would be helpful if we recommended to KC to create table 1, table 2, table 3 instead of back of the big tramp, under the big? Because I was losing track.
No,
of
it's too hard. It's too hard to do that. You're just going to make a cheat sheet because we have to. He's got 7 rooms right now. For him to do that, he'd have to go in there and he'd have to change the name of the back of the big tramp to table 1. And he already does too much work.
I would say just add tables 1 through 7. I don't know is there a limit on how many? I didn't think there's a limit.
I don't know. That I don't know. But I try not to put any more work on him to create any more shit or to do any more because his clock gets ate up so much as it is. I'm just saying all you got to do.
Everybody got so confused last time. They didn't know where they were. And
I was like I told you that day. I was like, all you got to do is say, back of the big tramp equals table 1. Back of the front of the big tramp equals table 2. So when everybody says I'm at table 3, all you got to do is look down on your little cheat sheet, say 3 equals this. I don't know. Quite frankly, I don't
take that cheat sheet step out of it so people, because
I don't know, man. Like I said, I just go for the poker, man. I don't want it to turn into another big giant fucking production. I just want to go for the poker. But if somebody wants to watch it streaming live, I don't care how they identify the tables. I don't even give a fuck.
I'm talking about
they know.
It got really. It took up a lot of time. People trying to figure out where there's
Mayan table 7 or 8.
No, I didn't have a problem with it. I mean, that's that whole shit. I mean, like there was a lot of that, and that had to do with why one of the tournaments I dropped out because people didn't pay attention when KC was given the fucking instructions, and then when the game fucking starts, the play turned into a fucking molasses in wintertime because people are asking stupid ass questions or how do I join all this stuff. And at that point in time, I go, yep, the fun meter's full. I'm out. So, but hey, look, I'm not trying to be a dick about it. It's not for me to go in there and be some sort of poker fucking elitist. When it becomes too aggravating for me with the dumb shit, I just drop out.
Does the gummies help reduce that stress burden?
Oh, absolutely, man. I'll get far more patient, but I'll lose my edge. Turn my RPMs down. I can't play the cards.
Isn't that unfortunate?
I'm fucking wrecked.
I get it. Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
Damn shame what the world's gotten to.
Give you an example. If you wanted to send me into battle tomorrow to represent you, and I don't know, let's just say a big old fist fight with your HOA, you don't want me on gummies. You want to send me in natural. You want to walk me up to the door. You need to take the chain off my collar, open the door, and say "sick 'em," and then close the door behind me.
Yeah.
That's what you want, unless you want to.
A hostile environment in my pants.
But yeah, you wouldn't want to give me a gummy or any of my meds from the Veterans Administration, and then send me into the HOA. It's not going to get you the results that you want.
Just like you wouldn't want to open the door, give Trevor a bowl of ice cream, and send him in there and shut it behind him. You would want to say, okay, Trevor, when we're done here, then I'll give you the ice cream, and he'll go in there and tear shit up.
Yeah,
there you go.
Just like
you got a guy right there, Dennis Arroyo is giving your answer. He said, "I'd like to take a peek." So.
Just like if somebody was hot and they wanted to go into a room, they wouldn't go into yours because the fan wouldn't get them cool.
Oh, all right.
I installed one of those little mini fans from your desk. It was a ceiling fan, so I get shit about it.
Yeah. What brand was that? Hunter Doug?
They cut it down. Holy shit.
I love you guys.
Love you too, Trevor. Glad you're here. We lost you. Now I have to go find out.
No, I'm just I'm just outside doing stuff. That's all.
Did you ever get those mosquito nets?
I got some lawn spray, some foggers, and then I'm wearing this I'm wearing this stuff right now. But
you guys will be pleased to know that Coco, aka Mrs. Pirate, her screen name is Coco. She will be playing tomorrow.
Really?
So prepare to defend yourself. Rumor has it she's wearing something very low cut to distract you from your cards. But hey, everybody uses what they can to their own advantage. So just know that.
Keep you on the leash.
Yeah, I can't guarantee if I'm going to play or not. It depends on how pissed off you guys get me early in the day. But
maybe I'll make an appearance. Maybe I'll show up. Maybe I won't.
7 o'clock tomorrow evening.
Yeah. Pontiac, Michigan. Yeah, 90,000 people watching.
I think last time Pyro didn't even say bye. He just hung right up and got.
Yeah, I did. Yep, you're exactly right. I just fucking said, I'm done. I walked over. I kissed Sandy on the head. I said, "Get him, honey." I swear to God, I said, "Get him, honey," and I just went to fucking bed.
And then Fu took your position. Casey's like, "All right, Fu, I guess you could take his spot."
Well, I mean, I think at one point we were waiting like 30 minutes between each hand, like a fucking half an hour. And I was like, and believe me, I'll take one for the team. I get it. It's not me and the usual guys playing a few hands. So it's going to not be without its challenges. But after, I was there I'm like, okay, we've been here an hour. I've played 4 fucking hands. Four fucking hands in 1 hour. I'm like,
because people kept showing up like 40 minutes late. Hey, can I get in? No, the tournament already started, and then it just
originally we had agreed beforehand, and it was talked about at length, was that anybody who showed up late, because it's about participation. It's not like hardcore rules. We're like, we know that we're going to play for many, many hours. So what Casey did, and I thought it was very cool, he said all the way up to the first round. So you could get eliminated. There were people get eliminated from the first round, and somebody could show up and start playing. But I think what he figured out was we wouldn't have any eliminations in the first round. So he's like, it really doesn't penalize anybody if somebody shows up and plays after we played 1 round of golf. But the problem comes into this where you have people like I think it was fucking not Tech We Love. I apologize, threw him under the bus. It was Blinker Boy. Motherfucker shows up, and we're halfway through the night. There's been half the people got sent home, and he wants to sit down at the table and then join in. I'm like, dude, it doesn't work that way. What the fuck's wrong with you? More importantly, he knew that. And if I have the story wrong, I apologize. I'm just pissing all over Blinker Boy. But that was the kind of shit that just got kind of crazy, and it was well publicized. If you want to play in the tournament, show up on time, and if you don't, come and go as you please to watch. And then there were some other rules about we have to have an honor system because the way it's set up, we're just kind of using a free app to play this game. It can't carry a balance forward. So if you were playing in a real casino, each time at the end of the rounds, you'd still have your bank from the last game. So we just said, okay, we'll agree that we'll all start from 0 again at every. So because of that, you couldn't carry a balance forward. And then we had somebody who tried to carry his balance forward from the last game so he could start out with an extra $6,000. And then even after being told you can't do this, just pretend that $6,000 isn't in your account. I'll be goddamned if the guy on the very next fucking hand didn't try to use it to make a bet.
That was Blinker Boy.
That was Blinker Boy. I wasn't going to. Yeah, that was fucking Blinker Boy. And we're like, God damn, dude.
You can only bet so much, and he overbet on purpose.
This motherfucker, his claim to fame is that his parents are fucking bankers. I'm like, God damn, dude. You don't get the concept of that money's in your account, but it's not settled cash. And then he tried to jam it up somebody's ass. So we had all of that shit. And by that time, I was fucking done. Because for me, Yucca, and I'm making my excuses here, I just want to play cards. So I'll put up with all the ignorant shit to play the cards. But if that's all there is ignorant shit, and then in 35 minutes nobody's dealing the cards, I'm fucking going to bed.
I made the mistake of asking Pirate a technical question at this point, and my backside is just now finally scarred over from that.
Yeah,
really? What?
Oh. Well, man, you got to admit, and I think even Maze and Bluetooth, which he won the tournament, so he was there through the whole thing. I think he would even agree. It was kind of like herding ducks, man. I mean, like I said, I get it if somebody doesn't know. I'll give you another example. I'll motherfuck some people. I don't know who it was, But if you knew we were going to have the great KC Stream poker team and it was going to be in the back of the Big Tramp on the Poker Night app, wouldn't you at least go and see how you turn the fucking thing on before the game came? But we were literally had people showing up, and I bless their hearts, they wanted to play, but they're like, "Where's the button? And what do I push? And how do I make a bet?" And I'm like,
Yeah,
we were
that's
having a
what I'm
tournament
trying
tonight.
to
I wasn't running a fucking day camp to teach people how to play poker. I'm here to play in a tournament. I'm not here to be a tournament and focus for these beautiful bragging rights. This is blood sport shit, man. It's like winning trivia. I want to be the poker god. I don't have time to fuck around and help Papa Mac decide what room Foo Dog's in. Fuck Foo Dog and fuck Papa Mac too. I'm playing poker. God damn it, leave me alone.
Is there an instruction booklet I can print out or something? Maybe?
But that was part of the whole fucking thing too. And I'm like, it's like herding ducks, man. So I was just like, fucking.
Papa Mac's defense.
Half an hour early.
Papa Mac's defense. He didn't understand that everybody wasn't playing poker in the same room, so it was pretty confusing at the beginning.
Now, do I turn on the poker in the room that I'm supposed to go
If you
in?
if you want to poker, go ahead.
Or do I turn on the poker table before I go to the room? Which order do you turn it on in? And do I have to hit join like right at the start? Or
Tommy Highlighter, I don't mean to interrupt you. Well, yeah, I need to interrupt you for a second. Tommy Highlighter, just to let you know, dude, I pulled your message down. We don't do that here. We can't tell people what to buy, how much to buy, when we buy. I recognize your name as being brand new. I hope you hang out with us, dude. We have a lot of fucking fun up in this bitch. So hang out, share a few thoughts, but that's why that's not up there. But good to have you with us.
Yeah, I would.
I apologize for the interruption there.
No, I would actually encourage
as
that.
You were.
Some people don't know the rules so much, so I do think I think that was a very nice way of doing it, and I would encourage them to stick around.
Pirate Tommy Highlighter, is he in the chat? Is that who you're talking to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he's not new here.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, he just opened his account today.
No, he's been here for a long time.
Under a different name, perhaps, but I haven't.
Yeah, probably because I just
Under a different name, perhaps, but not fucking.
Yeah, he just joined today, September 6th. I went to his channel detail, and it says September.
Okay, 6th. I smell what you're selling. Yeah.
Oh, come on,
Is it from Russia?
From New Delhi.
Now, if I go ahead and install the poker application tonight, will it be ready in time for tomorrow? Or?
Oh, goddamn you! I'm telling you, rugged. That's what drives me motherfucking nuts. You know, we show up. Casey's like, okay, we got 27 people. There's 7 to a table. Listen up. Here's your names. He did a random generator, so he couldn't stack all the fucking poker sharks on one table. He did a random number generator. It went really cool, really fair. And he read the names off. The first 4 people are on table 1, and he read those fucking names off. And then within 2 seconds later, somebody say, I don't know what table I'm in. I'm like, if you wouldn't have been fucking talking, if you'd have been listening, he just told you. So there was a beginning of the day where it was important for people to maybe pay attention to what Casey's saying. That was part of the fucking issue. The other issue is, it's more important to me, is at least know where it's at, know where to go in Discord and how you get there, and go play a few hands against a robot. I would just say that you're honor bound to go to the fucking game and play 10 minutes before you show up to the fucking poker
That's
tournament.
a good idea.
Fuck everybody's night up.
That's a very good idea.
And fuck everybody's night up.
I think
everybody's night up.
was trying to throw in everybody's commentary. While Casey was trying to do that, Yucca was sending out all kinds of commentary. So that kind of threw a curve.
And be on a good connection if you're going to do this. I not that we're, try to find a good stable internet place. Don't try to go out in the boonies. Yeah, that's right. You hear that? Oh, hold on just a second. My mom picked up the phone. Hold on.
Holy cow.
Hang up.
Mama, I'm on the internet.
I'm trading pictures here on the AOL email.
Yeah, and make sure you go for your beer run early enough. We're not waiting.
Hey, don't be calling out Brian like that. That's not fair.
Richard, you can stop your dumb shit too. He says, is poker like playing Go Fish? I'll be there. We've seen you've been around the poker table, so just shut your whore mouth and show up tomorrow prepared to defend yourself.
Pirate, we're gonna have a side pocket bet for if whether or not Pirate can last through the whole game or not.
like derivatives. It'll be like a derivative play, man. It's a derivative play.
And we're gonna stack
pretty
it.
fucking funny.
We're gonna stack it like market makers.
Don't get me wrong. It's a punch to the gut. It's like kicking me in the balls, but I had to give it to you. That's pretty fucking funny.
And if more of the people bet against you, okay, then you'll have to stay in, and that's how the market makers play too, right?
Sandy Rogan said they're going to have side bets on whether I even make it through the fucking tournament.
How
They're
dare
going to
you?
take bets, the over and under on how far I would be through before I get pissed off and just fucking leave. I said, yes, like a derivatives market.
You can take the Pirate 4th round strike if you're interested, or the 5th round strike.
I wonder
for Pirate.
I wonder if AI can create like a what is it? One of these fucking like a Robinhood, app.
Yeah.
But then we can put all our names in there as tickers, and then you can buy, bet paper trade us as tickers.
Hey, America tried that once. It didn't work out so good buying people.
There is a site called Polymarket. Polymarket. And that's people actually bet on things like politics, athletics, anything. You could put this topic actually into Polymarket as like will Pirate will you could put into it. Will Pirate last 3 rounds before losing his temper? Or,
Every table Papa Mac goes into during the live stream, they say, "Hey, can you go over to the Pirates table and ask him a question right now, Papa Mac?"
That's funny.
Yes.
Fuck you too, Fuck you too, controls guy. Controls guy just put in rage quit round 3 for the parlay.
How long before Papa pisses off someone or something?
Yeah, you can say, is Yucca going all in on the first round?
Yeah, you can do anything. Anything. Yeah.
over and under on how many people or how quickly Blinker Boy gets cussed out.
Yeah. How many times do you think the table will crash? Things like that.
I mean, it's just
And I know. I always got it. It's easy. I'll be the mule. I'll do the yeoman's work around here. You can blame it on Pirate, but anybody who came to play cards that night knows that I'm talking spitting facts here. That's exactly how it went. It was like herding fucking cats. People showed up who didn't even know like fucking what button to push to go to a poker night. You had to be like.
You tell me what's more interesting right now: price predictions or Pirate predictions? I
don't know about all that. I'm not claiming any kind of superiority in terms of interesting or not. I'm just saying these motherfuckers drove me up a wall with that shit. So
I think Papa can.
All I'm saying is come correct, man. It's come correct. If you're going to come play poker, understand where you're going to sit, how it's going to work, how you get in the game, how you bet. It ain't going to matter because look, if you're that thick that you got to be walked through all that shit, you're getting sent home on round 1 anyhow. So
I agree.
If you want to come stumbling in here like, what's it mean if they're all one color?
Yeah.
Well, whatever. Fuck, man. Somebody go all in on this guy quick.
Why did UConn hide Tommy Highlighter? Did he say something fucking stupid?
I don't know. Maybe UConn's just in a mood, man. He chose violence.
He must have.
He's still. I think he's still stinging from that fucking barb I gave him earlier about how my friend that doesn't have any fingers can play the guitar better than him.
Oh, well, that's not so nice. That's not how we will compete.
Yeah.
But I think Pop Mac.
I mean, to be fair, my friend, he's pretty fucking talented. I mean, he super glued a fucking popsicle stick to each nub to use as a guitar pick, and he can get down with that motherfucker. So to be honest with you, but I'm still saying that how shitty of a guitar player can you be for a guy with no fingers to fucking actually outplay you?
Yeah, but
I like how he's explaining it.
Yeah, punched me first. He threw the first punches. He fucking threw the first punch this morning on the playground. We were over by the fucking slide. He punched me in the back of the head and took off running. He's been hiding behind a teacher over there all recess. And the minute he comes out, I'm waiting for this motherfucker by the teeter totter. And when he comes around these teeter totters, I'm gonna give it to him.
Create a mental picture, pirate.
He thinks I forget? Yeah, Yukon's like, he's going to fucking kick me in the balls about 3 hours ago and then come back in this afternoon like, what's up, fam? What's up for Power Hour? Hey, pirate. I'm like, fuck you. Fuck you, Yukon. You no guitar playing motherfucker. I listened to him play one night while we were playing cards. It sounded like two cats fucking in an alley. Fucking guy. He calls himself a guitar player.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Sandy's cat jumps up on the piano and walks across the keys, but I don't call it fucking Liberace.
You don't.
How did we fucking get to Liberace? Good God.
I mean, because Yukon calling himself a guitar player. It's all bullshit. Half the time, I don't even think he knows what fucking plug the cord goes into. Well, that's funny. Control guy says he's literally missing 2 fingers and played bass in the bar for 5 years. I salute you, Control guy. You can't see me, but I got a salute coming your way right now.
All right, Dario D is owning up to his slight.
We're at 23, 68, 69, 68.
68.
And 488 on AMC.
I was going to say, Papa, you've been taking lessons with Marv Albert for tomorrow night, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm actually writing an AI song that I think might push Pirate over the edge. I got to decide when I play that.
Those AI songs. Yeah. They are interesting. Yeah.
Get to the chopper.
You know who's most impressed by them is Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video. I know that my good old friend Papa Mac, he's now using Chat GPT and various AI programs to make songs. What app do you use for that, Papa, to make the song?
SUNO, Suno.
SUNO. Okay, cool. And it's free?
Well, you can get 50 credits a day. It takes, I think, 10 credits, and it will crank out 2 versions of your song. Each day you can get 10 free tries. But if you wanted to go over that, you got to pay $10 a month.
Okay.
And you can crank through the credits pretty good if you're really actually trying to come up with something you like. But you get an idea with the free one. You can get a pretty good idea of how it goes.
Pirate, you were talking about practicing medicine earlier. Tech We Love needs some medical advice.
Tech says, anyone ever try something silly like pizza in a blender or anything?
Ugh.
Asking if there's any puree drinks that could work.
Did you get lockjaw, bro?
Well, I think he
has a gum issue. I know, so teeth are probably super sore.
I'm not going to do it to him, man. I'm not going to do it to him.
The smoothies. Just
for those of you who don't know, Tech We Love shared with us that he hurt himself. I'm going to say this with us. I'm not even going to smile laughing. All right, game face on. He hurt himself flossing his teeth.
Okay.
Okay.
Like too hard. Yeah.
And end of summation. So you can imagine me being me, what I did with that. And I'm not going to do that today, Tech. Buddy, if you got to blend your pizza up to eat it, man, you may be. I may not be able to help you. I just may not be able to help you.
He needed a dental dam. No, he says he has herpes simplex 1 virus. Damn it.
I applaud him for flossing. That's a good thing to do.
Yeah,
we strongly recommend flossing here on the KC stream.
Yeah.
What about try doing the coconut oil?
Pulling.
Castor oil. Get your castor
do
oil
that.
and swish
That
around.
will make the pain go away if you have pain.
No,
It'll cure your
you're talking
gum.
about oil of clove. You don't even have the right oil, dumbass.
Coconut oil. That's oil pulling.
Oil,
No,
but that's more
clove.
for.
There's another one called oil of clove. CLOVE.
Yeah,
Oh, that too. You can use. Yeah, you can use that. You can.
I think the
But hey,
coconut
by
oil.
all means, if you want to go with oil
Castor
or
oil.
suntan lotion, put some suntan lotion. Tech. I heard that fucking Hawaiian
Castor
Tropic.
oil.
If you rub it on your
Really?
fucking gum, yeah. Are you tracking? I hope you're writing this down, Tech. We love inflamed gums, painful teeth. It's real simple, man. Get yourself some fucking Hawaiian Tropic, coconut flavored smelling suntan lotion.
And
Squirt copious amounts of that on your toothbrush and brush your teeth with suntan lotion. And but don't rinse. That's the key. Is you gotta keep it in your mouth. You gotta keep it in your mouth until for at least a half an hour. Then you can spit it out and rinse it out. But you need to do that 3 times a day after every meal.
You're sounding like Yucca with the don't
swallow
rinse face crap.
Right. You can use. Listen, if they don't have Hawaiian Tropic at the store, you can get store brand suntan lotion, but it has to be SPF 50 or higher. So as long as it's SPF 50 or higher, you can get like the Walmart store brand. You just might have to put more on your toothbrush. But do get on that and then get back to me on how it all works out. Yep.
Did you give Trump political advice, Byron, with the breach?
There he is.
The
man, the myth, the legend, ladies and gentlemen.
You guys are all such pussies.
Movies. All right, let's go. Yeah, movies.
You guys are all
Now we're
such
talking.
Pussies.
You guys are all such pussies.
You want the best, you got the best.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Yucca, where were you last night?
Yeah.
Man, censor content. I don't need to interrupt you, Papa Mac. I apologize. Censor content. Good to see you. That's an epic. Bless you, honey. That's an epic montage of clips right there, man. And I hope you keep that on standby. I don't know how long it took you to put that together or where you found it, but that's fucking cool. Maybe we'll get KC to give that a listen when he gets back.
No, it's just 5 different ones, and I just play them over top of each other.
Well, nonetheless, well done. You always bring.
You guys are all such pussies.
But that little montage there, I thought that was something that you'd link together. I apologize for interrupting you, real rugged. Please
Papa Mac.
Papa Mac.
I was asking Yucca where he was last night. I ended up in the bathtub with Brian, Danny, and Trevor.
Whoa.
Danny and Trevor left me alone in the bathtub with Brian. It's like, where's Yucca?
Oh, that's dangerous.
I don't even know where that exists.
I can vouch that Trevor did get all those mosquito bites he was talking about, by the way.
Really?
You guys, I did come back for you though.
Yeah,
you
did.
Just
You did
showing
come
each
back.
other your things there in the tub.
Proboscises. Yeah.
What happens in the bathtub apparently doesn't stay in the bathtub.
That's me in the corner.
Brian sends out this, "Hey, I'm here in the bathtub all alone" to everybody, and kind of feeling sorry for him. And I got in there, and Danny was in there, and okay, good. And I listened, and nothing. There's just nothing. No silence. And Danny's like, "What the hell, Brian? What the hell? What the hell?" Danny goes in there, and Brian totally ignores him. So then Danny and I start chatting, and Brian finally did show up to his own party.
I hung out for a while. I was one of the first ones to join him, but Mrs. Pirate wanted to watch my son nicknamed them the Kansas City Queefs. I'm sure he heard that or read that from somebody, but I thought it was funny as hell. So they were all rooting against Kansas City, and they watched the game, and I wanted to enjoy that with my wife. So, but I hung out with him until right up to kickoff. I said, "Peace out, man. I got to go." I'm glad to see you guys kicked it with him for a while.
Oh, you did last night? You say you were there for a minute?
Yeah, at the very beginning when he first sent his little push notifications out, I was reading Twitter and playing poker. I said hi to him, made chit chat for a while, but I wasn't able to stay.
Yeah. For some reason, Trevor and I started talking about chigger bites and mosquito bites, and all of a sudden Brian's like, "Well, I got to go," and he left. He shut down the park.
Well, that's funny. Maybe his mom come home and told him he wasn't allowed to play with his little friends. It was too late. Time for bed. Time for bed.
Why don't you let the other kids sleep in your bed? Children.
What's the dude's name on the Big Bang Theory that he has to yell down to his or up to his mom? My friends are here, Mom. Leave me alone.
Yeah, I forgot his name.
That's what comes to my mind.
I don't know. His last name's Hellberg, the actor.
Howard Wolowitz. Thanks, controls guy. ME 2381, AMC $4.88.
Controls guy, Discord. All you got to do is reach out to KC. He's, to my knowledge, I don't know that he's ever denied anybody. There's some people who've made their way in, and they're the same ones who come in. Sometimes you may have been around in chat when some of those people come in, and it turns into a big explosion because for whatever reason, whether it's personality conflict or they're just honestly here to start shit, we have to put up with it through the live chat and all of that. But I think he goes to great pains to make sure that at least in the Discord, we know that it's people who've been here for a period of time and he knows who they are. And you certainly fall into that category. I don't want to imply that he's some sort of a godlike gatekeeper or anything like that. I just know that his desire was that Discord be made up of people who, my son even called it a inner circle of people that you kind of know, you feel like you know a little bit more about than you would the average participant. But I think the standard protocol is you just send him a follow on text, one of his tweets, find something he's posted on X or Twitter, and give him a follow, and then on one of his comments, just type him a brief message that you'd like to have an invite. And I think, and that's how he's done it in the past, where he just
got to be really careful when you enter into his territory. Got to play by his rules.
It really helps if you send in a big super chat.
No, but I mean, that was a long way. That was a long way around saying, reach out to KC on Twitter and just tell him you'd like a Discord invite. And it might be that easy for you.
Speaking of the legend, he has arrived.
Just a guy, just a normal guy. And yeah, poker tournament this weekend, tomorrow, 7:00 p.m. So anybody who wants to show up and is available to play, it's going to be in the back of the Big Tramp on Discord. So you do have to be able to get into Discord to play. There is no entry
I
fee.
was just asking about how he does that. He wants to know how he goes about getting an invite for you. So
yeah, there's a couple different ways.
On that a little bit.
Yeah, there's a couple different ways. You can contact me through Reddit, which my Reddit user profile name is up here on the front page, and or you can contact me on Twitter, which is at AMKCShaw. Just send me a message on there. I usually try to follow back people that follow me if I can. If I haven't followed you and you want me to follow you, just send me a quick message and just say like, hey, can you follow me? And it's you can't send a direct message. What you have to do is just type on anything that I've posted up before, and you'll be able to respond and just say that on anything I've posted before. The other thing you could do is you can look me up on Discord itself. I think my name's just AMKC on Discord. So if you look up AMKC on Discord, you might be able to find me that way. That's a little bit slower because that means I have to reach out to you to find out who you are, and it might take a little bit longer that way. But do it today, and then we can have you all set up and ready to go for tomorrow. Do
There
not
you
be
go,
late.
Controls guy.
Do not be late tomorrow. If you're late, you more than likely the tournament will start, and once the tournament starts, there is no getting in after the fact. And yes, that's fine. Papa Mac, that's fine.
Hey, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just don't be late. Because once I start the tournament, the way that that poker works on Discord, it's very difficult for us to add people in late to the tournament. So I have I'm going to give a little bit of a grace period, but it ain't going to be much. And if you miss it, then you're just going to be out and will not be able to participate. So show up on
If you're
time.
participating, for the love of God, shut the fuck up when Casey's given the instructions. It'll take him 10 minutes to go through the instructions, and the first motherfucker that asks a question later on that was covered in the instructions, I'm punching you in the throat.
No names. No names. Oh man.
Hey,
Replay the
Wesley
song.
Robledo said, play the song again for KC. Thanks for the prompt, Wesley. Hey, KC, censored content always brings the heat with his clips, but he did a little montage today, and you got to hear this thing, man. It's actually pretty cool. Hit it, censored.
No, I can't.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Oh,
well, I can, but I don't want to.
Oh, I get it. I can see that too. I can certainly understand that. You're like, what am I, a dancing monkey? You're like, fuck you, you dance monkey.
Movies. All right, let's go. Yeah, movies. Yeah, now we're talking.
No, I already deleted one of the sound bits, so.
Well, that's fine. Well, damn, Casey, Casey, you have to
lazy.
rewind it, man.
I like
you
to put in the least amount of effort. Yeah. The least amount of effort is what I'm looking to put in here.
I get it. I got you. I'm all about that. Casey just have to do like everybody else. He missed it. He was on break. It's 2:00 break for the power hour. If he wants to hear it, he's going to have to scroll back like any other mook.
That's right.
That's it.
There it is.
I want credit for adding the quacks there.
The quacks. Okay.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Happy Friday.
Yeah.
Credit upside your fucking head.
All right, let me take you guys over the other page here and let's get some numbers out of the way. Two-factor. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. So hope those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns specifically for me until you see that back up there. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account if you sign up for that. And your broker requests allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code. Not a bad idea to sign up for that, as you never know when something's going to happen that to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you guys are getting your statements from your portfolio. We actually had somebody who was asking me yesterday about how to do it through the app, and it ended up being kind of you could do it. There's ways to do it to where you can take screenshots, but it's not very easy to do. Sometimes just getting on a computer, guys, is one of the best ways to do it. And if you need your portfolio sent to you, that's one of the best ways to go about doing it. Is get on your broker's website through the computer instead of an app. It might be a little bit more easily or readily available that way. All right, let's see what we got going on for these last numbers for the day today. After this little roller coaster of a ride that we had here. Let's see. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We had about 55.29% going through off exchange. EDGX at 8.32. Combined total, and that was 63.61%, or about 2.39% less than what I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume is 3,222 shares. Nothing abnormally large on that for AMC, but for GME, on the other hand, CHX volume extremely spiked high. 36,191 shares. There was some unusual volatility in that CHX exchange, which typically, to me, means somebody's returning a bunch of shares. Borrow fees on GME. For the day-to-day, it looks like there would have been somewhere around like about 400 to 500,000 shares. And I think overnight there was something million shares borrowed. So there was some borrowing going on. There's 1.6 million shares available to borrow on GME right now, with fees are at 0.33 and rebates at 5%. On AMC, let's see here. As of an hour ago, we'd only seen 400,000 shares borrowed so far for the day, and that has not changed. Fees are at 2.26 and rebates at 3.07. Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 900,000 shares borrowed for the day on AMC. That number is now at 900,000, so no change. That's going to leave the estimated short share interest of the free float at 14.2, cost to borrow mins at 1.05, average 1.2, and max 4.35. Shares on loan for the day today on AMC is at 55.19 million shares. That's 750,000 shares less in loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimated about 110,000 of that was in short interest that was closed. On GME, there was 313,000 shares having been returned for the day as of an hour ago. That number has not changed. It's going to leave the estimated short share interest of the free float at 9.42%. Cost of borrow mins at negative 0.05, average is 0.59, and max 1.05. Normally, you guys may be wondering, like, how in the world do you get a negative number on your cost to borrow? Oftentimes, it's just, I feel like it's like a reporting for positions that were borrowed and then returned in the same day. Ends up showing up as like a negative value. So I don't really think that there's actually somebody paying somebody else to borrow their shares, as that would be what that would be representing. So I doubt that's the case. So taking a look at shares on loan for GME, it's at 31.69 million shares for the day today. Options, highest amount of call volume coming in at a strike price of $5 for calls on AMC. An hour ago, there was approximately 23.6 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 27.5. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 4.1 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 5.7. The market is suggesting a 475 to 525 close for the day today, and we're at 488. On GME, CHX, or what am I saying, CH? The highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago on GME was at a $25 strike. That is still the case with 35.9 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume coming in at 22 with 9.1 thousand contracts. Market's kind of suggesting perhaps maybe like a 23.5 close by the end of the day today. It's at 23.86. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two that I'm looking for on this list, and GME was on here an hour ago and is still on here and has moved up one spot. They now have a 60.03% buy to 39.97% sell ratio. Retail is definitely buying a little bit more GME today. MMRI an hour ago was 234.11, is now 233.64. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. Let's see, as of an hour, or as of right now. An hour ago, it was the 10-year was 0.046 above the 2-year. It's now 0.05. So very rapidly, we are seeing the 2-year or the 10-year. Well, I guess it's really more the 2-year that's moving. We're seeing the 2-year drop further and further below the 10-year. Nothing really crazy I want to point out right now on the screen. Just throwing it up here so we can see. The only big thing I really see is that separation between the U.S. dollar strength versus the yen from earlier today. The dollar seems to have lost some value. Taking a look at sectors. Actually, we're going to move on to this over here. Let's do this first. We need to look at NASDAQ is down 2.23. Dow Jones is down 0.8 and the S&P 500 is down 1.49. We have 4,752 decliners to 1,464 advancers. The market is more advancing now than it was an hour ago, but still on hot lava fire. Don't touch the floor or burn your feet. Worst performing sector for the day today has been technology. The runner up to that is consumer discretionary, but everything's down for the day. Not a single thing's up right now. On the Mag 7, there is all red, and only one of them's under 1% down for the day, and that's Apple. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 7.57. FRC is down 29.41. Silvergate's down 3.33. NYCB is up 4.9. Douche Stank is down 2.59. UBS Group is down 2.57. Stank of America is down 2.75. A lot of them are really close. Wells Fargo is down 5.37. Citigroup down 2.45. Northern Trust is down 2.53. Morgan Stanley's down 2.6. And American Express is down 2.7. Gold is down 0.89 and is consolidating. Silver is down 3.26, consolidating. Ethereum Classic is down 1.86, trending down. The US dollar is up 0.1, consolidating. Oil is down 0.49, and I'm going to call it consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.09 to 0.12, also consolidating. And the SPY is down 1.52 and currently trending up from a consolidation period. VIX is up 10.95 at 2208. It is trending down currently. We have, let's see, what do we got going on here? Futures suggesting that it should be right around 20.6. So it's literally 2 points higher than where it should be, which is quite a bit higher. And we've been seeing the VIX leading the futures up. And it also looks like we're starting to get a little bit of a spike here as well. Starting to pop up a little bit more volatility maybe at the end of the day. IWM is down 1.65% and trending back up. VB is down 1.26, trending up. Tesla is up down 7.18, trending down. Amazon is down 3.07 and consolidating. Cinemark is down 1.84 and slightly trending upwards. Doge is down 7.66%, trending down. Bitcoin is down 5.15% at 53.6K a coin. GME is up 6.39%, trending up. HYMC is down 2.4, trending down. NCMI is down 2.11 and what is it doing? I'm going to go with consolidating right now after having been in a downtrend. Hood is down 3.41, trending up, and AMC is up 2.75 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $100,000 more inflow than outflow. It's actually a little bit less than that. Volume, 10.66 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 356 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for 11.67 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and we'll probably see a little bit of additional volume in the aftermarket hours as well. So we should be able to break, I would imagine, 12 million shares before the aftermarket hours is over. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.62, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.5, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, I'm going to go with more selling pressure than buying pressure. It's really close, though. RSI is at 62.16, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.66, which is average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the Big Tramp.
I had an uncontrollable laughing fit. That damn Real Rugged posted in the bubble video of a crackhead doing a backflip off of a one-story diesel market, off of a one-story roof for $1 bill. And I thought to myself, man, that's Darwin's theory of evolution right there. I guess the gene pool has to be purged somehow or another.
Yep.
Funny shit. Give you $1 to do a backflip off my roof. Like, okie dokie. For whatever reason, I guess I wasn't expecting it. I don't know if I was expecting him to give me some breaking news or whatever, but I clicked up on that and I saw it. And next thing you know, I'm laughing uncontrollably.
APEC wants to know if we got the clip for Charles Payne's "You're a Bitch" clipped from this morning. Not yet, but we can work on that over the weekend. Yep, we can certainly try and get that set up. I don't know which one it would replace though. I mean, because we're all full up on sounds right now. Yucca could add it to his. Oh, but then you guys have to have. Yeah, that's not going to work.
You can take the smelly pirate hooker off of there. I never used it as a walk-on song anyhow, and nobody
You know
else
what though?
replace
But
it.
I mean,
You are a smelly pirate hooker.
it's so. I don't want to get rid of that one. That one's. I'd
That's
rather
fair
get.
enough, yeah.
I'd rather get rid of this one.
I'd take one for the team.
My God, who the hell cares?
I feel like we need to get rid of that
that's
one because
fine.
it's just so. It's so.
Yeah, it's played out. It's played out, and it's
It's
not.
very.
It's not especially funny. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very well. It's just hostile.
That crackhead just folds up like a cheap suit.
Yeah, that's what I said. Casey was doing the numbers, and I glanced up and I said, "Oh, somebody put something in the bubble," and I clicked on it, and all it said was crackhead. And I'm like, "Well, if it's crackhead, I gotta watch." But you got a dude just fucking doing a backslip off, and then, but it's for $1. That's the funny part. When I read for $1, I just started laughing uncontrollably. And I'm on a gummy right now, so it's not hard to tickle me. But yeah,
You had to take a knee. You had to take a knee after that one.
Brandon, censored content, Stoneman, and my son. Welcome to the back of the Big Tramp. The son.
Yeah.
Hey,
Short bus is full this afternoon.
I feel like
Thanks
every
for
time,
having me.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I feel like whenever Hunter shows up and I say the son, I feel like I got to play the little soft intro guitar song for the Beatles, and it plays along. Do 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 do. Yeah,
Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to.
yeah, that's not the one. There it is. I played it in the background as I was saying it. He needs
Man,
his
I'd give
own walk
anything,
on.
Kevin, to go on Charles Payne's show. I'm a big fan of Charles Payne.
Are you
I
really?
have my respect for him. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that guy's
I have
awesome.
I've been watching him for years. There's been a few things that him and I, like anybody, he's a grown man. I don't necessarily agree with 1,000% of what he says, but I think the guy, I think he's one of the last, honest men who speaks to the extent that he's allowed, unfiltered. And I like that authenticity in him. He's a big fan of Charles Payne.
Plus, the dress is really good.
Petro's coming in.
See, I don't care for that. I don't like, and I get it, man. That's everybody. It's a matter of taste, but Petro's in, huh?
Petro's saying, did Ron Kitty tweet something? He did. He tweeted out a picture of Andy dropping Woody into the trash can when he realizes that Woody was broken and he couldn't play with him any longer. He's like, oh, yeah. And then he discards him. But Woody doesn't have
no longer wants
Woody's
him.
head. Yeah, Woody doesn't have Woody's head on. Woody has a dog's face with red eyes looking to its right or left.
He's gonna play with a different Woody.
Oh, and you know what I just noticed? Is that added? What is that?
Yeah, no, that's the little his gun holster. Woody,
No,
the
I know,
character,
but
has
what
a little
is
plastic gun holster.
what's on it though?
Change the color of the eyes.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
the
can't
eye-
see that.
the red
Mine's
eyes-
not clear enough or big enough.
I noticed the red eyes, but I don't know what this is though. It looks like
Somebody
gosh, man.
says the Apex says it's an infinity symbol.
No, his feet are back here. I started to think that at first too. I thought maybe it was the bottom of his foot, but it's not. His feet are back here. Both the legs are back here, and so his feet are over here. There's something on his holster here though. Interesting. That does not look like it's part of it.
The donkey says Charles Payne chewed out Charles Gasparino. That's
Sure, yeah. See, Payne's got a lot of street in him. Not a lot, a little. He's got enough street in him that the guys can't. A tiger can't change his stripes, man. Some guys won't stand there and let you just bullshit face to face. Some people just aren't built that way, and Charles Payne's that guy. And imagine that's him under the constraints of the FCC and pressures from his the people and all those things. Can you imagine what kind of a bull in the room Charles Payne would be if he was unfettered? So yeah, I dig guys like that. Yeah.
So I'm pulling up
Yeah, I looked at
pictures.
the GIF.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
Seems like it's in the.
It's in the movie.
Go ahead. Yeah, it looks like that mark is on the holster and just the regular.
Because I'm looking at a lot of
It's
different.
not added.
I'm looking at a lot of different images here online, and everything that I'm seeing is showing like kind of like a gold medal, or not a gold medal, but a ruby medal with gold around it.
Yeah, it's a badge. It's like
kind of not really.
Donna Mingy said a badge.
But it does not seem to look like what we're seeing in that image. So, but somebody did play the video clip, and so let me see if I can find that real quick, because I was just watching it just before I came on. I was watching that clip. They clipped it out, the section of the movie. So let me watch that version of that if I can find it really quick. And again here in my feed.
Johnson B Streets to give us a little heads up while we're fucking around here with Woody. AMC did turn green.
Yep,
so that's nice. Or climbing green. Yeah.
Let's see. Mute. Giddy up. I don't need to see it. Okay, and it looks like there's one circle. I do not see two. That's one circle. It's been double. The circle's been double imposed. I do not. Oh, maybe.
You might have caught it between frames or something.
It's a metal. It's like a ruby, a round ruby with like a sun metal around it.
There's no there there. There's no there.
It has a ribbon like something you win at the state fair.
I don't really feel like I see as clear of a double image circle, though. I see what only seems like one circle. I don't see it. I mean, there's one frame in here where it's maybe a second circle showing up. But if I pull up his...
Yeah, that's some sort of shadow. That's just some sort of shadow from the animation. You know, maybe an editor did a poor job. Maybe somebody did a poor job editing it. You just have to pick it out there.
Because on a smaller scale, it looks like it's there. I see it. That double image that I stopped it on looks... Let's compare. We shall compare. Ba-da-da-da. Here comes the sun.
Do you want me to like make that a sound or something?
I like the song. No, this is.
I know, but like, do you want me to play it when you mention?
Sure. Yeah. That'd be awesome if you played it on your entrance.
We could do better than that, man. We could do like Cat Stevens' "Cats in the Cradle" or something like that.
Man, it is just way more crisp, and whatever he captured this in, it's very, very crisp. In contrast to what I was able to capture it in.
There, I put it in the bubble so you can see what it is.
Yeah, I already pulled it up. The medallion. I already posted that on the screen.
Oh, sorry. I'm not.
No. It's okay. You're probably not watching it, but I had already done that.
I have to pause the stream or it gives me feedback.
Cats in the Cradle, Silver Spoon, AMC on its way to the moon.
Well, nobody had a price prediction this high. That's for sure.
$493 and climbing.
Not even yucca.
Half an hour left to go. 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes.
FGCV, I don't know, man. It's possible. It's very possible. I don't know. Barcode says, I think it's power to the players button. Did I post them side by side? Yeah, I did. Okay.
Apex is like, he's rooting for his horse, man. He's giving her he's that jockey that's beating that horse's ass with coming around the bass turn. He's back turn. He's like, come on, 524.
What specifically about 524 is he looking? Why 524? What's the deal with that?
Damned if I know. I just like his enthusiasm, man. He's rooting for it, man. It's like we're trading at 490. We're not even at 5, and he's calling out 524 with a half an hour to go.
Well, if it breaks 5, Nana's gonna hate this. She's absolutely.
Am I wrong, Apex? I don't want to
it,
speak for you. I mean, you can speak for yourself. I mean, but he's in chat, but he's not in the back of the Discord.
Nana's gonna be pissed off that if it breaks $5 and closes above 5, she doesn't get a point today, and that's gonna put every one of us into the running of being able to get a bonus point, and it's all gonna come down to whoever had the closest price predictions throughout the week.
Hey, luck is a fickle lady, man. 2 days ago, Nana nailed it to the penny. So if she gets the green weenie today, that's just the way it goes.
Yep. Yep.
Nana got screwed by Roaring Kitty.
You can say it, Nana, officially. It's official. It's true. He owes you now.
Yeah.
Our volume is 11.21 million shares.
Hopefully we'll close above 5 because Max Payne was 450. So anything above 450 are calls, and if people exercise those calls, then give me my shares.
501 would be a beautiful number to have hit today, going into next week, for sure.
So yeah, 525 will knock out you two bottom two, and that's what I was looking for, the chance to use this new trading.
Oh, you want it to knock me out is what that's for. Oh,
You got talking about. He's over there playing 3D.
Well, guess
3D
what,
chess.
Mr. Smarty Pants? It's actually, I have a 531 top, so you need to close at 532 to knock me out. So, neener,
Yeah, but I'm
neener.
talking about the added points to your weekly prediction when it
Oh,
totals out. You have a
is
lot
that
more
what? That's what it would need to hit for you to be in the contention.
Or at least knock you out for a point towards the even getting a point then.
Like I said, it
Oh,
has
you
to
said
hit.
31. I thought
Yeah.
I thought you were going with
No, I had
462.
Oh no! You're right. You're right. I'm looking at yesterday's numbers. You're absolutely right. That is correct.
Yeah.
512. Anything 513 or higher, and I would not get a point either. You're absolutely right.
But the further away from you and Nana, the better Tech and I are, because Tech and I are in a low pull. So
Yep,
it would
yep.
really make it tight, honestly.
It's gonna come down to the wire. Really, is what it's looking like if it does cross 5. That's gonna be the only thing that makes or breaks Nana is that $5 mark.
And it makes it for a nice end of the week, man.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I just got. You ain't gonna believe this sandwich that I just got delivered. Mrs. Pryor brought me. This has ham, Swiss cheese, sliced tomato, lettuce, and mayo, with some kettle chips on the side. I'm telling you, man, you guys wish you were me. I'm telling you.
We do.
Lost me at ham.
What is that? What is that? Quiznos?
Yeah, Hunter doesn't like ham. Hunter, when did that first start kicking in for you? Do you know? Because I feel like it was like all of a sudden one year.
DNA test on this boy.
Well, all of a sudden
lot of
one year
people
he just suddenly
don't
was like,
start
I don't like ham anymore, and it was just so like out of the blue. It was like, whoa, wait, what?
I don't think any more would have been the case because I don't think I ever had like ham on a consistent basis.
Okay, well,
I knew it, man. I knew it. He's a Muslim. He's fucking Muslim. I knew it. See, I told you. That whole bunch. They're all a bunch of plants here. They're like Islamic jihadists, the extremists. I'm not the real extreme. Yeah, the fundamentalists, man. I bet you Melissa's got on one of the hijabs right now.
I like pork
they're the
roll.
ones
I
that
can't
like the
stand
ham.
like ham.
They're the ones that
stand
like.
it.
So
Yeah,
Hunter,
they're the
you
ones
remember
that
that
get
year?
ham all the time.
Do you remember that year that we got the honey baked ham for like Christmas?
Almost every other year.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was like a long time ago that we got the. I'm talking about the honey baked. I'm not talking about the one from the.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, the company, the official honey baked ham. I forget what it's called, the name of that place, but I feel like there was a specific year where it was like, wait a minute, I didn't know. You've never expressed to me before that ham was not your favorite, and then it was like.
Right, but that was way after I had known that fact. You just didn't know yourself because I was just keeping it to myself because you guys always had ham.
Well, that's why I'm asking. Like, when do you think for you it really peaked?
It was when
as
I
like,
grew up because of ham pizza.
oh, okay. So you had an experience with some ham
the
pizza.
Old rental house.
Okay. Wait, old
You got a
rental
bad
house?
ham?
What rental house?
The house you guys rented.
We rented a house?
Did you not? Was it not rented?
Oh, you're talking about Melissa and I.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, it was. It was a rented house. Yes, absolutely. So that's where it was at. Was at that house?
Yep.
Huh.
I threw up in the
Interesting.
sink.
Man, I guess I don't remember that. And then after
Well, yeah,
that,
no,
it was
I
just
didn't
kind of
grow
like
up
you were
and-
like, no more
and
ham
have
anymore.
everyone know it was just me.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
everyone was
interesting.
watching a movie and I just threw up in the sink and no one knew.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Okay. Man. Did not know. Yep.
Is AMC halted? What the hell?
No. It's just not moving very much.
Oh,
You
it's
can see
just not moving.
I can move my I can move my van and you could see the order. You could see the orders flowing through. They're not flowing through very fast. It's like we're getting an order like one every couple seconds or so. They're definitely not flying through.
They're holding everything back to that last fucking 90 seconds.
Now they're flowing. Now a whole bunch of them just went processed and processed through.
I had to put my sandwich down. Apparently my my services are needed here. Tech We Love just posted, my brother had an experience with chocolate, and now most chocolate he doesn't like. It's a bummer. And I was just wondering, what did they shove a Snickers bar up his ass, or what happened?
A big hunk.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm going back to my sandwich now, Tech. I can't wait to hear how your brother was traumatized by. Your brother was fucking traumatized by chocolate. I'll wait.
Was it a euphemism? What?
It's chocolate flavored floss.
Chocolate flavored floss. Wow, say that 3 times fast.
His fucking brother's got PTSD from Hershey Kisses.
He got the Hershey squirts.
He's been kissing the Hershey. Damn, Chuck. There's not a lot of people that can get Pirate to put his sandwich down.
I can't wait to hear this one. He says, Tech says, I can't remember. It's his problem, but he never let me help him overcome his issues. Well, just tell me, Tech, how does one go about helping somebody over fucking chocolate?
You will like it. Eat it.
Yeah, like hold him down and rub a Reese cup in his face, or what do you do, man?
He's got chocophobia.
I said
Eat the
lick it.
chocolate, love it. You eat the twigs.
I'm trying to imagine me forcing Hunter to eat ham. Eat the ham.
Y'all did.
We didn't try to
Not
force
literally,
it.
but like you
Yeah.
had ham all the time.
Yeah, we did. Well, we did, but you didn't let us know that you didn't like ham, so we had no idea that we needed to
'Cause
avoid it.
y'all liked it so much. I was just
I
like,
seen
oh, whatever.
I seen
guess I'm
sitting
not
in
eating so much.
some fucking therapist office. He's paying $100 an hour for therapy. I see Tech all stretched out on the couch, leaned back, and some guy that looks like Einstein sitting there with the pipe, taking notes, asking him questions to help him with his therapy. And he's like, well, today we're going to start out with chocolate. And they just set a chocolate bar all the way across the room. And it's a big, Tech has to make it through the day with just being in the same room with the chocolate. And then, little baby steps first, get accustomed to the smell of it. We're not going to force him to hold the candy bar on day one. We're going to take baby steps through this.
I mean,
See, what I picture in my mind is the therapist. He's going, let's talk more about this pirate character you tell me about.
So I'm sure you've had instances before where you had like too much of one alcohol that you can't ever have again. No,
I never can.
For me, it's wild turkey without.
Yeah, so I imagine for everybody that's their thing, except for it's for some people it's food, for some people it's maybe like a candy or a chocolate could be. But you just had that like one sick moment that caused you to have like that momentary lapse of I can never eat that again because. And I think that's what it really kind of comes down to.
For ham.
Yeah, and I think for me, I can say like peppermint schnapps. If I even get a whiff of peppermint schnapps, I start going.
All right, somebody help me out. I can't Google it because I'm trying to finish my sandwich. But there's got to be a real fear of chocolate? Can somebody Google and maybe we can help. We can help check your love out
pronounce
here.
it though. It's exo.
Oh, my man.
It's I think you'd pronounce it zycolophobia.
Zyclophobia. Learning new stuff.
I'll spell it to you. It's exo COLATO phobia.
Chocolata. Yeah, chocolatophobia.
Yep, that's it. Which is a rare but real food phobia. The word is a combination of the Nahatai word chocolate, which means a drink made from ground roasted cocoa beans, and the combining form phobia. I mean, it's a fear of ground roasted cocoa beans. And then there's also a phobia called no cocoa phobia, which is an extreme or irrational fear of running out of chocolate or cocoa.
It's like that.
Look, Tech, we love. If you come to my party, my big Great Together in the Sky MoAS party, I'll give your buddy that's got this phobia, I'll give him 10 grand if he runs around the dance floor and lets us shoot M&Ms at him with a slingshot.
Give him a chocolate brownie that's all dosed
10 grand.
up.
$10,000. All he's got to do is run around in a bathing suit now, so the chocolate hits his bare skin. And I'm going to give everybody in the room a slingshot and a bag of M&Ms. We're going to shoot chocolate M&Ms at him. And if he can make it through 15 minutes of that, despite his phobia of chocolate, I'll give him the 10 grand.
Yeah, Mr. Smoochie, it's not just NVIDIA, right? Like, it's the whole market, man. It's the whole market, just like we always thought it was going to be. And if you look at the Mag 7, it's not just NVIDIA. Tesla's down 7.72%. Microsoft's down 1.67%. Meta's down 3.1%. Google's down 3.82%. Alphabet's down 0.63%. Amazon's down 3.31%. It's the entire freaking market, man. I'm telling you, it's pandemonium. There's only 1,512 advancers in this market right now, and AMC and GME are some of them. And hope that should create some extra buying pressure on those stocks. I mean, a lot of people should be seeing that and saying like, what's going on with AMC and GME? Why is so much of the rest of the market down, but AMC and GME are up? That should have people wondering something.
Anti-Pack Matt posted that it's all a pump and dump on GME.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah. Fanny Pack Mac doesn't. He didn't. Oh, never mind. Let's see. I could care less. I don't even know who that is. Let's see.
Instant music trivia. Instant music trivia. Who sang the song "Don't Bring Me Down"? Casey just said the words "Don't Bring Me." Who sang that song? "Don't Bring Me Down"?
I don't know.
ELO, Electric Light Orchestra.
Oh, good job. That's I call it. I'm gonna call that a tie. Yep.
I had to stop washing my car at the car wash and go inside my car to get my phone.
Mike, he knew immediately. You get cool points for that.
Oh,
man.
sorry.
Electric Light Orchestra. Yeah, Don't Bring Me Down. Chris.
The Beatles was "Don't Let Me Down," I guess, wasn't it? Sorry.
Ducking
Poor
bullets.
guy's
That's an awful
trying
fear
to
to
wash
have.
his car. He's got to wash his car. He paid that. Those things run a timer. He only gets like 30 seconds to squirt the soap on his car. He hears the trivia question. He's like, fuck washing this car, man. I'm getting these cool points.
All right, guys, it's that time of the day. I got to cut it out a little bit early because I got the extra long, fuzzy Friday music to play. So, last minute words from you guys. Anything you want to say before the day ends?
Boo!
Keep it
Have a
tight.
weekend. Make it great.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Later, guys.
All right, man. Don't be cheating tomorrow.
Come play poker.
I made you a He-Man.
Thanks for making me laugh.
All right,
Making me
guys.
smile. I appreciate it.
Mission and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery back to the space.
I'll see you guys back here in the back of the Big Tramp in a minute. All right, one last final reminder to everybody that the poker tournament is tomorrow at 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. That's going to be 8 p.m. Eastern and 5 o'clock p.m. Western Standard Time, or West Coast. So if you want to feel like showing up for that, be my guest and hop on to the Discord. Send me a message through Twitter or Reddit to get into Discord if you haven't already. Also, my Discord name is AMKC. You could try reaching me there as well to get access to the Discord to be able to play the poker tournament. So we'll see you guys on the other side of this weekend. But as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest because you have a 2-day weekend ahead of you. Spend time with your families, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie. There's some excellent movies out. Go see Beetlejuice. Don't just take my word for it. Go see it. But above all else, don't have a good weekend. Have a great one.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Been dazed and confused for so long, it's not true. Won't it a war?